Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck am I going? Who the hell could I be? All this time I've been lost. Vessel trapped in the sea. Chains holding my leg. I just want to be free. Fist picking my throat. Hell yeah, and they know it. Heritage keep going. You can see it in my phenotypes and that damn Indian showing. This knowledge keeping me steady. 45 on my hip and my armor, man, stay ready. I hit the streets in my Chevy. Blunt, burning, smoking heavy. Man, here you go, I got plenty. Prayers up for a sinning. In the land I lost many. Cause every nigga ain't feeling. And every man ain't milling. No D-bows but Stanley. No heroes for my family. Why the pigs killing us daily. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the more praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck do you come from? Kidnapping our babies. 11 million abortions. Whole country is scorched. Made them stealing my portion. Bitch, give me my land back. We ain't signed no contracts. Why you wasting all of our trust funds? We don't know who your dad is, but we know who your kin for. Take the food off of my plate. Eat that shit with my folk. You invader. Motherfucking invader. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey yeah, 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 hey yeah. Hey yeah, 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 hey yeah.
Open up the heavens, let the sunshine in. The Duke of Tears and Empress about to begin. Giving love to all the ancestors that's tuning in. Here comes the Duke of Tears with some more offering.
Going out to the Almec, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the whole me is OG. Coming to restore the crown of the Almec, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the whole me is OG. Coming to restore the crown of the whole.
Swooping through like an eagle, more like a stinging bee. Ancestors is left, right, in front me. I'm more that vid dynasty, live inside me. Moon goddess is worth, shit worth, native, made for greatness. And wild, with natural style, rain dancer under the moon, knock through the pearly gates. Escape from Spain to Panama, we still ahead of y'all. Never slow pacing to the top of the dome. We stand tall, y'all. Never lazy to walk, clap, clap, slap back. For all the more talking shit, the cock never stop. A little petite, but never retreat. 10K is doggone tall, y'all. Chopper riding, we awake, very deep streaming. ET beaming, blood chop. Lightsaber walker, wolf talker, never stop.
So we're all men, mind talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the all men. Mind talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the tomahawk chop. An entire city block, big buffalo people coming back to wreck shop. Hip hop, a modern pop can't stop the rebirth for raw indigenous rock with the native chant. Christ war dance at a glance. Anyone who glanced at the Shechem war dance, Chief Seven Feather Owl, the Moorish Colin Powell, make all these 14th Amendment rappers throw in the towel. Square, compass, and trowel. These masons taking oaths, disrespecting ancestors, selling their souls to ghosts. I raise my glass, make a toast to Aboriginal hosts, traveling through the cosmos. That's most, meaning that's on top. My wounded knee bandaged up. Black Hawk, what's up? Geronimo Skull, we taking it back from the tomb of the bones when we coming in the rooms and resume like all men. Mind talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the all men. Mind talk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG, coming to restore the crown of the
Open
OG.
up the heavens, let the sunshine in. The secret tears and empress, I'm about to begin. Giving love to all the ancestors that's tuning in. Here comes the secret tears with some more offering.
All right, y'all. Peace, 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 peace. You're now rocking to the sound of your brother Hanu Kiel, aka A1, aka Tantrums One. Peace to all the gods, peace to all the goddesses, peace to all the Tantrons, Aborigines, Moors, Indians, North, South, Central, as well as the conjoining islands. Once again, happy fiscal New Year to those of you guys and gals who celebrate the incoming of the European fiscal New Year. As most of y'all already know, our New Year is not until March, early April. So be advised if you wasn't told this in the past. But shout out to everybody, man, in the chat room, man. Glad everybody made it. As promised, I said I was gonna do a part 2 because somebody actually asked me to do this build. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I really don't really have a desire to do this shit no more. Besides probably do lectures or live lectures to people who don't know about this information. But as far as like on YouTube, I really don't have the motivation to do this no more. That's why I haven't really been doing no builds like I used to do, because I got a lot of other shit going on. But I still enjoy to tap in with y'all, man. Everybody from day one and the people who I met along the way, man. So definitely shout out to y'all. And like I said, I may not be motivated to do it all the time, but when I do get a chance and I do get motivated, I'm back. You know what I'm saying? I always try to give something back to the people who definitely supported me throughout the years. So shout out to all y'all, man. You know, it's like when you're doing anything, you get kind of burnt out. You get kind of burnt out sometimes, and you got to just take like a sabbatical or take time off pretty much to look at it from a different, you know what I'm saying, different view. But shout out to everybody, man. You know, you got a lot of
You got a lot of new people, right? That's taking the torch and doing their little live streams. And shout out to all of them, man. Shout out to everybody that's pretty much trying to awaken their people or whatever. Whether we agree or disagree, the disagreeable shit is really like not really that big. That's more egotistical. The important thing is the fact that people are able to enlighten their people, and even bring this information to people who may have not known it. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody who's doing their part. You know, I've done my part over the years. I've touched on a lot of different topics that's pretty much circulating throughout this community. A lot of different PDFs and books and different, Indian slavery, black slavery or black slave owners, white slaves, as well as certain tribes, such as the Yamasee, Timucuan, the Gullah Geechee. I did stuff on Cherokee, stuff on the Natchez, the Wapanaki and the Nasigaret, as well as the Shinnecock, the Montauk. You know what I'm saying? And on the Branapi, or as they say, Lenape, and also the Iroquois, the Algonquin. We touched on, civilizations leaving from the Americas, going over to Europe and into certain parts of Africa. Went over Lemuria, pyramids, architecture, structures, mounds. It's not really too many spaces, as well as the origins of Pan-African too. So over the years, a lot of these conversations started. I'm definitely a person who put a lot of this shit in the air for even other people to further their research from. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but at the end of the day, I've seen other people actually make bills off of conversations that I've had. So shout out to all of them. Shout out to everybody who can understand this information and further themselves. We got 23 people. I guess some people may be hungover from last night if they indulge in any intoxicating alcohol beverages or whatever. But if you guys can, share the bill for me so we can get some people up in here. And as far as this thing, with these Pan-Africans, right? And not even like, I really don't even really go in on Pan-Africans no more like that. I have no problem with clowning them or no problem with addressing them. But at this point in time, we know so much to where nothing that they can say to us should either bother us to where we need to even respond. But some stuff is just asinine and foolish. And some of the perspectives that they put out there, you can tell that they are nowhere near on the level. And the fact that a lot of these guys, they don't sit back and sincerely try to understand, you know what I'm saying, the inhabitants of Negroes on the Western hemisphere or on the continent of what we call America or America, right? They don't try to like sincerely recognize that it was people here or whatever, and the people who was here are obviously our people, because our people are the ones that's saying that when we go back and do our genealogy, we're the ones finding these nations among our people. You understand what I'm saying? So like when you get to that point, it's too many people, man. I've interviewed, at this point in time, I'm interviewing 5,000 people. And even if they were just short, your little questionnaires or whatever, that population group of people told me directly who they were, and until you conduct an actual study and an actual population sample, you have to critically think and say, well, all these people cannot be fucking lying. You know what I'm saying? At this point in time, that's evidence. That's a study. You know what I'm saying? So, like even when I tell you observation is the first part of this, right? So even if you just came into this when you seen Ivan Van Sertima book and you seen the Olmec statues, right? And then you did your research from there and you found numerous books and other scientists saying that the inhabitants of the Americas was of a Negro type. We see evidence all over the place, that would kind of substantiate and kind of give you confidence for you to understand who your people were. You know what I'm saying? Not just in South America, also in North America, throughout the whole continent. Like Carlos Chavez Marquez says, America was a Negro continent. So for somebody to make that claim, and see, listen, understand this, right? Some people were like, well, look, the broad, like, okay, all right, subjective, right? Subjectively, doing your genealogy is probably the first step, right? But then, like I said, there's levels to this shit. Because when you do your genealogy, I listen to what people say. Yeah, my grandmother was fair skinned, and even she was fair skinned. I don't mean she's not a Negro, right? But they say, okay, my grandmother was fair skinned with long hair and all this other shit, right? And most of our women prior to what I want to say, well, shit, even in the 60s with the afros, you see how big women afros was, and if they was to put a heating iron to that, their hair would be long. You know what I'm saying? And all through the 80s, even with the ones that did put the Jerry curl in their hair, and probably a lot of people ruin their hair with that Jerry curl juice or whatever. And until we get into like, women curling their hair, wearing their natural hair, until we get to braids and then weaves and wigs of what we dealing with in 2025, right? All of our women had long hair and wavy hair, and they can pretty much treat it or rock whatever hairstyle, what I'm saying, they want to rock. So, a lot of individuals that you speak to, a lot of people will tell you, yeah, my grandmother was fair skinned. And then, you got some people say, yeah, like they would just reference their grandmother. They wouldn't give me a description of what their grandmother looked like. And I would ask them, I'm like, sometime I would ask them, like, well, the person that told you this, what did they look like? I mean, well, not what did they look like? Like, was they dark skinned? Was they, light brown skin? What was their features? And a lot of people say, my grandmother was dark skinned. My grandmother looked like a nigga. And some people know it directly. They know that the Negro is the Indian because it's obvious at this point in time. You know what I'm saying? It's obvious that, okay, we didn't mix in. And see, like I said, they create so many different stories, and you have to look at the people who create these stories to tell us these ridiculous lies that people go off of. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people go off of the lies that Europeans say. A lot of people, like I said, even with sourcing some of these Europeans, you have to cross-reference this material. You can't just find one author and then if I would have just found one author and went off of what they said, I would be in total confusion at this point in time. I would never be in the understanding that I'm at. So to recognize that Negroes been in America only helps you understand this is the reason why a lot of us are saying we're Indian or Aborigine, right, to this continent, right? Because we're recognizing that Black people did not come here via Africa on no slave trade, and especially brought here by no Slavics or the people who was the actual slaves themselves. So when you understand this, you kind of look at it from a different perspective. Now you can pretty much understand, well, in the southern states, right? In the southern states, why are there so many so-called, Negroes in the southern states, right? And then you get into, oh, well, some of our people left through the Trail of Tears story and went to Oklahoma or whatever. And this is the understanding to why you got Black Wall Street and why you got 50 other freaking Black Wall Streets in Oklahoma itself. right? And like I said, the bill I'm doing is coming out, man. I just gotta pretty much focus on it. But yeah, but even when you look at that, right? I don't know. Let me see something real quick. I'm gonna try to open. I'm gonna show you something real quick, like even on the Trail of Tears, just to give you an understanding. So just bear with me because I don't know if my sometime when I share when I my PowerPoint, sometime um I want to show y'all something real quick. Let me get my glasses. Let me make sure we still good. Are we still in it? The fuck is this? Hold up. This ain't what I'm looking for. Hold up. All right, this is some of what I'm looking for right here. Let me see. All right, okay, I can get because it's not entirely finished, so you're gonna see. Let me see. All right, okay, all right. I can show y'all some of it. And like I said, I don't have no problem with hiding this. I mean, with giving out this information. I try not to conceal it because in all actuality, it's not about monetary gain for me. It's more about people recognize we have a situation. We have a real life conundrum and dilemma when it comes to our people. You understand what I'm saying? So whether or not people, take information and don't give credit for it, I don't give a fuck at this point in time. It's all about our people. Our people, we need to speed the process up. You know what I'm saying? And stop being selfish and stop focusing on being more subjective when it comes to this shit. Because at the end of the day, our people need help. You know what I'm saying? And it's not just about me. When I leave this place, I still got children. I still got other people who definitely need to understand this, man. And this is the reason why we losing and the reason why we in a lot of situations we in now because of selfishness. Everything yeah, I do PowerPoints and I don't have a problem with doing pay-per-view sometimes. But at the end of the day, I try to give as much information as I can as well, too, right? And a lot of other people do too. I'm not gonna definitely a lot of people shared the material they got. But let me see something real quick. Let me try to open the screen up and see if I can share this. Like I said, if you can't share the build out, man, because I've been shadow banned since. And I guess it's not so much that I've been shadow banned. I guess because I haven't really been doing lives. So the algorithm is not really it's not sending it out to a lot of people. Like the more often I do lives, I see the more often that people gets the alerts when I do go live. So you know what I'm saying? That's also the thing too. It's not also that you being shadow banned sometimes. Sometimes what I notice with YouTube, if you don't do lives at least 1 or 2 a week or whatever, it doesn't keep you in that algorithm. And then some people get the some people get the notifications late. Okay. So like I said, even with the Trail of Tears, right? That is a convoluted story. Because even among the Trail of Tears, a lot of the people who was part of the Trail of Tears are these white slaves. You know what I'm saying? That's why you see a lot of these people when you look at the Dawes rolls and you see it like some of these people also was mulattoes and was like dark skinned descendants of Slavic women. That's the confusion that comes into a lot of this shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And even when you do see some of this information, like they're not being upfront with it. That's why a lot of times I try to cross-reference stuff because I know that a lot of the information that they're showing us is not actual. It's not actual. It's not precise, man. It's kind of convoluted, man. And it's convoluted in a way to where we got Europeans who were Slavics and part of their whole miseducation system, right, is to keep us uninformed and to keep us confused. Why we confused and why they put the narrative out there. You'd be surprised there's so many individuals who are so intelligent, but because their intelligence is dictated, they regurgitate what they hear other people say. They don't build their own perspective and put it into their own words according to the research that they was able to find. And you know what I'm saying? That's why I say you have to challenge the research sometimes. Sometimes you have to have oppositions or what they call pros and cons when you actually doing the actual research or research paper or any research or investigative research. There have to be pros and cons, and the pros or whatever the pro is, they have to outweigh the cons. In most cases, the cons outweigh the pros because you can see that these people are they're not being sincere. And the people who we claim to be experts, and you're like, okay, these are scientists, right? But the scientists are not even coming up with a factual conclusion. It's pretty much you have other scientists, and like I said, even other scientists, other authors, other historians, you know what I'm saying, is not all on the same page. They're not all agreeing to the research or to these narratives that's being put out there. Once you see that right there, and these people supposed to be experts, now you have to ask yourself, well, I'm following an expert who's not really an expert, who is only speaking from hypotheses and theories. And that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of the time when you go back and look at a lot of this research, you look and see, oh, this article was written by this person. This article was written by this person. And a lot of times you see when it comes to our people are saying, okay, well, you know, Black Indians, the narrative is always that Africans mixed with Mongoloids. But then even in that case, like even from the observation standpoint, right, you don't even see no Mongoloids in the areas where we live. And the Mongoloids that are in the areas are Mongoloids who've been inserted there in the recent time. They wasn't originally in them areas. The only people who was in them areas was Negroes and whites. Then sometimes you see white, obviously looking white Indians, and then they claiming that they Indians, and you have to say to yourself, wait a minute, white people are not indigenous to the Americas, so how the fuck is these people Indians? And then they come up with they move the goalpost so far back, and I'm 140th or 138th. So you got 1 out of 38 ancestors that you claim is an Indian. And then most of the time when you go back and you see these people genealogy, I done seen white people genealogy, and they got Black people in their family. You don't even see no goddamn Mongols. And most of the Black people in their family was Black Indians. Was Black Indians. So a lot of cases when these Europeans are saying, I got 138th in my family, that's a Black ancestor. And that more likely that person was classified as an Indian. And if not, as a slave owner, right? Which they also is concealing because they don't want you to even know about none of this history. Because this history is not in your favor, and this history will make you inferior to everything that's going on. So let me see if I can share this real quick, like on the Trailer Tips. Let me see if I can share it. If I get kicked out, I'm gonna be on point, all right? So just bear with me. Let me see. Let's see what I'm doing. Well, you know what? I'm gonna probably have to share the entire screen. All right, so hold up. I want y'all to see something real quick. So this is just some of it, all right? I didn't touch on this shit before, but I had to actually add this to this PowerPoint because when you get into Oklahoma, right? When you get into Oklahoma, the understanding to why so-called Black people is in Oklahoma. Let me make sure we still on. All right, we good. All right. The reason why so-called black people are in Oklahoma is because of this nonsense about this Trail of Tears story, right? And this is what they try to conclude, right? So let me see something. All right. So look, I can read this without my glasses. So it says in 1838, as the deadline for the removal approached, thousands of federal soldiers and Georgia volunteers into the territory and forcefully relocated Cherokees, some hunting, imprisoned, assaulting, and murdering Cherokees during the process. Cherokees who survived onslaught was forced on a 1,000-mile march to establish the Indian territory with few provisions. Approximate 4,000 Cherokees died on the Trail of Tears. Now go figure that, right? This is something else I got in here. Hold on, let me make sure we still in. All right, we're still in, okay. All right, so look, this is something I'll say about 24,000 Creek people were removed on the Trail of Tears. And by 1860, the Creek Nation held 1,600 people in bondage. Historians estimate that 1861, 8,000. Now listen to this. It says historians estimate that by 1861, 8,000 to 10,000 black people were enslaved by various tribes in Indian territory. Slavery ended in the greater U.S. in 1865. It's saying, but not in the Creek Nation until 1866. Now, check this out. Some things we gotta kind of look at on that, right? Let me make sure we still in. We still in. Okay. All right. So let me see. All right, right. I'm gonna need my glasses for this. So it's saying in the long, dark history of the United States government mistreatment of Native Americans, most people are familiar with the Trail of Tears, in which approximately 15,000. Now they saying 15,000. Now you see how the numbers changing? They don't know themselves because they making this shit up. Look, about 24,000 Creek people were removed on the Trail of Tears, and by 1860, the Creek Nation held 1,600 people in bondage. So 1,600 plus the 24,000 would be 26,000, right? That would be 26,000, right? So it's saying it would be 26,000 in total, right? So it said historians that by 1861, 8,000 to 10,000 black people were enslaved by various tribes. So with the 8 to 10,000, right? Roughly, just estimating, right? It would be over 30 something thousand people who went on this Trail of Tears, which the story don't even reflect to that, right? Let me show we still good. Are we still in? All right, so the story don't even reflect to that. So like I got some sources that's showing you that they making this shit up as well. That I'm gonna be adding it to this. I don't want to show them at this point in time, right? But once again, just to add up the numbers, right? It said a long and dark history of the United States mistreatment of Native Americans. Right? Remember, go figure, Native American. It said most people was familiar with the Trail of Tears approximately. Now it said approximately. Now they speak in they being precise when they say in which approximately. So when they say approximate, they're saying that this is the factual total of people, right? So approximately 15,000 Native American men, women. Now think of it like this, right? If they moving people, right? They moving people through from, like you said, it was 1,000-mile walk, right? Now this other source right here said, this other source didn't give me the number for it, but these actually do give me some numbers or some indications, right? One of them saying 24,000. Now they saying creeks in this one, right? So they saying 24,000 so-called creeks. Now, if you research the Trail of Tears, you're not going to get approximate numbers. You're going to get, you're going to get some authors may say that this amount of number, this amount of people. Some people may say this amount of people. So it's not approximate. But however it go, in this one source right here, saying 24,000 people, and with the understanding it's saying 8 to 10,000 black people were enslaved by various tribes in Indian territory. Now think of it like this, right? Let's say 8 to 10,000, right? Now that's about also the number. Some people say from 1,000 to 10,000. I've never heard 24,000 people was moved on the Trail of Tears with another 10,000 people. You understand what I'm saying? Which were so-called black slaves, right? Which were so-called black slaves, right? So you remove 8 to 10,000 black slaves who was in the southern regions, right? But then there's probably 20 times the black people, the 10,000 black people who are still left over in the southern territory. And that's from shit. And where the South start from Virginia all the way through Florida, from Florida all the way across west, southwest, all the way through the Mississippi region and all the way through Texas. You know what I'm saying? So when I say most of the southern people, I assume that them are pretty much the entire southern, like I said, and that's going to Tennessee, Alabama, you know, Louisiana, Texas, etc. Right? But that's just to give you like a brief understanding on that right there, right? Let me stop sharing that. That's to give you a brief understanding on that right there, right? So when you understand that, you can see the inconsistencies with their history. They making these freaking numbers up. And see, the thing of it is too, right? A lot of people don't understand slavery. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand slavery. Like I said, one of the key things to this slavery shit, man, is the fact that white women was having children by black men. The white women were slaves, but so happens that the men was free. That doesn't add up with history. Most of the time, they telling you the white slave women were sleeping with the so-called niggas, were sleeping with the black slaves. So they even reversed that story. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, this whole Trail of Tears shit, the whole Trail of Tears story is not approximate. And it's really confusing when you really do the research and you really look at it from a broad perspective. It's like you kind of get the sense that they making this shit up, bro. You know what I'm saying? They want you to believe, like, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me see something else. I'll put this in here and then I'll save it for when I actually do the bill, right? Listen to this. And me and Amani touched on this before, but I don't really want to go into its entirety, right? But it's just so much, man. Like it's just so much shit that it never adds up, right? It's just so much that never adds up. Let me see something. This is. Oh no, you know what? Let me go down. I'm not sharing my screen. I'm gonna read it real quick for you. All right, so look. This is the history. It's saying all the historical black towns of Oklahoma, right? So all the historical black towns of Oklahoma, right? Now check this out. It says African Americans who settled in Oklahoma established more than 50 identifiable all black towns between the end of Civil War and 1920. This number is unparalleled in any other region of the United States. Most towns, now listen to this. Most towns were developed in Indian territory by freemen, those formerly enslaved by the 5 tribes. Others was established as a result of land opening in the beginning of 1889. Now listen, check this out. Now let me go back to something real quick. This is just to give you a perspective. When I do the bill, this shit is going to be heavy. It's going to definitely be heavy, right? This shit definitely going to be fucking crazy, right? Let me see something. This is this one. All right, so boom. This is just a touch. This is Boley, Oklahoma. Now listen to this, right? Hold up. No, this ain't the one I want to read. This one. All right, so look. Listen to this. So this is Boley, Oklahoma, right? It's saying was established in 1904. Now they saying that all this shit was established in 1904, right? It says as one of the largest and most thriving black towns in the country, formed after the Great Migration when thousands of blacks moved up north after slavery. Now listen, move up north, right? You already had black towns thriving in the South with the same exact shit that we see in Oklahoma. With the same exact things that we see in Oklahoma. Now listen to this. This is key. This is key right here. This is how you know that we on to something and how we know that they're covering shit up. Can you hear me? Can you? Hold up. I'm still good, right, Jay? You can hear me, right?
Yeah, you good. You good. Yep.
Okay. All right. So look. So I'm going to start from the top. So Boley, Oklahoma was established in 1904 as one of the largest and most thriving black towns in the country. It said formed after the Great Migration when thousands of blacks moved up north after slavery. Boley was founded on land that was owned by a black woman named Abigail Burnett McCormick, right? It's saying McCormick had inherited the land from her father, a Creek freeman. So you telling me, right? So the Trail of Tears, the Creeks took blacks. The Creeks took blacks to Oklahoma, right? And then freed them. And then freed them in Oklahoma. And then gave them land, right? And their land was thriving because most of the Indian territories you see in Oklahoma, they living impoverished. They're not living like this. Now listen to this. Listen to this. So once again, it said the black woman Abigail Burnett McCormick had inherited the land from her father, a Creek freeman. Abigail McCormick invented blacks. No, I'm sorry. Hold up. I'm sorry. Let me put my fucking glasses back on. Invited blacks and blacks wide countrywide to come and establish a home. This is according to what they said. She was named the mayor of the town. So now we got a black woman who father was supposed to be a freeman, right? Who was supposed to be slaves of these so-called Native Americans, right? Which we already showed you in Sir Solomon Jones films, that these natives was running around with a fucking musket and still dressed like these ridiculous fucking Indians that you see today. So where did she learn? Where did she learn civics from? Because being a mayor is part of civics. Where did she, if her people was bound to these people, right? And this is what? This is, you figure, they said 1866. So you figure, what's that? 34 years? That's 38 years. 1904. 1904 is 38 years, right? And according to what they're saying, is no white contact. These people have never been in any white, like bondage to no white people at this point in time. The Indians who's supposed to put them in bondage, right? The Indians that's supposed to have put them in bondage is obviously not living like this. So where in 38 years did they learn this shit from? Unless they was already doing it, unless these towns are already established, because we already see black towns established in the South already. We already see Virginia. We already see, even when you get to Antonio Johnson, right? We already see in the 1600s, you already had black towns. You already had black people already thriving. So this shit ain't nothing new, but they just try to hide it and then convolute. Okay, yeah, well, there was some blacks say, okay, yeah, we understand why it was some blacks. We do understand that, right? But check this out, right? So remember, she was named the mayor, right? It's saying Boley was the most interesting and enterprising Negro town in the U.S., right? Now, this is from another perspective of what it was saying, right? And I don't want to let you guys get too familiar with this shit because I'm going to be going over it, right? So now, once again, so Boley, Oklahoma, founded in 1903 and incorporated in 1905, right? The incorporation came, that's a whole totally different story. Just because it was incorporated and it was founded in 1903 don't mean that this shit started in 1903. Because if it started in 1903, well, how long did it take them to build all this shit? How long did it take them to find? Listen to this. So it said formed after the Great Migration. Bowley was founded on land that was owned by a black woman, Abigail Burnett, as we mentioned. Bowley's mayor. She was the mayor, right? Now listen, according to African American Registry, listen to this. It was one of the wealthiest towns in the country, located in Oklahoma, a Fusky county during the heyday in the 1920s. Now listen, blacks owned oil wells. Shout out to my brother Monty Bay, man. Shout out to him, brother. That's my brother. He definitely brought forth this information that I'm definitely like as far as Bowley. I would never knew nothing about Bowley or the Sir Solomon Jones film if it wasn't for that brother. So shout out to that brother. Like I said, these game breakers, when people bring this shit to the table, you definitely got to give them their flowers, man. A lot of people, they take the information and they're not even excited that somebody found it and gave it to them. They get so busy on trying to claim and get clout from information that somebody else gave them and never shot these people out. I gotta shout them out. I'm not just, I have people who I research and who we study together, and I put them on stuff and they put me on stuff. So I would never come up here and be like, oh yeah, well, I learned all of this stuff in all these years by myself, and I'm the minute I do all this research. No, a lot of people hear other people talk about shit. A lot of people go back and see sources that other people put, and then they use them, which is perfectly fine with me. But at least, come on, bro. We at this point in time, you have to give people their credit. And we know this motherfucking wetback motherfucking Cormeo, who don't do nothing but jack our information, never talk about his mestizo side of the family. He's so obsessed with black people, just like these Pan-Africans, so obsessed with Aborigine information or whatever. We never seen any of his information by his people, but everything is always, black people. And that's well and good. But a lot of times when you getting people like that who's going under other people doing research and then just taking the shit and not even giving credit needs, that's a whole nother conversation. But check this shit out, right? So Bowley mayor, which is Abigail, right? So it's saying according to the African American, you already know, one no African American. This is some new shit that these so-called boule, so-called Negroes has created, right? It said it was one of the wealthiest black towns in the country, located in Oklahoma, Ofusky County during the heyday in 1920. Now listen to this. 1920, right? Blacks owned oil wells, banks, refineries, and other major businesses, right? And other major businesses. Now, in this other one right here, it's going to tell you, let me see something. I think it's this one. Okay, in this one. So now look, in this one. So in this one, it says 6 years after establishing Bowley, Oklahoma grew to a population of 4,000. Go figure that, right? The historical town garnished attention for building the first black-owned electric company. Now, if these niggas was slaves to so-called these, and we can go to Oklahoma, find these so-called fake Indians, right? Because all of them towns in Oklahoma is named after Muskogee or Okamichi or Okami. This is what we seeing through all of the posters, even in the Sir Solomon Jones film. They all got Muskogee. All of them. And then all of the blacks, we see Muskogee Bank. We see where they playing football at all of these so-called advertisements with Muskogee on it. Right? With Muskogee on it. But then when we go back to the so-called Indian territory, we showed you what the Indians was doing. Now, how the fuck did we go from being slaves to these primitive Indians, right? To owning having a fucking the first black-owned oil company, right? The first black-owned oil company, right? It's saying the first black-owned bank in the country, right? It's saying the people took care of the town, establishing 5 grocery stores, 4 hotels, 7 restaurants, 4 cotton gins, 3 drug stores, a jewelry store, 4 department stores, and 2 insurance companies. And 2 insurance companies. Now saying 2 photographers and an ice plant. Okay. And I don't want to get into the bank because this is going, when I get into the bank, this is going to kind of get into some of these outlaws like Pretty Boy Floyd and John Dillinger and some of these motherfuckers who was actually working for the Knights of the Golden Circle to go in and rob these banks, right? And as when I do the bill, you'll find out what was Pretty Boy Floyd's fate for him robbing a black-owned bank. Okay, so go figure that. And I'm not gonna go in this entirety because I already gave up enough when it came to this right here. But you make it make sense. Man, that's just in Oklahoma. I got shit all through the United States. But that was just something like even when you get into the Trail of Tears, because even the black guy who found it, right, who was the one that was responsible, right, for Black Wall Street, right? This brother right here. Hold up. This guy right here. Ottawa. His name Ottawa. W. Gurley. Okay. Now, it says Gurley bought 40 acres of the land and built a grocery store. Over the next decade and a half, Gurley was instrumental in developing the area into what will become known as the Greenwood neighborhood of Tulsa, which is also known as Black Wall Street. Okay, and this brother, and it's saying that at the point of time, it says Gurley thrived as well, and its peak, his network was about they said 150,000, right? At that point in time, it's saying about 5 million in today's money, but $150,000, which that's just probably just an estimate. That's probably not even an approximate number to what he actually had. But his name is Ottawa. Okay, Ottawa W. Gurley. And this is the brother who they said is responsible for. But like I said, a lot of these stories, even with this right here, right, there's no way these people who went to Oklahoma were slaves of the so-called Cherokee and the Chickasaw, right? And these people was able to just mysteriously just think in the universe and come up with electric companies, hotels, and be able to operate them, not just conceive or mentally just put a fucking sign on a building that says hotel, right? Or put a sign on a building that says electric company, but actually be able to operate them. Who came in and taught them how to do this unless this is something that was already there? And actually, the white people who live in these territories was the people that might have came on this Trail of Tears, because there's no evidence of these people even being in any of these situations. The primitive Indians don't have no electric company. The people who enslaved you. And there is no white institutions. All the schools we going to are our own schools. So the evil white man who hated us so much, he took time to sit you down and teach you this system. And then the so-called Native Americans who we seen in the Sir Solomon Jones film that's running around a goddamn horse doing some skip dance with a goddamn pea shooter, right? Them was the ones that they saying enslaved you? Make it make sense, man. I'm not going to go no further on this. Make it make sense. Please make it make sense. Share the build out, man. If you just came in, man. Shout out to all the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and conjoining islands, man. It's your brother Ahanu Kiel on this fiscal new year, and we're on the next, and we're on the hedge of pretty much brother Ankh at this point in time, and this clown Sean P and the rest of the so-called Pan Africans, which we just going to kind of like bring it full speed. Before I let my brother King of America go, I actually want to show y'all something real quick for you Pan Africans, right? And how our people is treated when we go back to Africa, right? So that being said, let me just show you a quick video real quick, and we're gonna get into the bill. Let me see which one is it. This one, okay. Ah, this one.
Citizenship automatically given to us.
Hi guys, welcome to another video. It's Ndagiri here. Thanks for coming. As always, for the subscribers, thank you so much for your
And being bad to the locals. Now let me flip the fucking script, okay? Let's talk about the fact that we get abused over here too. The thing about Ghana is stop crying victim. Stop crying victim, because y'all cheat us out of a lot of stuff. Y'all invited us to come home, which by the thousands we did. We came running to Ghana. People sold their homes, moved out of their apartments, sold everything. Some people packed up containers and moved over here just to get over here and realize this is not our home. Y'all call us foreigners. Ghanaians call us that. We didn't make that word up. We didn't start calling ourselves that. We don't know that that's what y'all call the white people and the Chinese because we're not around them. But we know that that's what y'all call us. I ain't never heard the word before, Tabi, till I came to Ghana. Okay. Y'all invite us home. Let's talk about what y'all do to us. Starting from the fucking no, before we get to the airport, we got to have a visa that we pay for to even enter our home. We pay all this money for passports and visas to get here. We get to the airport, and as soon as you see a fucking blue passport, everybody's coming for us. Can you give me something small, small at the COVID place? You get to immigration. Can you give me something small, small? You get to baggage. Can you give me something small, small? A person grabbed a damn cart and put my bag on it and got mad because I gave him $5 because I only had hundreds because you come over here with hundreds to get the best, cash in rate. How about he looked at that and said, I don't want that. I said, what you mean you don't want it? He said, I said, I want to know, what did you expect me to give you? He said, $10. I said, so you want me to give you over 100 CDs for picking up a bag, putting it in a cart? He don't know this is like my fifth time coming through the airport. I have never seen nowhere in any country or state where people have openly, it says $60 for foreigners, $30 for locals. Okay. You go to Cocoon Park, and I don't remember the price. Let's say 200 for foreigners, because that's what y'all call us, 40 for locals. You go to the castle, it's 60 for foreigners, 10 for locals. Yeah, I ain't never seen that nowhere. I ain't never went nowhere in the US, Mexico, and Canada where it said you pay, if you a local, if you're from here, you pay $3 for a Coca-Cola, but if you're a foreigner, you pay $8 for a Coca-Cola. I ain't never seen that nowhere except Ghana. Nobody in the airport has ever asked me for no money for nothing. I have only seen that in Ghana. Now let's talk about the fact that y'all welcomed us home and how this process looks to me. According to y'all, the ones that of us that were stolen, so let's talk about the process of coming home. We got stolen from our mother, our birth mother and father. 20 years later, we're probably 26 years old now. Our mother finds us and she said, baby, y'all come home. I miss you. Come back home. Get out them streets where they don't love you at and come home. So we drive, take a taxi, however we get to our mother's address, we get there. But before
And I just want to add something too, right? With what she's saying, right? Understand this. If it wasn't for these fucking Pan Africans, right, our people would not be putting themselves in this type of fucking situation, man. This situation is coming from niggas like Brother Unk and Sean P and Sinetta and Jabari and fucking John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and all these niggas, right? Who put this false information that they got from the Eugenics Society, right? And also these other small hats, right? Who inserted and was funding these people, right? And then you, as you can see, right? Now from observation, right? You can pretty much see, you see the Osango earring she got, right? The symbol of the Osango. Is it Osango? I think it is Osango, right? You see the symbol of the earring. So she's one of these Pan-African women who've been brainwashed to think that her people came from Africa and they were stolen. Now your brother A1 then put the information out there that showed you some inconsistencies in their history that just doesn't make no fucking sense, bro. Just doesn't make no sense. Showed you the inconsistencies among this foolery that these people is spewing out here to our people, telling us always putting you in a victimhood mentality that's making you inferior to where you would move over there, right? And then you forget all about your homeland where your grandmother and your family members told you that you was indigenous to this land, but you want to believe fucking the education system, which I've showed you over 100 times what their intentions was, even with the Brown versus Board psyop. That was propaganda to get us into their schools. After they then came through, burnt all of our historical schools down, right? And then came in as philanthropists, and then reiterated a new curriculum, right? The pretty much because at that point in time, you still was getting word of mouth, but the fact that you was going to school, that was creating a divide in the family, because your family was saying one thing, but now you're going to school and you coming home telling your family another thing. Oh, well, you know what I learned in school today? That we came here on a slave trade. That, oh, this, that, and third. And your people telling you like, yo, that's not true. We never heard this before. And over decades and decades and decades, and now we're in 2025, people are still fucking believing this shit, to the point to where they're questioning whether or not a statue that obviously got braids and got barrettes at the end of the goddamn braids, right? Barrettes, the same barrettes you see that little girls is wearing, or you put on your daughter's head, the same barrettes we kind of see even with the Olmecs heads, right? And these niggas is questioning because a white lady then came in and she using some scientific terminologies, and these niggas thinking they educated because now they're regurgitating some shit from a so-called eugenics agent that wants you to be inferior, right? And never superior. So this woman went over there. These people are praying. The same thing they do here. The same thing they do here. They do the same shit when they come to America. And you ask yourself, well, why is all these people leaving Africa? And we're going back. These people are coming over here and going into Switzerland, Germany, London, and going to all of these so-called European towns, right? Or European countries, right? So that they can learn the European education, right? And these niggas also, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna kind of like bring this shit forward, because I'm gonna play one more video. I'm gonna play two more videos before I let my brother Joe go in. King America, you cool with that? I'm gonna probably about another 20 minutes at most.
Yeah, do your thing. I was just gonna say, if I can interject real quick, it's interesting. This lady right here. So I was actually watching a live on Mike TV's channel one time, and he actually had her on, and she literally was in fear for her life, basically, because she said what it is that when American people go over there, right, and they do videos on YouTube that are negative against, wherever they're at, whether it be Nigeria or Ghana, wherever they go to over there in Africa. A lot of the people, if they see you making videos that are negative about Africa, they will start sending you threats and stuff like that. So she came on live with it as a desperate plea, like, "Yo, I'm trying to get out of here tonight." And she was basically they took up a collection because she didn't have the money to buy a ticket to get out of there. And she was trying to come back and never go back. She was about to abandon everything she had over there. She was gonna abandon to get
So
up
she
out of there.
stranded.
Yeah, no,
So,
yeah, exactly.
and they gonna tell you, right? So boom. So check this out, and I'm gonna bring this shit for I'm gonna bring this shit to a circle, right, and pretty much just show you the level of like how our people is fucked up in the minds as a result of European propaganda that you're not able to see. That's propaganda. Like I said, one of the best books, or when I did go to a European institution, one of the first people that I learned about was Sigmund Freud and his nephew Edward Bernays. And Edward Bernays is supposed to be the father of advertisement. He has a book called Propaganda, and he's actually a good philosopher. Like some of his philosophies is very like he pretty much tells you the game that the United States is running, right? Edward Bernays, right? But check it out, right? So the propaganda of her, one of these Pan-Africans is responsible for this shit. Now, see, look, this situation right here is serious because you have people who went over there and got murdered that they're not telling you about. But these Pan-Africans are safe in New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Virginia, right? They're not going back over there. But they want to claim that you're from Africa so fucking bad to the point to where you got all of these so-called Aboriginal Americans who look at American society and hate American society, but when they get over there, they realize that they ain't nothing but a victim of a fucking scam. Because when they go over to Africa, these people are fucking predatorial towards monetarian gain. Like she said, the nigga, you get a nigga $5 and the nigga pretty much roll out. And I'm not even gonna lie. And I'm just keeping it a buck. And I'm not saying all Africans, right? I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of Africans I meet are very fucking arrogant. They're very arrogant. They have a very nasty fucking attitude. And they're very fucking arrogant. So I can just imagine of people over here who living amongst us. I'm not saying all of them. I met some beautiful African people in my time, to where like it's not pretty much so subjective, it's more objective when I'm saying this, because like you have beautiful people of all walks of life. You know what I'm saying? All walks. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is not. Now go ahead. What you want to say?
My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I
see somebody, because I don't really, I never really look at the chat. I just happened to look at it, and somebody said that African bashing and African bashing has to stop. I mean, I wouldn't say that. And see, the problem is that what we're trying to do is just kind of distinguish and separate ourselves, which is there's nothing wrong with that, and us be able to claim and hold up our own culture. You know what I'm saying? So Africans and all these other groups, they're allowed to do that. You know what I'm saying? But when we do it, it's always we're bashing Africa, we're bashing the Caribbean, we're causing division, and that's not accurate. Why is it that we are not allowed to hold up our own culture? You know what I mean? And identity. It doesn't really make sense. You know what I mean?
Educate our people on it though. Another thing is just we pretty much educating our people. We ain't gonna sit here and paint this pretty picture. We have to call out the fuck people of these different races or whatever. So we're not saying, like I just said, it's beautiful people, all walks of life. Even like as much as I'm not an advocate of immigrants or an advocate of like even some of the you know the Hispanic immigrants. I met a lot of cool Hispanics, man. That's, you know what I'm saying. I had to judge them by the content and character, but that still don't mean that we don't call it. Just like how people call us out, and they never put that disclaimer that all black people ain't like that. They point a broad fucking a broad perspective, and they pretty much don't separate the so-called good so-called black Americans from the so-called black Americans that do this fuckery. They pretty
That's
much
my
what?
bad. No, I was gonna say that's a fact. They definitely put us all in one bag, and the thing about it is like, yes, you have good and bad with everything, but we can't look at it really from that perspective. We have to look at it from a socio-political, socio-economic perspective. And on a macro level, on a micro level, yeah, you're gonna find good, people from other countries, etc. That's fine. But on a macro level, systematically, they're set up to be our enemy. You know what I mean? And it's not really like some of them don't have those intentions, but some of them they do realize what the system is doing and how they're using them against us, and they're okay with it as long as they get what they need to get. You know what I'm saying? So it's not always like we understand, and like we got to look at this as business. Like we can't worry about feelings and who's a good person and blah 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 blah. Like no, we have to look at this as a business, and economically immigration, it doesn't benefit us. I don't really think in any sort of way. You know what I'm saying? And systematically, like I said, it's been used to undermine us and to basically usurp and circumnavigate our fight against the system. Because what they're doing is they're bringing people that are going to come here and submit to Zaddy. You know what I'm saying? They're going to submit to the system. And those are the same people that turn around and wag their fingers and look at us a certain way because they think like, oh, well, you guys have been here and how come you haven't done this and how come you haven't done that? The same reason why you haven't done with anything in your homeland and why you're here. You know what I'm saying? We've done a lot here. We've done a lot. We've had to fight through a lot of adversity with this system. The thing is, you guys got to sit back and wait for us to fight and build things to benefit you, to allow you to get over here. Then you come over here and take advantage and then act like, oh, well, like how about you appreciate the fact that you're here and you don't have to, you've been able to skip over having to build up your own homeland. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
No, you good. And that's exactly what's going on. So I'm gonna play some more of this, right? And then look, I'm gonna play something else that the nigga Swami said, right? And I want people to take note of this, right? And it's gonna go back into what I just said about Boley, Oklahoma, and where we was at the start of the 20th century, right? And where we're at in 2025. Okay. So it's gonna all come back full circle, and then we're gonna actually get into this shit that Sean P and brother Unc said. So all right, I'm gonna play some more of this right here, and I'm going to something else. So just bear with me, and we will get the commentary, and you guys comment and put your views in the chat as well. All right, so let me get back to it.
Or she let us come through the door. She says, "Oh, welcome home. But before you come in, can you pay me $300 to enter the door? That's the visa to come home." So, okay, we happy to be home. So we paid $300 to our mother to step foot in her house because we're excited to be home to the motherland. Okay. We get in there and now it's dinner time. And she has plates on the table for the kids that grew up in the house. And she has a plate on the table for me and my sister who was stolen years ago. And she says, "Oh, my daughters, because you didn't grow up here, my children get to eat free that grew up here, but because you were stolen and you're just coming back, I have to charge you $20 for a plate." So me and my sister, we're so happy to be home. We're confused. We pay her $20 for a plate. Okay. That's the cocoon shit. That's y'all giving us different prices for shit. Okay. Now we're at our mother's house and we're enjoying being there. We see something's a little weird, but we enjoy being back home with our mother. We decide we want to stay. And she goes, "Oh, you want to stay a little longer? You're going to have to pay me $1,000 every year to stay here." That's the residency. Now we're paying her for residency, even though she invited us home after we were stolen from her. Okay. Now we pay the residency, and then we decide, you know what, we want to get on the birth certificate. We kind of like it here. It's a little weird, but we comfortable enough to stay here. And she tells us, "Oh, in order for you to stay here, I have to put my name on your birth certificate. That's going to be $3,000 each, please. And then I will put your name on the birth certificate, and you will become a family member." That's the citizenship. That's the citizenship. So how are we home if we got to pay y'all? Why aren't the visas free? If this is home, why don't you make this visa free for us? If this is home, why do we have to pay to be a resident? If this is home, why isn't our citizenship automatically given to us?
As you see in the video, that is what went down. I really can't say much about this thing because I talk about it.
So she made some statements about that's her motherland. And the fact of the matter is, I'm quite sure if I had 5 minutes with this lady, I'm quite sure she would sit there and tell me that she had Indian in her family, right? But see the whole Indian thing, like I told you, one of the like the first steps to this shit is understanding that was already Negroes on this continent. Because a lot of people like her, she would get caught up in the educational explanation to why you got Indian in your family, such as like I just showed you earlier with the Trail of Tears and all of this goofy shit, right? She would get caught up with that. And these people would debate you and never sit there and just say, wait a minute, let me listen to what this guy is saying before I tell him on what I know and what. Oh, everybody knows that the Indians were slaves, or they enslaved African Americans, and this is the shit that people actually believe. But the more asinine thing to this is, at the same time that Indians enslaving us, right? You got black people who are the richest people in the United States in all of the 13 colonies that's owning fucking slaves, man. Make it make sense. You understand what I'm saying? It can't be two things cannot be true in this actual observation. You understand what I'm saying? There has to be some things that's made up. So the fact that this lady went over there and subjected herself to this ill treatment from these so-called Africans, and like I said, I'm not shitting on all Africans, but the people who in the chat room defend them Africans, you need to defend us again. You need to defend your own fucking people and stop defending some foreigner people. Of Europeans told you was African. Europeans created the DNA. You know what I'm saying? They invented the DNA. Ain't no black man go back and create no motherfucking DNA. They invented it. And they invented it for fucking entertainment purposes. But you niggas stand on this shit. You so happy to be to spit in the goddamn tube and let them come back and create a fucking story for you. It's entertainment, and you niggas take this shit as is reality. The reality of it is, who did your people say you were? Not the reality of who the European. We know that the Europeans deal with trickery, right? We know this. Right, now check this. I'm gonna play another video of this other lady. Right, check what she was saying. And this is for entertainment and educational purposes. Fair use is in full motherfucking effect.
I went to Tanzania. I already imprinted it in my brain that you're allowed to, from the research that I've done, that you're allowed to have 3 months there and then get extensions, which is a 30-day extension. It's supposed to be 2 30-day extensions for free. But Once I got to the immigration, they had us wait there for 5 hours after telling us they could give us that time period. And we only got 2 weeks. After waiting 5 hours, we got a 2-week extension. So I had to maneuver myself from there. And it was just not pretty for me. I left the immigration office like literally in tears because I was just like, it's just this, I pick up on vibrations and energy. And it's just like the immigration people just felt like they don't want me here. You know, for whatever reason, whatever judgment they had of me, I don't think they want us as expats there. You know, and that's just the honest truth, you guys. Like, they were laughing at me while I was crying. Like, it was just not funny. Maybe it was just the immigration officers that I dealt with, but it was just like, oh, okay, yeah. So that was like one of the first negative experiences for me there. But yeah, I thought I could, stay there a little bit longer just to feel it out. Now, let me tell you guys, I never, ever, ever had I had no expectations with coming to Africa. Like I told you guys, I had plans to move to Ghana. They changed their rules. I don't like how their president moves. So I decided to come over to go to Tanzania. The immigration, like to have to leave every 3 months. I know this before going to Tanzania because it's everywhere, it's listed everywhere. But what I didn't take it to was the expense that it would be to travel from country to country. I thought maybe it would be a little bit cheaper, but clearly it wasn't. I just never fit in, and I've been me all my life. This is me, and I'm always changing and growing, but who I am at the core, I can't change. So if I can't vibe with the culture and I feel judged by the culture half the time, it's just not going to work long term for me. So that's one of the bigger reasons why I left too. Most of the expats were couples or males. So I met a guy, he was there from Europe. He had a business in Europe, but he lived in Atlanta. He's from Atlanta. I was like, oh, hey, what's up? Come to find out, like, he was like bragging about how, he can get certain favors from a girl in the community for little to nothing. And I don't need sexual favors, but he was just bragging. And that's what he kind of like hinted at, but I didn't want to assume. But, like, I think guys sometimes come to exploit the white and black guys come there to exploit the community if they know like they can get a lot for little to nothing, from whether it's company, but I couldn't connect. So this was like a thing for me that I was just like, dang, like it sucks. This is a bummer. It took a lot of effort coming to Africa, but I was just like, I just don't see myself happy here. I'm not happy. So I didn't know, like, in my mind, I'm like, once I didn't feel welcome, I'm like, when can I escape? Because if you don't feel connected with the people, it's just like, what in the world am I doing here? Like, I vibe with a few Tanzanian people, the ones who spoke English, and I didn't vibe with any of the diasporans, actually, not for long. So, that's just what it is.
So we already know that Africans and African Americans don't get along.
Now, a key thing what she said, right, was she didn't vibe with the people and she didn't feel welcome there. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't feel welcome there. They're forced to go there because psychologically or subconsciously, they're told that they're from there and they think that these people want to welcome them. In all actuality, the same way like this girl is about to say how we treat them when they come over here. And, like I said, man, a lot of us, we have this disdain for foreigners, right? Because I know somewhere deep within our DNA, right, we look at it as, if you do believe you're African, first of all, Africans didn't come here and try to help us do anything. Only thing they do is come in. There's probably a handful of so-called Africans who have came and tried to help people, but most of them are African Americans, right? But at the end of the day, subconsciously, you already been implanted with the story that you were stolen from there. And then every year they add more shit on to the slave ship. Oh, well, the African king sold you into slavery. So now you already have a bigger disdain because you know this part of the story, right? So then when you see Africans come here, you be like, well, you motherfuckers ain't come here to help us. You only came here pre or after or post the civil rights era, right? Which also came with the Parts Seller Act, which is the 1965 Immigration Act that allowed non-European countries to immigrate here, meaning the Caribbean, meaning Africa, and meaning other ethnicities such as like Indians and shit like that come here, right? So the Hard Seller Act actually was passed after the Civil Rights era, right? Which that's gonna kind of take me into something else. But I'm gonna play this one more other video with this brother. You got something you want to say about that, King of America?
No, I'm good. Yeah. You go ahead. Sorry, I was doing something in the background.
All right, okay. Okay. So, like, even with what the sister said, she didn't feel welcome there because she know her people was not from there. You understand what I'm saying? Psychologically, we know that. The ones that's able to stay there and make it work, deep inside, they're telling themselves that they want to give it a chance. Oh, we don't want to just run back to the States. We want to give it a chance. We want to be patient and hope. You can't find no fucking jobs over there, bro. So the money you take over there is you're going to spend that fast. And then when you realize that same money you were spending over there, you're not going to find employment that's going to put that same dollar amount back into your bank account or back into your pockets, right? You're not going to get them same jobs and the job. And see, the thing is, Eve, over there, the jobs that's over there go to Africans first. Go to Africans first. The lady kept talking about how they kept giving her 30-day 30-day extensions, and then they shut it down to 15-day extensions. So you go over there and you gotta deal with all that after they done welcomed you back over there. And see, these Pan-Africans, right? Like the brother Unks, like all of these niggas, man. All these niggas are the worst of the worst, bro. Because first they enforce this slavery narrative down your fucking throat. They force that down your throat, right? Then they also force all of the horrific stories that these people then created, right? To make you feel inferior, right? And then they also, like, these niggas ain't going back over there. We already done talked about that. They're not going back over there. They have no interest to go back over there. You done did all these DNA tests. You done did all this shit. Why are you not making your way back to Africa? Why? Because you want to love Africa from America. The same thing how Africans and all these other ethnicities and races, when they come here, they fly that fucking flag and be so proud to fly that flag. And part of them flying that flag is to pretty much separate themselves so people won't look at them as a Black American. They wanna hold on to all of the accomplishments that we made, right? But at the end of the day, they don't want you to see. They don't want you to think. They don't want people to think that they're Black American. That's why when you see them driving, they got their Jamaican, and I'm not saying nothing. I'm not trying to say nothing negative about any particular ethnicity or other melanated ethnicities that come here. I'm saying from what I see, they tried to separate themselves from us like they're different, like the white man going to treat them differently, which in some cases they do because they see that these people are these people allow a lot of shit to go on that we don't allow to happen to us. That nigga just won't even work. Nigga like, man, fuck this job. Just walk off the job site or whatever. These motherfuckers will sit there and take the abuse or whatever.
Right. We have different standards, you know what I mean? Different standards of living, like the stuff that they'll put up with, and it might be because of, maybe they come from a state, where the conditions are a lot, they're a lot lower, so they have less expectations, which is part of the reason why they come here and they have like some sort of disdain towards us, because they feel like we should be doing all of this stuff because we've been here for so long, and we should, we have access to a lot more than they do. But the thing is that we've had to fight to build what we have for ourselves, and in doing so, we've also built for them to have, which is why they're even here. So really, they should be paying homage. You know what I'm saying? That we created a lane for them to skip over having to, do what we did here in their own homeland. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So they just have lower expectations. We're not gonna work a backbreaking job for minimum wage. You know what I'm saying? They'll do it for less than minimum wage sometimes, but it's just because of where they come from, So
and what they willing to put up with, because understand this, right? Materialism, right? Materialism, right, is something that attracts the lower self, right? That's all lower self vibrations, right? So the stuff that they see us here, and the first thing you see, people got all of this cultural, this culture that they talk about, but you can't identify none of their culture besides their stinking ass food. And I'm a chef. I don't eat none of that shit. But you can't identify, besides the fact that they don't speak the Queens and King English, and they don't speak English that good. And those that do, you can tell that they not from here, right? As soon as they come here, they attach themselves to our culture. Whether if you want to say black women wear wigs, we made braids famous or whatever. All of this other standard of living that you see us doing, right? These people don't make them. They try to fit in. But at the same time fitting in, they got that. When you drive past and you see a motherfucker, they got the fucking their flag
right in the mirror.
Yup, right in the mirror. To show the person, oh well, I'm not one of them Black Americans or whatever. I'm not one of them or whatever. I'm an exotic so-called melanated person, right? Which you're not one of us, because we're the motherfucking gods. Right. I just showed you Abigail McCormick. What we was doing in the 1900s, nigga. We was doing independently in the 1900s. We are responsible for all the fucking technology, which I'm gonna let you roll with this. I got two other things I want to show or whatever to kind of bring it back to the conversation, and then we're gonna kind of go into what we talked about doing. Okay. So if you got something you want to say concluded, so we can get to the next stage of this.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, and I think it's just a thing of them picking and a lot of them, they pick and choose. They pick and choose when they want to include themselves with us, and then they also delineate when it benefits them. It's like it's like kind of like everyone does that though, in a sense, where they'll look at our culture and then just pick off whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? All the good things about our culture they pick off and they use, they monetize, etc. And it's made a lot of people rich. You know what I'm saying? Especially the people in what you would call the dominant society. And so, and again, the thing that makes it more dangerous with other foreign blacks too is that they can blend in. And a lot of times, because of ideologies like Pan-Africanism, it makes us just accept anyone who's of melanated tone. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that they're of your heritage and of your culture. And at the same time, these same people can have colonized mindsets where they actually have disdain for you. They know that you're different. They know you have a different culture, and they gladly celebrate their culture as well. Which I love that. You know what I'm saying? But we should be able to do the same thing too. And it seems like they don't want us to do it because they want to use that as a hustle for them. You know what I'm saying? Their hustle is to be able to take from and blend in with Black Americans because we have the richest culture on the planet, and they know they can do that and blend in because of the fact they're melanated. They can kind of come in and take as they please if we allow them to do that. So because now people are delineating, it's a clamp on their hustle, and that's why they're going to use deflection tactics and shaming tactics to try to get you to continue to go along with the program, because that's a way that they eat. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way the government uses those same tactics to get us to get these sort of people who have disdain for us into political positions where they can then institute legislature that goes against our betterment as well. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's definitely a fact, man. So you got this other brother, right? He kind of look like Dane a little bit. I'm gonna play a little bit of this, and I want to show you something that Swami was saying about so-called immigrants, right? I'm gonna get into that, but let's play a little bit of this or whatever. And I got one more other video I'm gonna put into this, and then I'm gonna go into what Swami said and kind of like start the year off or start this fiscal new year off on a good note. All right, and some things that we need to get out of. Fuck all this, all this hip hop culture and all this gang culture that niggas get caught up in. That's not productive for our fucking people. That's only subtracting our population. Is only subtracting our population. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that people don't touch on this shit or whatever. You thinking that our only problem is the fact that we think we Africans? No. Our problem is a lot of our culture that's being pushed or whatever. The negative culture, the culture that's meant to distract you and meant to eliminate your own. You eliminating your own people. The white man don't have to do nothing no more. After what I see in Chicago and how these idiots and how these little savages, and like I said, even being called a savage is not a good nigga. You want to get away from anybody who's a savage, man, because a savage will turn on you. So you thinking oh yeah, he's a savage. Well, eventually he'll turn on you. You understand? But let's get into some of the shit this brother's saying, man. Peace of God, peace of the goddesses, man.
I can't hear, big bro. Did you share with the sound?
Prepared. Their enthusiasm and their love and the feelings and all the sprinkles and watercolors and all that who moved to Africa and a lot of them are coming back. It's simply because they weren't prepared. It's just that simple. They were not prepared. Their enthusiasm and their love and the feelings and all the sprinkles and watercolors and all that stuff got ahead of their administrative responsibilities. So, because a lot of people told them that, hey, it's very cheap to live in Africa. It's very cheap. It's cheap. It's cheap. Take your money, come over here and do this, do that. Africa, we're calling you home. And people got so excited. People actually picked up and moved to Africa on their first visit. Some people went to Africa on one vacation, right? No matter what country it is they went to, and they went home, packed all that stuff, and moved, right? And the reason why I think that's a bad thing is because after the glitz and glamour is over, after the honeymoon phase is over, right? After the nostalgia is over, there's still the administrative stuff to take care of, right? You still have to understand the system. You still have to have money being generated, right? And you got some people that want to go to Africa and get a job, right? And unfortunately, at this moment in time, unless you have some sort of high skilled discipline that is necessary and is lacking in some of these African countries, you going there to get a job might just be a dead mission, right? First, not only is it a bad idea to go there seeking a job, unless you, like I said, have a specialty, you will also be taken away from the locals who are also struggling to get their own jobs, right? You don't want to be like that, do you? You know? So unless you're going there to create jobs, to start a business, then you wouldn't be an asset to the community. You would be a liability to the community at this point in time. There will be a point in time where people will be able to migrate to Africa for jobs, but that's probably about 10 to 20 years down the line. Once the initial repatriates, the initial diaspora that go back to build And the initial, when the Continentals, you know, who are gathering and forming and creating better governments and systems, once all that stuff starts to mature and the opportunity truly blossoms the way it's gone, I mean, it's on its way. It's happening. You can literally see it happening. It's just not there yet. So right now, those people who would love to move back to Africa, but it requires them to get a job and they don't have any specific skills, but they had a little bit of savings. Those people are the ones who jumped out there, right? And they got to come back because they don't have enough money to survive. Because as cheap as it is to live over there, it's not really that cheap. You still need money. You still got to have some sort of reoccurring income to pay your rent, to pay your daily, you know, your daily bills or your daily, you know, whatever it is you got to do daily, right? Things can add up. And your savings, unless you have millions of dollars in your account, it's not going to cut it, right? So all I'm saying is the reason why people are leaving because they just left too soon. They didn't prepare properly, right? And that's always going to happen. I got a friend in Akiti, Nigeria, right? He's never been to America, never been anywhere, right? He owns all this property. He's got a bunch of land. He got some rental properties on there, but he wants to move him and his family to Canada. He's never been to Canada because he believes that Canada is this place where he's going to get all this opportunity. I tried to convince him otherwise, but you know, sometimes when a person's mind is made up, it's made up.
All right. So besides the fact that these people over there kind of like, you know what I'm saying, toot their head or like how you said, motherfucker lift their nose up at you and think they better than you and they treat you. And part of what he's saying is something that he's not saying it from the benevolent, like from the benevolency that we seen that the other lady was saying it, right? She pretty much was saying that, okay, the money she took over there, it was used because you got all of these people that's pretty much predators and preying on her money because they know she's an American. So therefore she gonna have to spend more money. And the fact that like a lot of people go over there thinking that this is a fucking paradise, right? That you can just go over there, take your money and live there, right? And then like, you know, like the King America was just saying that when she was on Mike TV, she was pretty much stranded over there. She was stranded over there. And the fact that she was stranded over there or whatever, and pretty much like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, felt like her life was in jeopardy if she continued to stay over there, that's a problem. Now, this brother right here is not being sincere because these is one of these optimistic niggas until he get his Black American and African wake-up call, right? An Africa wake-up call, right? Until he get that. He haven't had that wake-up call yet. And it's going to be at a certain point in time, you're going to start seeing the consistency with how people treat people over there. Right. So, you know, just from the standpoint that, okay, you know, the shit is not, it's not the same as the United States. It's something that you grew accustomed to living. You know, like I showed you the other video earlier this year about the people talking about how the almond milk is bad. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I've been drinking almond milk for about 20 years, right? Almond milk and oat milk, right? And honestly, shit, almond milk doesn't spoil fast. I've had almond milk in my refrigerator for up to a month or whatever, and it still was good. So the fact that, you know, you got people saying, oh, well, the almond milk that's in Africa is not good, meaning that shit had to be sitting on the shelves for a long time. And they're getting products probably cheap that's outdated, right? And then sending it over there because I've seen it. I ship cars. So I haul cars. So I've seen I got African customers that when I take some of the cars that I be transporting to like some of these shipping companies, they be having all types of shipping cars, man. All types of shit they be sending back to Africa. I seen motherfuckers send a refrigerator back. Refrigerator, washer, dryer, fucking napkins, paper towel, toilet tissue, water. I've seen motherfuckers ship a little bit of everything. Everything that you can possibly imagine, I've seen them ship back over there. But the fact that these Negroes is going over there thinking that you're going to have a better chance at living when you can't even find a substantial job over there. Like the brother said, you have to have some type of technical skill, or be like a doctor, or a scientist or something in them regards, to be able to live prosperous over there in certain cases or whatever. So nobody want to think, or nobody want to plan that shit out indefinitely to go over there to take that trade over there amongst them people where they know that they ain't gonna get the top dollar that they will get in the United States. So that shit would be asinine to even go over there with that type of trade or whatever. Think unless you like a missionary, or unless you doing this for charity, you're going over there to help, to try to help the people. That's something totally different. But from somebody who's thinking they just want to chill and they're going to move over there and this is a paradise, and oh, I'm getting away from white supremacy and all this, that, and the third, you actually is in a worse situation, or a worse white supremacy, because it's actually an African supremacy in most cases. Like I said, yeah, there's nice people over there, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a lot of people over there are arrogant. A lot of people over there don't like Black Americans, and these niggas is not entirely telling you that story. So I'm gonna get the one more video, and we're gonna I'm gonna get the one more video. Let me see something. I think it's right here. This guy right here, what he was saying. So, all right, let's get to this.
I help you discover more freedom through travel and life at home. All right, wherever your home is, because a lot has transpired, as I'm sure you can imagine. And I just want to jump right into this video, you guys. I don't want to keep you too long. And in honor of Africa and talking about why I left Africa, I'm wearing this Costa bracelet. So anyways, you guys, let's just go ahead and get right into this video. This is probably going to be a series of videos. I'll make a separate subsequent video about why I went to Africa in the first place. And then that'll be like a prequel. But today's video is going to be about why I left Africa, because a lot of you have emailed me or been in the comments and said, like, Anton, we miss you. Why did you leave Africa? Where are you? All that good stuff. So I'm back in the United States, and I'm at home here in Arizona. And yeah, anyways, let's go ahead and get right into the video. So why did I leave Africa? So for those of you who have been on this journey with me, you know that I started my African journey back in 2021, and I traveled to Rwanda. And then after Rwanda, Kigali, Rwanda, I went down to Namibia, to Windhoek. And then I came back to the US and I worked, and then I went and spent the summer in our summer, your winter, down in Southern Africa, in Johannesburg in 2022. So I was supposed to go back to South Africa at the very end of 2023 and be there until like January, February, or March, whenever, of this year, 2024. But plans had to change. So we're going to go ahead and get into why I left Africa. A lot of you guys who are part of this community, this like diaspora travel to Africa community, know that a lot of people have been leaving Africa recently. A lot of African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Europeans, whatever, who went on a journey to Africa have recently made their departure from the continent and have gone back to the US. Some are still there, and some will be there for the remainder of their lives. But a lot of people have been coming out and sharing their experiences of why they left Africa. All right. And one theme that I see repeatedly is the fact that they realize pretty quickly that as African Americans, we are actually not African. Quickly that as actually not African. Quickly that as African Americans, we are actually not African. Quickly that as African Americans, we are actually not African. We are our own separate entity, our own separate
Now, just stop right there, right? Now, look. Now, see, like I said, a lot of this shit is subconscious. Like a lot of a lot of the statements and a lot of the vitriol you see of these people spewing that's going over there, that's making this pilgrimage back to this fantasy of a place where they believe that they was taken from, right? And trust and believe, man. Somewhere there is a European that's laughing about all of this shit, yo, and really realizing how stupid some of our people. Well, I mean, I don't want to get into percentages or statistics or numbers and shit, but how idiotic a lot of our people are. You know what I'm saying? With this whole fantasy about going back to Africa shit, right? This man just clearly said that we're not Africans, right? So, you know, with that being said, he probably don't know how deep that statement is he just made, right? He don't know how deep that statement is. You know what I'm saying? But he recognizes, and they recognize it too. A lot of these people that never hear about the slave trade, only the motherfuckers who went to school or who've been exposed to European education is the ones that come up with this so-called slave trade, right? And most of them people over there don't even recognize it. They know that we're not from Africa, but they just ride on, and like I said, they utilize it just like how they utilize it in the what's the name, the gates of no return, the shit in what's in the in Ghana, that so-called castle,
Door no return.
fucking I can't think of the name, but I did a build on it showing that ain't no slaves come through there. That shit is just that shit is for really monetary gain. These niggas use every bit of propaganda to take your fucking money, to show that you niggas are idiots, man. You niggas don't research nothing. You believe these Pan-Africans. You believe this fake ass story about how your people was dragged over here at the bottom of a ship. You never ask yourself, well, is that even possible? That you can bring millions of people at the bottom of a ship, considering that you niggas ain't got the food supply to bring all these people here. 12 million people, 10 million, 12 million embarked and 10 million disembarked into America and into other places of Europe, etc. Right? You never even considered that this is impossible. This is impossible. Just like you can't go outside and fly, it's impossible. Just like you can't go outside and fly, it's impossible for this shit that these people tell us that happened, man. It's impossible, brother. They don't have the food supply, they don't have the water supply, and they can't get across that Atlantic Ocean as easily as these people been telling us. So the fact that this brother just came out and said, oh, we're not Africans, you know what I'm saying? Somewhere in his DNA, one of his ancestors is speaking through him, telling him that, yeah, we're not Africans, nigga. We're not a created ethnicity group like some of these people be saying. A lot of motherfuckers, oh, we're new people, and oh no, nigga, we are the Atanchans, we are the Aborigines of the world. Our people from America, the people of the world, whether this is by genetic what's the name experiments, right? Or it's by our people transversing and creating different civilizations throughout the world. Either which way you slice it, bend it, or cut it, we are the Tanchans. We have the oldest DNA. That's why our people is looked up to. We was getting these downloads from the Akasha records or from the universe or from whatever the governor or the thing that governs this universe, what we call God, Allah, Elohim, or whatever, right? We get direct downloads from the ancestors to where we can create this shit without even being in contact. Just like how we just showed Abigail McCormick how they had electric companies. They ain't come in contact with nobody. They just realized this need to be invented out of necessity. Out of necessity. So, I mean, you know, like I said, and also now just thinking about that, I'm gonna do research on, you know, as far as the first electric companies and all this other shit, right? To see, you know, how close we are to being the first, which I know we was the first at this point in time, because I know that no European, we didn't come in contact with no Europeans. We were slaves, the so-called, according to what they were saying, the Chickasaw and the Choctaw and the Cherokees. And these people who enslaved you didn't even have this technology. So where the fuck did you get it from? It wasn't no TV. It wasn't no internet. It wasn't no YouTube tutorials to show you how to create any of this shit. So where the fuck did you get this shit from? Where did you get it from? You got downloads from the universe. But go ahead. You want to expound on that, brother?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, he pretty much just quoted Kerry Davis. You know what I mean? African Americans ain't African. You know what I mean? Like, and sometimes it takes that experience. Unfortunately, for some people, they got to go experience for themselves to see, like, hey, you know, you really aren't the same people as them. You know what I mean? You're gonna have a whole culture shock, and you're gonna see that their mentality, their whole way of life is completely different from you, and that's because we literally are not the same culturally, mentally. Our swag is totally different. Our food palette is totally different. You know what I'm saying? Like everything about us is different. The only thing you know about Africa is what you've been taught from goofballs like Ankh and Shawn P and these guys. You know what I'm saying? Who have just learned from some sort of curriculum that stems from a Franz Boas or his the other dude who created African American studies. The other small hat.
Yeah. Franz Boas. Oh my God, a lot of these niggas. I mean, like all of them. Darwin.
Melville Herskovich.
Yeah.
So that's really what they what they've learned from, and none of this was never passed down as family tradition or anything of the sort. None of these there's no African foods, no African traditions. Everything you learn, African dance and all this stuff they try to, put on us, that all comes from foreign entities. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, for some people, it takes the actual experience of, because you get caught up in this fantasy pipe dream. It's like they romanticize and they advertise to us and market Africa to us as they call like a Wakanda dream. So you get all caught up in a romance story about it. But then when you actually go there and experience it, it's not quite what it is cracked up to be. And notice that, like you said, the Pan-Africans, they'll sit there and preach all about Africa. They'll be all up at the pulpit preaching to you about Africa, but 9 times out of 10, at most, they will just pay a visit. And usually it's somewhere like Egypt, which according to their narrative, they have nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, do me a favor. Hey, look, try to adjust your mic because you got a little frequency coming through. See if you can adjust your mic, because when you build, I want it to be as clear as possible. So try to I don't know, you got a little static in your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you much better now. Yes.
Okay. I may have been positioned wrong, but I mean, yes. What's that?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, but I was just gonna say, maybe I'm a little too close to like but whatever the case, you know what I'm saying? At least they were able to escape unscathed and make it back to the true grandmother land. You know what I'm saying?
Some of them was. Some of them.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, this brother and the people that he's speaking about, that were able to get back over here. You know what I'm saying? And they realized they made a grave mistake. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But sometimes it takes, you got to learn sometimes the hard way. So, yeah.
Yep. You fuck around, you gotta find out sometimes, right? I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna get into our bill. So I'll give you at least an hour to go into. I see AP was gonna do something at 11. I don't know if he started. I didn't see no notification.
I think I did see. I think I did see he went live. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
A little while ago, actually.
All right. Well,
it was right around 11, actually. Yeah.
Okay. So what views we don't get or what views he don't get, we'll get back on the replay or whatever. But we're gonna continue the presentation. So look. So all right. So let me go back into the video. I'm gonna play a little bit more of what this nigga said. So hold on. Let's get into it.
Ethnicity, our own separate culture. And that makes sense, right? A lot of you are thinking, obviously. But for me and others like me, it took us actually venturing outside of our comfort zone and landing and living in Africa to really come to that conclusion. All right. And I wouldn't trade that experience for the world. Going to Africa taught me to truly appreciate what it means to be a Black American and African American, and to truly appreciate our culture, our unique heritage and experiences on this planet. So for me, like I said, I went in 2021, and I'm going to make a whole separate video about that. But suffice it to say, romance played a role in why I went to Africa. All right. I was almost like a passport bro, if you would. Not entirely, because
So this nigga went over there to fuck with them African women. You know what I'm saying? Like, so he pretty much just made it clear that he went over there in search of love, and he couldn't find love amongst his own women. You know what I'm saying? Which, that's a whole nother conversation. But the fact that, he said he was a passport bro and all this other shit, he gonna get into, how he met these women. And like I said, a lot of the women over there, you think it's gold diggers over here. A lot of them women over there are truly gold diggers. They expect you to pay for everything, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? You might as well better off dealing with your own women, because a lot of them, they only in it for the money. So, you're going to go over there and deal with women like that. Then if you running from that in America and you running towards that in Africa, and you can actually, you don't have the same access to the jobs, to the careers, to the power of the dollar, etc. And you're running over there and you don't have the same, you don't have the same opportunities financially, then you're gonna be fucking drained out of all your finances within probably the first couple of months that you over there. And then and like he was pretty much saying how, how he gonna get into it, but I'm not even gonna really let him get into it. I'm just gonna pretty much cut it short right there. But I want to play one more thing, right? And this is just something that's a little off topic. It's not off topic, it is on topic. But I just want you to I want our people to see, some of the games that even these foreigners or these people, these immigrants, that these people who migrate over here and how they do. So give me a second. Let me find a video real quick. It's a Jason Black video too. Let me see. Look at this. Let me see. Shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. Hit that like button, man. Hit the like button. And also share the build out if you can. Let me see. All right, it's this one right here. And I want you guys to understand something of how they look at us. All right, so let me share this real quick. Remember, this is fair use for educational, and this is for historical and educational purposes. So, all right, let me get into this one right here. All right, so look, check this out.
Tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over, quote, Native Americans. Isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers. And if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth.
And this is Swami, right? Swami, whatever the fuck you pronounce his name, right? The Indian dude that you see, that's a Republican that's actually was hired. I forgot what he's supposed to be, the economic, dealing with something with economics, right? And this is what he pretty much saying of the reason why they hire a lot of these foreigners over our people, right? So let's take this into 2025, right? That we need less entertainers, we need less athletes, and we need more people of thinking. We need more people who can get back into like what we was talking about in Boley, Oklahoma, and get back to that. We don't need more cool niggas. We don't need more gang members. We need more thinkers. We need more people who are practical and who can pretty much contribute to technology and the advancement of human society, right? So, like I said, this is Swami, and this is what he's saying about his people. And remember this, right? Prior to European, now none of these cultures, right? Even Indians, right? In the education that Indians got, they didn't create it. They had to go to fucking Europe and get it from Europeans. So once the Europeans taught them, now because they don't have the distractions that we have. And when I say the distractions, the rap videos, they don't have the ignorant niggas around that's hiking on people, that's telling people, oh, if you ain't got Jordans on, or if you ain't wearing Gucci or Versace or any of this shit, then you ain't pretty much nobody, right? How our people use brands, right? Expensive brands to pretty much like kind of put down our own people. You understand what I'm saying? So, a lot of these people, they don't have the desire to buy these expensive brands. See, we have to feel like, okay, well, we buy these brands, that these brands supposed to rise the quality of who you are and make you into somebody that you're not. You know what I'm saying? When it's really education, and it's really what you can contribute to your own people to help your own people. Helping your own people to go out there and spend all that fucking money on some European designer wear or whatever is really counterproductive. Now, don't get it wrong. Your boy, I wear what I wear, right? I wear what I wear. And I came into this understanding a long time ago. Shout out to, rest in peace to my brother Seth, right? He went to school with me, right? And I don't even know if he was a Black American, but I know he was melanated or whatever. I never really asked him his ethnicity, but he actually went to culinary school with me. And when I went to school to be go to dietitian, he transferred over with us or whatever, right? So this a kid, he wasn't wearing brand name clothes and all that, but he was cool with us. Me and my other boy who transferred over. And he used to hang with us, and he was a definitely cool brother. He actually lost his life to COVID, I believe, in 2022 or whatever, according to what the autopsy or what the cause of death was, right? Allegedly, right? But however it go, I came to the understanding, even with him, like whatever I wear for my own personal reasons, right? So anybody who doesn't wear what I'm wearing, I can't put them down because that may not be something that they interested in or whatever. So I came a long time ago, I say, well, look, man, I can't judge people by their so-called material brand name designer wear or what they wearing and say, all right, well, this brother, he ain't wearing this, so he ain't cool, or this person may have sneakers or one pair of sneakers or whatever, or he's not cool or whatever. He has a totally different understanding to what makes him relevant on this third dimensional reality. You understand what I'm saying? Which something we got to get away from. But listen to what Swami was saying. I ain't mean to get long-winded with that. Listen to what he was saying.
Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college. It starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zach and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters.
Nigga, what?
Will not produce the best engineers. Fact, I know multiple sets of immigrant families in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. More movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends. Man, why the hell did he say that? Now, you all know right here, he thinks he's going to go in on Friends. This shows you just how out of touch with white society this Asian immigrant is. Y'all, he thought that he was going to be able to go in on Friends. I thought you just, That's the work we have cut out for us. Rather than wallowing in victimhood and just wishing or legislating alternative hiring practices into existence, I'm confident we can do it. Man, why the hell did he say that? Because they descended on him. He thought he was going to tell the white folk. He thought he had that model minority privilege. Even Kamala Harris was smart enough not to try this one. But Vivek Ramaswamy thought that he had that model minority privilege and that he knew how to talk to white folk.
So just to bring it back full circle, right, and try to connect it to what I was showing y'all earlier of some of the stuff I was telling you about Boley, Oklahoma, and where we was at the start of the 20th century. For some reason we always, try to dress. We always been like that. Like, and it ain't got nothing to do with just designer, but we always try to look nice and look presentable. You know what I'm saying, and make sure we have a certain a certain, I don't want to say swag, but a certain persona about how we, wear our clothes and everything, right? So even you see that even with some of the people that was in Boley, Oklahoma, and the Sir Solomon Jones film, and you also see that from even when they show you the Moors in Europe and all this other stuff, right? You see that people was wearing their most prominent dress attire, right? But what Swami was pretty much saying was the so-called nerds. That's why he mentioned Steve Urkel. That's why he mentioned what the fucking dude from Saved by the Bell. All of these people were so-called nerds, right? The nerds always are the ones that get hyped and picked on. And we do it too within our school. The kids that is supposed to be the smartest kids, we always, bully them, or we always have something to say or whatever. And pretty much what he's saying is them are the people that society needs more than the so-called jocks or the so-called athletes or the so-called, how they show you, like, some of these movies and shit when they show you kids in school and shit, and the kid, the cool kid, like back in the 60s, they got the biker jacket on with the white t-shirt and the hair slick back like the Fonz and shit. But the nerd, he's picked on and he's not looked at as he's valuable in society, right? And he's pretty much saying that's why a lot of these companies hire them, because their focus is not on their personal appearance. Their focus is more on their education, right? And you know how much education that they have, that they can pretty much help the world with, right? But this is pretty much what he was saying. Like I said, I just wanted to kind of like bring that back full circle to what I was saying about, like, you know, the electric company that I said that the people in Bowley had. And this is before the war on drugs and, you know, a lot of this other stuff, gangster rap and all of this other stuff. And he also mentioned about how his kids, or how most of the European or the immigrant kids, right, they don't watch a lot of TV. Now that's not all of them, but that's only like, it's so funny that like the Indians, right, and the so-called Asians are the ones that always focus on education, and they got these so-called, you know, strict upcomings to where their family won't let them watch TV, or won't let them be on social media, or won't let them interact with a lot of things that pretty much distract other ethnicities and other immigrants, right? So, you know, that's something that we have to look at going into, like, you know, the next year, or just going into the future period. We have to produce more kids that are intelligent, right? And who embrace intelligence, right? And not embrace this fake ass gang culture, or, you know, a lot of these distractions that we see that's being projected towards our people. So I wanted to just bring it full circle with that. But with that being said, you ready, Jay?
Yeah. I was gonna say to that point too. Yeah, I mean, in a way, I can kind of see where he's coming from, though. You know, I don't really take too much heed to people that are like coming here and trying to dictate the culture here. I mean, there's still a lot of work that has to be done over in there, like, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really take too much heed to that. But I can say, in a way, with this so-called culture, that you know, that's demonstrated here in America, I can see where he's coming from, in the sense that it's like, okay, so they prop up the celebrity. You know, they put the celebrity in front of you. They want you to focus on and worship the celebrity, but not the team behind the celebrity. Like every celebrity is like a product, and there's a whole packaging and marketing and promotional campaign behind them. There's like a whole operation to prop that person up and market them to the public for consumption. You know what I'm saying? So in a way, I see what he's saying, because we're kind of taught to, you know, glorify the celebrity, but we don't really focus on the team behind them that puts together the whole package. You know what I'm saying? We look at the celebrity as what we should aspire to be, and etc. But then, you know, not, you know, the tech people behind it, like the people that put together the whole marketing campaign for them. You know, like the brains behind the operation. You know what I'm saying? So I see what he's saying. I see what he's saying.
But see, what I'm saying is, so think of it like this, right? I was watching some Ignorance last night or whatever. Every now and then I watch Ignorance to study the world and see what the hell going on, right? So I was watching about you know, some Chicago shit, right? About, you know, these little niggas who riding around killing each other, catching bodies and glorifying it and disrespecting the dead, and rap, or the what's the name, what's that shit called, what's that genre of rap that's going on? Drill music, right? So, you know, how they glorify killing their own people. And see, the thing of it, even with that, Chicago has a very rich culture of like knowledge. And the thing of it is that a lot of so-called a lot of these movements came out of Chicago. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that, you know, you got the Nation of Islam, and the fact that, You know, you had a lot of them gang groups that started off like to stop oppression of the Europeans, right? That's what a lot of the groups have started. Like when you get in the Jeff Fort and the El Rukins and some of these black Peace Stone Rangers and the Gangster Disciples, a lot of that shit was started to pretty much stop the oppression. Like the same thing with the Bloods and the Crips. But now what they did was they then took a lot of the leadership out of it. They made no type of they made no type of standards to where people had to live by, to where you can just be part of that and you can just go rogue, and it's just about hunting niggas down and looking for ops and, you know, taking the mind state like you taking reality for like this is a fucking what's the fucking the video game what's the army video game? Huh? No, not Grand Theft
Army game, Call of Duty.
Yeah, Call of Duty, right? Because that's where that whole op and all that shit coming from, right? But these niggas think this is this one big Call of Duty where these niggas is killing, like some of the shit I've heard, like how they killed this one kid and they reloaded the clip. Even how they killed FBG Duck, right? But don't, you know, Duck, you know, well, whatever he had going on with him, right? I'm not saying he was innocent in any of this shit, but at the end of the day, even how they killed him, you know, the shoot, they said they shot him 38 times. Like, this is the shit that our kids is doing. Why these immigrant kids are coming over here, going to school, they don't never have to live these horrors that our kids live. And whatever reason it is, we need to figure this shit out. Whatever, we can make all excuses in the world to why this shit is happening. But now that we see that this shit exists, when are we going to get out of this fucking mind state and stop glorifying this shit? That is the fucking problem. We talking about who created rap, right? And how rap was basically, you know, extension of the blues, R&B, and all of the other pastimes that we had, right? But now, pretty much, it's like, you know, you're not a real rapper if you don't have bodies, if you're not out here killing people. And the fact that we make excuses for this shit. We make excuses for it. But we already know, when I did the Origin of White Supremacy, I showed you the CIA involvement in gangster rap, of how they promoted gangster rap. And this shit then went from that into what we seeing now with these young kids who don't have nothing to live for. The only thing they want to live for is to be the best gang member that they can be. And Swami is talking about how his people come over here and they pretty much deviate from that lifestyle. They deviate from that and become the people who own all of these companies. You see most of these smoke shops where they selling these hookahs and all of the so-called all the so-called weed dispensaries, right? A lot of Indians own that.
Yeah, they also have a lot of franchises like Subway and Dunkin' Donuts and all that stuff.
7-Eleven, etc. And niggas ain't doing nothing. Niggas ain't doing nothing. They not doing nothing. And then when you speak about this, it's all these. I'm tired of hearing the fucking excuses. We need to identify the fucking problem and come up with a fucking solution as a people and stop looking towards all of these so-called politicians who don't have your best interests at hand. Anyone who is in political power is a bought and sold product, man. They're not here for your advancements. In fact, they are actually hoping, like the bitch Jasmine Crockett, right? She know all them. She's in Texas. She know all these immigrants is coming into Texas. I'm quite sure black people reached out to her, but she's so busy she's so busy wanting open borders and don't know that this shit is going to destroy our people. I see immigrants in places in all black neighborhoods where I never seen them at before. And the crazy fucking thing is this, right? Right? These people can't come and move straight to any of these other places. These people, this shit is so fucking deep. These people, like you got all Indian communities, Somalian communities that the government has set up, that they had move you out of your areas, right? Move you out of certain parts of your area. Start pushing all of them people there to where they got their own communities at this fucking point in time. And the fact that black people is so we're so ignorant to this shit. We think that every immigrant that come here is gonna help you fight white supremacy. When in all actuality, a lot of these niggas they're acquiescing to what we consider to be white supremacy, right? Right, they acquiesce into it, right? And then they finding ways to use it in ways that it benefits them and their people. And we still haven't figured that shit out today, because it's every person for themselves when it comes to this shit. Nobody's looking at us as a race or a race of people. And this is another thing. This goes back into Pan-Africanism, to where Pan-Africanism is the reason why all these tethers was able to come here, and we look at all these people as being black and being oppressed people, when these people are they're just going by, we're oppressed, and they're trying to get your position. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to get into your footsteps and telling you, well, you got all these opportunities here, and all you niggas want to do is slide and kill each other. You got all these opportunities, and even the niggas with money, they're not buying a bunch of shit. You get niggas with $100 million contracts, and all they want to do is buy Bentleys and buy all this gold. Nigga, like, you ain't buying nothing. You figure if all of these athletes, right, and entertainers got together, right? You know how many communities we own? If they went in and bought all the fucking houses and started redevelopment, started making gated communities and making more townhouses and building more houses, that was only and see, the thing of it is too, right? You know, a lot of our people don't even want to rent to our own people because they're afraid that our people is not going to pay. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to pay rent. They're not responsible enough they're not responsible enough to do things in consistent manner. We always look at our own people. The first time you go into a store, you look at your own people like he's supposed to give you something. But when you walk in any of these other stores, these niggas will tell you, if you're a penny short, 10 cents short, get the fuck out of here. But we expect our people to sit there and take on this behavior from our people. And this is a lot of shit that put our people out of business, of them trying to look out for our own people.
Well, you know, I think that it starts, you got to get to the root of the problem. And I'm not saying there weren't issues beforehand, right? But I think really the issue where like all of these different things started to accumulate to put us in the position where we're in now is, as you were, bringing up earlier, the Seth Solomon Jones footage that, Amani Bay helped introduce to us. We were in a lot better position than we are now. So I think that integration was really the start of us being in the situation we're in now, where we own nothing, and we're pretty much, at the will of the system. Because when we integrated, that's what we did. We put ourselves up underneath the system's chokehold, and at that point, they have full control and autonomy over it. You know what I'm saying?
So we made the observation, right? Because it's supposed to be problem. Identify the problem and then come up with a solution to get yourself out of the problem. And we're still, and even with this Aboriginal thing, right? We're still at the stages of trying to figure out what happened to us. We already know what happened to us. We already did enough genealogy. Now, what is the remedy and what is the solution? Is the solution to keep going on as being a United States citizen, or is the solution to go and get back into your sovereign state that you was in prior to you being under these people's jurisdiction? Which most people say, oh, well, I don't want to do that because they're scared that they might get snatched out of a car if they don't have driver license and all of this other shit. So it's all like, all people do, what I see a lot of times is people just sit here and cry about and trying to figure out what got us in this situation. We know what got us in this situation. We know we had land. We know we had all this. What is the remedy? And I think that real talk, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna reach out to everybody that's in this community, and we need to have a conversation on this shit. Fuck all this always putting out the history and showing us, oh, where we was here. And like I said, I kind of like venture both between both of them. Because like I told you, the end goal is Indians not taxed. Indians not taxed. That's the end goal. That's the reason why they put all these people over you. That's the reason why they want to make sure that they put you into these urban communities, and the suburbs is around the urban communities so they can watch you. That's the reason why they put certain plants and shit, so that you will never get back to who you were. Because for us to get back to who we were, meaning we're going to look at these people and realize that these people are not who they saying that they are. So even within the community, among all of the people that's in the community, people need to get together and start coming up with a fucking solution. Because like another thing, like I said in the beginning of the so-called bill, I was pretty much saying to like, you know, why I'm kind of like bored with this whole thing, because I'm tired of hearing about the problem. You know, I came and put some solutions out there, but I'm not going to put the solution out there entirely, because people ain't going to use my name as a scapegoat if things don't work the way that they work, because they don't put the energy that's necessary for them to get themselves in their proper status, right? You know, we mentioned paperwork. Oh man, you got paper, but you got paperwork, bro. Everywhere you go, you got to exhibit paperwork. Everywhere you go, either it's a fucking ID, birth certificate, social security card. You have no problem showing any of them items. But then when it comes to you writing something into existence, right, and giving it to them so that you can separate yourself from their corporate status and everything else that's going on, people don't want to do that. People just want to sit here and say their genealogy and just talk about how many Indians they got in their ancestry, but get up 6 o'clock in the morning to go to work. And if they late, their supervisor going to come to them and say, don't be late again or you're going to lose your job. You understand?
Yeah. You know, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I just, you know, to me, I feel like the only true way we're going to be able to defeat the devil system is we gotta naturalize, like we gotta delineate, like you know what many are doing right now. We have to, because if we're just scattered, if we don't really have, if we're just welcoming everyone in and we're trying to do the whole Pan-Africanism thing, and you know, it's like you're kind of just open for attack from every angle. So that's why we have to kind of focus on ourselves and identify ourselves and you know, put forward our own cultural identity at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because you invite too many people in, and it's like that's how you get infiltrated. We gotta, you know, lock down our lineage. You know what I'm saying? So once we do that and we gain a sense of knowledge of self and who we are, we can then rebuild our nation, and that way we can move as a unit. You know, we can't move scattered. You know what I'm saying? We can't move being, you know, redlined and, you know, gentrified and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's what happens. It's like we getting scattered all over the place, and they're sending in foreigners to all. Like again, my neighborhood was all American Negroes in the 90s. And then all of these other groups start coming in, and it's like you start to get scattered, and then before you know it, there's only certain amount of people left here, and then certain people moving here, moving there. You know what I'm saying? Like we just got to get on code. You know what I'm saying? And we got to not only get on code, but we got to be able to be for real with ourselves. You know, I think a lot of our people are kind of in denial about certain things that are keeping us in the position we're in, you know. And then we have a lot of, you know, we got a lot of boule sellouts, you know what I'm saying? We saw that with the selection once again. You know what I mean? And it's on both sides. There's shills on both sides that are bootlickers. You know what I'm saying? But we got a lot of bootlickers on the Democrat side. You know what I'm saying?
But
And
even outside of that, though, right? But what I'm saying is, yeah, we okay, we know like pretty much everything we saying is stuff that we already know about, right? We already know a lot of this stuff, right? But it's the thing about it is that, like I said, right? Part of our problem is we too caught up with this fake ass black culture, right? We too caught up with the fake ass rap culture, right? We too caught up with that, right? We don't want to be business owners. We want to be employees, right? We don't want to be business owners. We just want to be employees, right? We don't want to buy our community. We want to stand out. Niggas stand on the block talking about he own a block, but then when the police come, he tell him to leave his own block that you just told another nigga who look like you that you own. So it's like, yo, we're living in this assimilation or assimilated reality, right? In which these people created, right? And then we create our like it's just a lot of shit, man. We're behind. Our hormonal system is off balance. Our nutrition is off balance. Our frequency to the universe is off balance, or whatever. And I I believe it's kind of like it's kind of over with, man, because you know, at this point in time, so much shit has been hijacked to where even if you niggas talk, oh well, our ancestors fought for the right for us to vote, and then even when you vote in a person who look like you, they sitting up there bringing immigrants into your community to outdo you, and then claim that the reason they bringing them there because you niggas don't want to do nothing. So it's like, yo, at some point in time, you know, we have to look. The problem has to be, how do you say? It has to be projected to the point to where people is fucking tired. And like I said, even with this, you know, Aboriginal Indian thing, you know, it got so petty to where motherfuckers are sitting up in there. We both got the same problem, but this shit gets so petty to where people, we're not this and we're not that. What we supposed to be focusing on the situation that got us into this place. Fuck making all of these bills about what we not, and you know, just identify us as being aboriginals. But a lot of that shit was created by people who just wanted to create division with amongst us. And I see the division all the fucking time. And that's a lot of time, like I said, I don't be wanting to be part of shit because it shit take too much energy. Even going at these Pan-Africans, it take too much energy to sit here and focus time spending 3 hours out of my motherfucking day to talk about some fucking peons. And even some
that's why I
peons.
don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's why I don't no more. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I stopped dealing with them groups on Facebook. I don't even know why I'm even addressing this now. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, honestly, I don't lose the ounce of sleep over no Pan Africans. They're pretty much irrelevant at this point. And a thing of the past. Like, you know, people are really moving past that. Whether you fully understand that you're Aboriginal, whether you claim to be FBA, whatever, you know what I'm saying? People are really moving past it because from a common sense perspective, you know, you're seeing like, okay, there's no benefit to this whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? It's just not even a practical ideology. It makes no sense. And it does nothing for us here in America. You know what I'm saying? So there's really no point to even address it. But, you know, I guess just for the fun of it or the sport of it, you know, why not? You know what I'm saying? It just, you know, just to kind of combat the nonsense, you know, because you want to try to.
We gotta have pushback on some of this shit, right? We definitely have to have pushback, but like I'm saying, even amongst ourselves, I've been doing this shit for about I've been on YouTube since 2000, the end of 2015, right? And in 10 years, right, I've seen some people, you know, have some remedy, right, or come up with a remedy or a suggestion, right? Which that's a thought, and that's you know what I'm saying. They say nothing beat a failure but a try, right? and to give them their proper respect that at least they tried, or at least they have considered a solution, right? But at the end of the day, like I said, even with all of this shit, it's just so much of pulling up shit and, oh, this is what they did to get us. And we already didn't know. We already didn't heard enough of this information at some point in time, to where you supposed to already know all of the tricks, all of the games that these people have done to us. And I'm not saying everybody, because you got some people that just coming into this that it need to kind of be reiterated to where people can kind of like, you know, to kind of go back over some of the stuff that people may have not caught in some of the previous builds, right? But I'm just saying, like, you know, with all of this shit, man, it's really kind of like, it's really depressing sometimes to see this and like to just keep hearing the same thing over and over again, and nobody has a solution, or not. The solution is not something that's agreed upon. The people without the solution is arguing about the causes of the solution that people presented, and they don't even have no solution. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even have a remedy, but you arguing against the remedy. And then I ask you, well, all right, so what is your opinion and what is your remedy? Oh, I don't have a remedy. My remedy is just to just keep doing genealogy and just to focus on that or whatever. Which, like I said, that's something that's very imperative to this whole paradigm. But at some point of time, you have to find a way to get yourself back into whatever situation that your ancestors was, or whatever new situation that we need to do going forward, because we're losing. People is winning over us. We've been fucking losing since the 1960s. We've been marching. We've been identifying a system. We had other people such as Malcolm X and other so-called prominent people that came and tried to help the people who was murdered on behalf of them not wanting them to wake our people up, right? But it's just like it's just kind of like a recurring theme that just keeps replaying itself. It's like, you know, you wake up, it's like having the same dream like over and over and over again, and at some point in time that dream becomes a nightmare. When I hear all of this shit, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, some of the opinions and some of the views, like I said, even the Pan-Africans and even some of our own brothers and sisters, because everybody is not in agreement with everything, and that's cool. It's cool to agree to disagree, but some things is just not productive for our mind state. Our psyches are being affected by hearing some of these alleged stories that people keep reoccurring. I still hear people today say, "Oh, well, when a white man came here or whatever, he did this," and they don't even understand that white people ain't come to this land and do nothing. They was able to do this because they did this shit from the interior aspect of them being on this land.
No, I was agreeing. That's the way that I see it. From my understanding, I see it as an inside job, you know, where they're able to overtake us from the inside out type of thing. You know what I mean?
You
But
still got low static in your mic. You still got low that static in your mic. See if you can straighten it up so the people can.
My bad. You hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you better now. Yeah.
But I mean, what it boils down to, because me, I like to get down to the root. So what it boils down to, like Malcolm X said, is we need complete independence and freedom from the system, because that's really what it boils down to, is being underneath the system that we don't control, and that's, you know, the people that are in control of it are people who have disdain for us, and they have set it up for us to not prosper.
So how do you say this? So how do you say this? That we wasn't always part of this system. We had certain moving parts that was trying to get us to integrate with them, with, you know what I'm saying, with these people. So these people, once you integrate it, now you're gonna rely on these people with giving you resources such as jobs, such as food, such as shelter. You understand what I'm saying? Now you're relying upon them. Just think about it. At all of them aspects, right? employment is ran by the foreigner system, right? The people who own most of the houses. Yeah, you got niggas who own real estate. That's a fact. But most of the real estate is owned by the small hats, right? You got that, right? Your food is being owned and being controlled by somebody else. All of these things your people had prior in the fucking when we was living segregated. You had your own land, you had your own farm, and you was enterprising enough to come up with inventions and have a skill set, whether it's carpentry, brick mason, auto mechanic, barber, farming, etc. You had ways to get resources in monetary gain. Because outside of monetary gain, listen, if you got food, fire, water, and shelter, that's 4 aspects, right, that you need to really survive in this reality, right? But then it became the materialistic aspect to what we see most immigrants migrate to this country for. Most immigrants got this stuff in their country, but they want to come over. They want an iPhone 3. They want a fucking Tesla. They see the things that's being projected. Oh, this is a better life. A better life is you being a slave to a system so that you can provide the stuff that you was able to provide for yourself without being a slave to the system. Just so you can have a little materialistic gain. And that's something that pretty much, I ain't gonna say that done us in, because we already had how do you want to say, clothing companies or the teller shops to where we was making our own shit. We already had farmers and gardens to where we was producing food and having a substantial nutritional foundation, right? We already had our own property and land. And somehow we was chased from that and brought into these concrete jungles, right? Or concrete landscapes, right? To pretty much be a subject of these people, where these people can control your outcome. Think of it now. They bring these immigrants here, right? They bring these immigrants here. It's a system. The Democrats got a system to where the lobbyists of a lot of these so-called corporations is going to them, asking them to allow illegal immigrants here so that they can pay them lower wages. That's what the fucking game is. The game is the lobbyist is going to these Democrats and paying them to say, well, look, we need you to bring in X amount of immigrants so that we can pay them lower wages so that they can get more profit from whatever they supplying. And our people is just doing it. Our people doing it. Our people not saying that, wait a minute, this is going to hurt our people. But then they said, well, no, our people just going to have to be more, they're going to have to be more, how do you say, they're going to have to be more self-reliant and more efficient and more like they have to kind of like put their pride aside and work 2 or 3 jobs so that they can afford to live in some of these communities or afford to live the way we live it. So with that being said, man, I ain't mean to get into it. I'm gonna at least give you an hour to go into what you gonna go into. So I didn't want to
I just wanted to,
go ahead.
just to end it, like piggybacking off what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, what it boils down to is that the whole goal of this system was to get rid of self-sufficiency. You know what I'm saying? Because that's when you had your own land and you were producing your own crops, you had your own livestock or whatever. You basically naturally given the tools to live and survive. You know what I'm saying? But because they want to control the land and resources, well, they industrialize everything, right? And they created a service-based society, and that's how you kill self-sufficiency, and you make the people into consumers, and then at that point, the corporations then have control over all of the land and resources. Once they can get you off your land, whether it be redlining, gentrification, eminent domain, terrorism, and then they force you into these, like you said, concrete jungles. At that point, you're now in the state where you have to be an employee. You're no longer, supplying goods for yourself and your family. Um, you now have to work for a corporation who then, you then have to go, you make a wage from them, and then you have to go and turn around and spend that wage with another corporation who then supplies you with the goods they basically stole from you. Um,
Yep.
and that's how you create a service-based society, and you make us into consumers, and then you're basically there to feed the capitalists. You know what I mean? And that's basically what's their game plan, to get you up off your own land, so you're no longer self-sufficient and you're relying on the system. So that's really, again, that's the key right there, is to get out of that. And I think the way to do that is we have to leverage what they mainly use us for. And like, we could stop playing in the NFL. We could stop playing in the NBA and all those type of things, and leverage that. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, this is all a business. You know what I mean? So if they're relying on you for certain things, like, stop just giving it to them. Stop just willingly participating. Because at the end of the day, all we're gonna get out of being rappers and singers and stuff like that under contract with these people, we're just gonna get a bunch of um we're gonna get a bunch of personal gain, but nothing as a collective, because to even be a part of these groups, they're not even, as a contractual agreement, you're not even allowed to uplift or help your people. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these people that they get up in these upper echelons in the entertainment industry, stuff like that, they get a little money. They're not even allowed to help their people. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to stop
And
selling out
but
personal
that's
gain.
the truth. But see, it's ways that you can help your people without, like, there's ways that you can redirect the system. The system is, even if you are buying some of the properties and some of the real estate and creating chain restaurants. We don't even have soul food restaurants no more. Which that's a economy that's an economy that black people can thrive off on their own. You understand what I'm saying? We don't even have soul food restaurants. You know what I mean? Black people love soul food to the point to where, you know what I'm saying, fried chicken and macaroni and cheese is pretty much the standard of what you can get, like, from soul food restaurants. And you got other, like, the KFCs and the Popeyes and some of these Arab businesses that's catering towards black people. And the thing of it is like, people got to be responsible for their kids, man, because a lot of motherfuckers have these kids and these kids just run them up, and then people not responsible for the shit that their kids do. If you raising a child and your child is, engaged in criminal activity, and I'm not saying some of the shit that they learn from their environment, you could raise a kid the best way you can, but he gonna do whatever he gonna do according to his environment and the people who are around him. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of that shit people have to be more responsible for. That's why they don't have no problem with playing rap music and playing, like, it's so funny. White people listen to this shit, but they don't act on it. If I didn't met white executives.
It's not their culture. That's the thing about it. They look
But,
at it as entertainment.
but a lot of that shit, but now I'm not saying a lot of the shit that portrayed is not our culture. The music
No.
and the rhythm and the tune is our culture, but the explicit lyrics is not our culture. That's something that's been implemented for your people to cause your people to do the shit they do.
That's what I mean. Like hip hop in general is Black American culture. It's not their culture. So they look at it from an outside perspective, and it's entertainment to them. We take it more serious because it was created by us. But then you have the infiltration of all the negativity. So because we have a natural vibration to it, then it's also being infected by all of the low vibrational stuff. So that's also being absorbed by us as well. You know what I'm saying? Because we take it more serious because hip hop is our culture. That's the, yeah.
Yeah, but it's kind of like it's something that kind of like how do I want to say it's kind of like, how do I want to say, it's hypnotizing, right? It's also how do I want to say this, right? It's also something that like it hypnotizes us, right? To listen to some of this stuff. Because I know black people who ain't listen to old school rap, like such as myself. I can't get with none of this new shit. I can't get with nigga talking about how many, like, you know what I'm saying? And I've been there before because I listened to NWA, I listened to Scarface and Ghetto Boys, and I listened to, you know, Tupac and some of the other people who, you know what I'm saying, shit, man, it's a whole host of gangster rap that came out in the 90s or whatever that I used to listen to. But now I can't get into it. I can listen to it sometime when I'm in the gym, but I can't get into it in its entirety. But look, I don't want to go too far because we could be talking about this shit forever. So
Yeah,
I'm going to play a little bit of what pretty much was being said right here. This is what even with unexpected faces. So maybe you can go from here because I didn't touch on this part right here. So this is a book of them showing the figurines and all of the images or whatever. Also, matter of fact, you know what? Let's just go back to some of the idiotic claims that Sean P and this nigga Ankh said, right? Let me see. So I think it was right here. So
absolutely. We got the Turtle Gang.
look at this clown. Turtle Gang ain't nothing but a fucking agent. He ain't nothing but an agent who want to be seen, who always talking, and his stance is the reason that the Indians look black is because they mix with Africans. In his case, he want Indians to be as pale as they are or whatever. But you know, that's a whole nother thing. And this nigga is like, some of these niggas is just they just equip themselves with too much Native American propaganda to where they stuck with that shit. So you know, however that goes. But let's get into something. Let me mute my mic and we get into
Dang, brother, I don't know you, but your accuracy is pinpoint right there. All right. Mm-hmm. So I got it. I mean, that Hidden Colors joint is what blew it up. We was talking about that years before. Like these stuff like this, they never show you that. You ain't never get to see none of this. You never got to see this. You never get to see this. A mask, 10th, 6th century BCE, Jade, Metropolitan Museum. Another mask, 900 to 500 BCE. All right, Dallas Museum of Art. You never see that. You never see this. All right. Minneapolis Institute of Art. Yeah.
Can I interject?
Never see this. Polished green quartz. British Museum.
They don't say they look African at all.
No, they don't. You want to speak on that?
Yeah, the reason that they don't say they look African at all is their ignorance. They literally will avoid all the other evidence to try to go to what they consider to be African, which is only the Olmec sculptures.
Yep,
is what they claim.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this the famous one right here, yo. 1200 BCE to 900. They love using this right here. I know. I used to use it. Talk about the royal lip ridge and all the nonsense, man. I had a real pseudo that had me going. It was this, forget his name, man. If y'all could get them blog talk shows, y'all would joke the hell out of me, yo. Sometimes it take a pseudo to know a pseudo, yo. So I was top-notch pseudo, so I know, yo. And although I may have educated some people, I miseducated a lot of people, yo. So it's my job to fix that. So I'm the one that got to do it. I don't expect nobody else to do it. But this is the one right here, particularly, yo. Hey, Shawn, you're a funny guy too, yo. You was like, yo, you know them daggone feathers? They not feathers. No, they're not braids. They feathers. Remember that?
Yeah.
Can we find that? Let me see. Don't you? I know you got a source on that, don't you?
I do, but it's on the other computer, and it'll be forever for me trying into the other laptop.
I
It
got
runs
you.
slow.
Damn, so what
Molasses.
document
But I
should we
think we
use?
got it sourced. I think we got it sourced somewhere. But hold on.
All
Let me
right.
see.
Yo, are you talking, big bro?
All right, you want me? No. I just skipped over. I just showed the braids that he was talking about that I showed in the first bill.
Okay.
That's why I went. Yeah. Now go ahead.
I wanted to interject there because they're showing. See, first of all, you can see.
If you want to share your screen, just put it up so I could click on it whenever you're ready.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that in a second because I got a couple of things to combat this nonsense here. So you see how they use what? Hello?
Yeah, you good. Just try to straighten your mic. Try to straighten your mic out because you're gonna take over from here, and until I keep on showing certain parts of the video. So just try to whatever making that static that background static noise. See if you can situate that. If not, we just gonna go forward with what we got.
What about now?
Yeah, but it's kind of going in and out. It's not like whatever you're doing is going back. Sometimes you clear, sometimes you're not clear. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, sometimes the StreamYard shit is like this or whatever. So
what about now?
Yeah, you good now.
Okay, all right. All right. So with this here, so you can see the contradiction here because they always try to discredit something by calling lookership, right? Whenever we show anything that's of Negroid features, they call it lookership when it's simply observation. But see, they can utilize it when it benefits them. So they pull up these artifacts that have more of a mongoloid phenotype, and so they're using that to try to disprove the Olmecs being Negro features. So, not to mention the other thing too is that no one said that there weren't Mongoloids here at a certain point. Like it is documented that they came here at a certain point, even back in ancient times. You know what I'm saying? So some of them may have mixed in, and therefore there may have been certain artifacts made in their likeness. You know what I'm saying? So that no one's really disputing that because you have murals from the Temple of the Warrior. That many people have seen. Obviously, you have the Mayan murals showing the Mongoloids coming here, being arrested by the obvious dark Mayan people, the original Mayan people. So no one's disputing that Mongoloids were here. But then I have another video clip that I'm going to show that's going to also show you that there's a lot of cap on these Mongoloid featured artifacts. That a lot of them are actually fake and fraudulent. So we're gonna kind of show that as well. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you just wanted to kind of put that out there. So if you wanna play some more, you can.
Yeah. And also, man, I ain't, if you want to donate or you want to support the channel, which I don't go live too much or whatever, but if you want to support it, you can support it. It's not mandatory, it's not required or whatever. But it would be well appreciated if you want to. It's not, like I said, it's not a requirement or it's not mandatory. But yeah, so even with that being said, right, observation. You can't have science without observation. That's the first step of science is observation. So if you can't observe and come up with a conclusion, and you have to regurgitate another person who's trying to discredit the fact that these could be your ancestors, right? And they want to control a narrative to history. They want to control a narrative. They want to tell you who your ancestors are and who they're not or whatever, and you're buying into it. You know what I'm saying? You're buying into it and you're believing because these people are propped up as experts, right? And because they got the so-called backing from the commercialization of all of this stuff, right? They control all of this stuff. So they can make anything. Like I told you, they can take a talking frog and make that nigga into a fucking celebrity. Like they made Spud McKenzie a fucking celebrity. You know what I'm saying? Or how they animate certain cartoons and make them something that your children you know what I'm saying, how they look at some of these cartoon figures and they idolize them and they want the stuffed animals and the action figures and shit, right? These people control your reality. You have never thought on your own until you met brothers like me and some of the other brothers and sisters. And I'm not saying outside of this information, because some things, some of your thoughts are independent, right? But when it comes to a lot of this educational shit and how they shame you, how like Brother Onk sitting here shaming you, saying that he was a pseudo because he was thinking for himself and he needed to use scientific journals, right, and peer review. He need the Europeans, the same Europeans who telling you that you came from a goddamn monkey and you believe in this shit. So I'm gonna play some more of this shit, man, because this shit gets deep.
I think it's muted, big bro.
Damn, so what document should we use?
I think we got it sourced somewhere. But hold on.
All right, let's get a source on that. So I'm not knocking y'all. Trust me. For looking at this and say that's an African with a Nubian helmet on him. I used to say it. And I look up close. Look at my nose, yo. I got the same type of nose, yo. Look. No, make a bed like that. Lips a little bit thinner. But see, this is racism, and y'all don't even understand it. Racism says that one, colonial power said, you're a Negro, and two, all Negroes have big lips, big noses, and peppercorn hair. There you have it. The true Negro. Now, once you locked into the true Negro, anything you see that look like that, oh man, that's a Negro. It's called lookership. You know, you got Sarah Stupicetti had the holler ship, right? And with the holler ship, he used the lookership, right? So this is actually lookership. This is not based off of any empirical data. Okay. So yeah, I used to.
So what empirical data besides racism would they say the back of the Olmec heads wasn't locks or wasn't braids? And we see the continuation of that throughout the Mayan culture of the Boma Park murals with locks, with obviously locks. You know what I'm saying? You know, so without observation, you can't conduct a hypothesis or a theory or an experiment to come up with a conclusion. And if you keep relying upon these people who using educational racism, right, to tell you that your people wasn't here because they know it's not in your best interest for you to be able to claim this land. It's more about the land. It's more about the land, and it's more about these people not going back into what they originally was. You know what I'm saying? and they playing keep away from us. And you got these idiots, right? Because I gotta call at this point in time, I gotta call Brother Home an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like he's the commentary that he's given to this video, him and his guy Sean P, is really foolery, is idiotic, is asinine. You know, the statements that they're saying are definitely disingenuous to the advancement of our people. Everything is Africa, 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 Africa. These are not Africans, even though you had other experts that came out and said it. But everything, if something been debunked with just another explanation, see, a lot of these things that's being debunked are just explanations. They're not actually using science, because what science can you conduct to say that the back of the Olmec heads are not braids? I don't know what science you can conduct. You can't. The actual people are not walking or living here. We only can compare and contrast that to what we see the people who they look like, or what ethnicity or race that they look like. We don't see long hair coming out the back, because listen, think of it like this, right? Even when they show you the so-called Mongoloids, right? The Mongoloids got straight hair, and their hair is not air length. It comes down to their shoulders, right? So if you don't see the back of the Olmec hair and you don't see any hair present, right? You don't see no hair present, then you automatically have to assume that the back of the braids that we assume is braids are actually fucking braids, because you don't see no hair sticking out their hat. You don't see no hair, so you only have to go on what you are actually observing. And the fact that these niggas is using white supremacy and using racism to basically come up with their so-called come up with their explanations. This is why we have to put an end. I mean, Pan-Africanism been dead, but the fact that people is trying to make a mockery out of what we're saying, out of the evidence that we got, out of, you know, why I can't. That's why I don't fuck with a lot of these dudes. These niggas are enemies. These niggas are not my comrades or contemporaries or nothing. These niggas are idiots. These niggas mock your ancestry and mock your genealogy and mock your whole historical timeline, right? They mock it. They make fun of it. Any nigga who making fun of what my people did, with the fact that the Europeans, we already got enough people that make fun of this shit. We already got enough people who make fun of this and try to use deceptive tactics, right? We already got enough people who use deceptive tactics to come up with their conclusion on saying, oh, grandma said you making video. That's why I don't fuck with these niggas, man. I don't need these niggas to pop up on a panel and just try to take over the whole bill, right? Take over the whole bill with their nonsense, and then just make us more. Because when we see this shit just pisses us off. We get more upset by seeing this because there's a whole system. Peace of God, man. Peace of God. We got a whole system that has $1 million budget to push a lot of these false narratives out. And then when we say it's not us, we got the mestizos saying, okay, them are not black people. We got white people saying it, and then we got our own people saying it. So look at all of the different fights we have to fight. And then at the same token, you got people coming here that's telling us, oh, what we saying is not true. They have to give us an explanation for what we seeing. And our explanation is not solidified because it's backed by this faulty and pseudo fucking science that they keep exhibiting to make their claims substantiated. You got something you want to say to that, bro?
Yeah. So the feathers thing is that's a pseudo Native American talking point that they use a lot, like from being in these groups that's the way they try to dismiss the obvious raids as, you know, what they call it is they call it trying to battle Afrocentrism. You know, that's the way they classify it. Because the way I even came about really knowing about what was going on here was Sean P had posted a community post, and he put one of those pseudo sources in there, you know, like I said, claiming that the graves are indeed feathers. But my thing is, who wears feathers down the back of the head like that? I've never seen nothing like that. Native Americans don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of doesn't really make any sense. You know what I mean? But that's what they call themselves doing. And he also did the same thing, which is what I was going to show. In fact, if you want, I could pull it up now. If you want.
Yeah, let's get with it. Let's get with it.
Yeah, so we don't waste too much time here. Not that we're wasting time. You know what I'm saying? I know we got things to do. So, all right, yeah, I stay on my screen.
Just try to just try to keep adjusting your mic. I don't know if you got your phone, but see how it sound. Like, go to YouTube and go to the video and see how you sound, so you can get an understanding of how you sound. If you sound clear on it, because remember, you know, this shit is a digital footprint, and we need to be Africans.
Afrocentrism, you know, that's the way they classify it. Because the way, hold on. Yeah, no, I just went and listened. That does sound kind of crazy. Can you? What about right now?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You keep it'll sound clear, but then I guess as you go into, I don't know if you moving around or you speaking from a speaker or whatever your method of your audio.
No. I got a $1,000 microphone right now, so that's why it's kind of weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But hold on, let me see. What about now?
Nah, you good now.
That was good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hey, look, you know what I'm gonna do? This is what I want you to do here, so you can go back and forth. Here. So look, what I'm gonna do is here. I'm gonna put this video in the back chat, so you can put this video up on your while you share your screen, so you can go to the certain points of it that you want to talk about, because he also talks about unexpected faces in America. And remember, we did a bill where I was showing all of the images that's actually in that book or whatever. Right. So for him to say that all of this shit that they found here that look like us, and they don't look like nobody else on the planet except us. So at some point in time, you know, the same way you use observation to say everything is Africa, and you use all of these different theories to show you that Africans went to all these other places. And even on the pyramids, even when you look at the Egyptian pyramids, you use that observation, and you never have no critique, because a lot of them Egyptians don't even look like us. So go ahead, Bill. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it in the back chat, right? Let me see something.
Yeah, I got a few artifacts that I was gonna show, because again they are.
That's the video right here. That's the video. So put the video up.
Okay, got you.
Now go. I'll put in the private chat here. Put in the private chat. So take the video and put it, so I don't have to keep stopping you when you're doing your build, so you can control it going forward. So that's the video. Open the video up, and we're at. I'm gonna put it. Let me see something. Where we at? We're at 31 minutes and 56 seconds. So almost 32 minutes, right? And then as you move up, as you move it. Hold up. All right, there you go. Yeah. So as you move it, as you go further, you're going to see when he pull up unexpected faces. I just want to go from here, because we already talked on Lucy, unless you got something you want to add to that or whatever, and see if you can just, like, once you talk on this, if you want to talk on Lucia, just go through the what's the name. And I got some videos up there for Lucia too, like I showed the other day. But unexpected faces is something I think we definitely need to talk about. So from here, you got it. Cause I gotta make a phone call real quick. So go ahead, take over the reins. You got it.
No doubt. Well, as far as Luzia goes, what we got to do is show this right here. You know, this was basically the display in the Brazil National Museum before it got burnt down, before they Native American washed her. This is what they had on display, and it says clear as day, Negroides. Now, unfortunately, it does have a description that kind of gives the out of Africa kind of, detailing of how she allegedly got to America. But, that's obviously up for question, because there's really no way that they can conclusively come to that assumption. It's just based on the out of Africa theory, which we know is a hypothesis. So, but to go back to the Olmec, though. So, we have El Negro, right? So that's a dagger in itself, because they're trying to dismiss that Olmecs were of Negro phenotype, but then there in Mexico they have a whole Olmec head called El Negro. That's a dagger within itself. So El Negro was excavated from Tres Zapotes in Mexico and is now in the Museo Regional Tuxteco in Veracruz. Right. So these are just some pictures of El Negro. So now with Shawn P is trying to say, first of all, that El Negro, and this is one of those racist or bigoted Native American talking points. They're trying to call El Negro a howler monkey. Now, I think I did this before on A1's panel, but let's just use observation and just kind of just compare, right? These are howler monkeys here. Are you telling me that this looks anything near this face here? I mean, it's pretty, like, just look at the nose. It has no nose. It just has nostrils that are flat on its face. It has no lips whatsoever. Howler monkey has no lips. Look at the huge, voluptuous lips on its Olmec head. Not to mention, it has a damn flat top. You know what I'm saying? With a hairline. With human ears. You know what I'm saying? So we know that's some BS, right? And then not to mention, then we can get to the source material, right? So there's a write-up that was from the Smithsonian, right? Here. Smithsonian Institution, Bureau of American Ethnology, Stone Monuments of Southern Mexico by Matthew W. Sterling, who was one of the people who was at the excavation site. So let's see what it says here. In 1933, the writer began his work with a preliminary survey of the western margin. In the winter of 1938-39, excavations were conducted at Tres Zapotes during a period of 4 months. The writer was assisted in the field by Dr. C.W. Wien. The expedition was also accompanied by E.G. Cassidy, artist of the staff of the Bureau of American Ethnology, and by Richard Stewart, staff photographer of the National Geographic Society. And it says Marion Sterling and Marion Wayans also accompanied the expedition and participated in the work. All right. So that's just a little background about that. But then let's see, I got screenshots from the same write-up where it talks specifically about Monument F, which is just another name for El Negro. So it says this is one of two large grotesque figures in the form of a head with shoulders and flexed arms. and with a long, flat, tenon-like projection instead of a body. It is possible that these stones may have constituted decorative details at an entrance or the base of a stairway, being anchored by means of the tenons. However, the latter are smooth and well finished, and it seems more likely that they were utilized as seats or altars. The monument F has a depression in the top of the head, which may have served to receive offerings. So if you basically read through this whole description here, it says nothing about the El Negro being a howler monkey. Okay. Then we have another source here from Bibliotecas UDLAP, which is basically like a library that compiles information on different historical books and artifacts, etc. And as you see here, it says anthropomorphic sculpture called El Negro, monument F of Trezapites. And in the description, it says volcanic stone sculpture, which represents a person lying down. All right, a person lying down. All right, so there you go, right there. So those claims are dismissed. And in reality, how are they going to know if it was a howler monkey or not? You know what I'm saying? That's just something, again, they're making up to dismiss the fact that these are indeed depictions of Negro people. You know what I'm saying? Even to the point of basically they're making fun of you, calling you a monkey. You know what I'm saying? So, and then also I have here, now this is from a video. This is actually one of my favorite videos when it comes to Aboriginal history. There's a dope video by Afro Legend, one of the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? And here he has a little clip of it says a Mayan scholar from Mexico, bro Carlos Quetzalcoatl. And he's what you would call a modern day Mexican mestizo. And he himself is recognizing that the Olmecs are a different people than modern day Mexicans, who they are trying to attribute as the original people of that land. So let's see what he has to say.
Talking about the Olmec heads, right? Yes. Those made with the basaltic, rock, right? And I guess you know which is the point. The mystery, it is that those Olmec heads showing us none of the features. Right. Can I say that? Physical characteristics quite different to the rest of the people we have in this country, right? Yeah.
All right. See, I think I want to just run that back one more time, just to let that set in real quick. But I think let's hear it again.
Relation to Mexico when the Spaniards arrived here.
Talking about the Olmec heads, right? Yes. Those made with the basaltic, rock, right? And I guess you know which is the point. The mystery, it is that those Olmec heads showing us none of the features. Right. Can I say that? Physical characteristics quite different to the rest of the people we have in this country, right? Yeah.
All right. So there you have it. So I think that's enough right there. We got sources. We heard it out of their own mouths. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much that. Now they also are claiming that we only have Olmec heads to show artifacts of Negro features. So I figured maybe we could do a little tour around the entire Americas and kind of show some artifacts of Negro phenotype people from all over. Because I'm sure they haven't done any real research to even know about any of this stuff. So let's see. So this is This is a stone head from from Teotihuacan in the British Museum. Let's take a look at this. You know, just looking at the features, typical, you know, broad nose, big lips, wide nose, etc. You know, just a little side view. The source material. So that's just another. That's a quick little, you know. This is also in the British Museum. This is actually from the Caribbean. This is a Taino artifact. All right. It's actually it's like a sexual figurine inside to kind of cover up the genitalia. But you can see he got a cut with a hairline. You know, he doesn't have long hair, and he has typical features of what you would call a Negro, right? Let's see what else we got. This is actually an Aztec artifact from the British Museum. And this looks more along the lines of the Olmec piece to me. Just a little side view. All right. This is another artifact from the British Museum. This is an Arawak artifact from Jamaica, as you can see there. And you can compare a lot of these artifacts to like Native American art and see a clear distinction between, you know, what we're seeing here and what they actually create. So this is an Aztec artifact, also in the British Museum, as you can see. Features. And actually we can compare to another, what they describe as an Aztec artifact. And it's fairly similar in posture, as you can see here. But you clearly see the difference between the facial structure. So I don't know if you would consider this a fake. I don't know what you would consider it, but you can clearly see that there's a distinction between the phenotypes, where one is more Caesar in appearance, one is more what we call of a Negro phenotype in appearance. And then here we go. This is a Mayan artifact in the British Museum. And again, if you drop this artifact in like Mali or the Congo, they wouldn't even blink an eye. You know what I'm saying? So let's see. This is another Mayan artifact in the British Museum. Clear Negro features. All right. Another Mayan artifact from the British Museum. And again, there's no doubt about that. Look at the side view. Yeah, look at that. All right. This is a Moshe stirrup cup artifact. This is actually being auctioned off in a private collection. But again, let's be serious here, you know what I'm saying? Clearly a Negro artifact. Another Moshe piece from the private collection being auctioned. All right. So these dudes can't say that we only got Olmec heads, like, another motion, clearly Negro artifact. I hope I know Sean P. You're probably watching. You didn't respond to when I posted that source material. I'm sure there's a reason for that. I know you're in the bushes somewhere, so again, clearly Negro artifact. And if you guys can use lookership to say that those Olmec artifacts you showed are not those Olmec artifacts are a Mongoloid phenotype, you should be able to look at these and tell these are a Negro phenotype.
Hey, click on that one right there. Blow that one up. Blow that image up.
Yeah,
that look like he got a fucking. That look like he got one of them like a fez or some shit, like the Egyptian style hat that you be seeing, like, you know, with the frowns and everything wearing.
Yeah. I got another one that just like that from Ecuador actually. But this is actually the Nayarit, another culture from Mexico. So there's definitely a lot more. There's a lot more than Olmec heads we got, for sure. And clearly you can see they not only is a Negro feature, but they paint them dark brown.
Right, they paint, and that's what I'm saying. Like, even with that right there, right? See, and it's like that's why sometimes, like, yeah, I don't mind niggas coming on the panel to I don't mind niggas coming on the panel to kind of refute it, but some of them niggas get hostile, and that shit takes away from our bill. Right now, we giving our commentary. We don't need you to come here and dominate the commentary. We giving our people our explanation and our understanding to what the fuck we saying. We know when these niggas come on here what they gonna do. You see what I'm saying? We already know what they gonna do. So the fact of the matter is, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, that poor lady who was talking about going to Africa, that is because of niggas like Brother Ankh, niggas like Not a Coincidence, niggas like, and not even them niggas is peons when in the grand scheme of this whole thing. This whole thing is a moving system. It's a moving system that's backed by probably $1 billion budget. So these niggas ain't nothing but peons. They're nothing but pawns on the board. So they're not nobody special. They're just niggas who don't have no perspective and can't understand for themselves. We are sitting up in here. We're taking these images along with other evidence. Of what other people saying. And this shit ain't nothing like, well, okay, well, you just got this from this one individual who said this. But you got, in many cases, people are giving you many different sources showing you that it was Negroes already in America. So I don't go ahead.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I'm gonna just go through a few more of these real quick. Like I said, just want to show them, like, yeah, no, there's artifacts, and I'm just giving you a few, like, you know what I'm saying. But there's all types of material to cross reference, you know, to show the Negro or Aboriginal presence in America. So this is another figure being auctioned for a private collection. This is a Colima figure, another culture in Mexico. So again, you can clearly see Negro features, and they purposely color in brown. And the Colima are famous for having these sort of hunchback, this art direction. Not sure where that stems from. But, you know. Yeah, West. All right. This is another one. This is a Remo Hades figure from Mexico, and this is from another private collection being auctioned off. And again, I don't think it's a coincidence that they painted this figure these colors. You know, I just don't see why they would paint them that way. and it's not even just the paint and the color, but you could tell the phenotype is a Negro phenotype. You know what I'm saying? Like look at the eyes. Look everything about it. like Richard Neve said, everything about it says that it's a Negro. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. Refute that. Right? This is a Veracruz stone hatchet. Another culture out of Mexico. Look at that. Are you going to tell me that's not a so-called Negro? I mean, it's undeniable. So, you know, we can do this all day. Another Veracruz stone hatchet. Look at that. Not even just the phenotype, the lips, everything is clearly a Negro. But he has cornrows. And then he has some braids that aren't finished, which is a style that we rock still, you know. Like you remember, like back in the day, like Method Man would rock, you know, in some of the music videos, he have like half his hair braided, the other half still out, you know, type of thing. This is the same thing here. And these are not feathers. Because even in the description, let me see. I think the description even says it. Let me see. Yeah, including a Veracruz style deity, head hatchet made from granitic rock, having open mouth, wide nose, and partially braided hair. All right. So you know, the feather stuff is just some pseudo nonsense that it's just denialism. All right. So we can cut all that out. All right. Another Mayan artifact. Okay, from the private collection. Clearly Negro phenotype. And then we can also, again, compare. So both of these are considered Mayan artifacts. All right. But clearly there's some differences. Not to mention that this one on the left, that it has a Eurasian phenotype, looks much newer. And there could be a reason to that, and I'm gonna get into that in a few minutes as well. Once I get to all of these artifacts. So let's see. Here we go. This is an Epi-Olmec artifact. Out of Mexico, of course. Post, I guess that would mean it's post the thriving Olmec culture, kind of towards the back end of the Olmec culture. But again, this is not Native American art direction. If you drop this in Ghana or something, you people would not blink an eye. You know what I'm saying? Clearly detailing somewhat of a Negro phenotype. Not even up for debate. And I think this is in Yale. Yeah, Yale University Art Gallery. Epi-Olmec. And then look at this. This is a Mayan artifact. I mean, come on. And this is actually, someone was auctioning this from their private collection on eBay for like $4,000, I believe. There's just no denying what you're looking at here. There's no way that this is a Native American art direction. This is a Negro, period. It's not even up for debate. So, and again, this is a Mayan artifact. All right. Let's see this one. Yeah. We call them enlargement of the city mass. Georgia. All right. So this is from the Montano culture out of Ecuador. This is in the Metropolitan Museum here in New York. And again, it's not even up for debate what we're looking at here. So as I said, we got way more than Olmec artifacts. We got artifacts all over the Americas. And don't worry, I'm gonna get to North America too. This is also in the the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This is a artifact from the Nazca people of Peru. Yep. So, and this is actually a drawing, but this is clearly depicted as someone with a Negro phenotype, dark skin, and with locks in the back, which in duality they also made into snakes. So these are also locks. All right. Let's move on. This is a Teotihuacan mask in Mexico, of course. And again, not even just because they colored it dark, but the phenotype says Negro, clearly. So, where's this little thing? National Anthropological Museum in Mexico City. There you go. Again, we got it. This is from the British Museum, Mayan artifact. Just look at the lips. It looks like it's depicting someone who's like very old, but clearly you can see that it's still the phenotype and features of which we call Negro.
So real quick,
Yeah.
I just wanted to add to it, right? All right, so stay right there real quick, right? So look, even with all of this shit being said, right, you know what I'm saying? There's not just, see, my thing is to collect as much evidence as you can to substantiate your claim and cross-reference simultaneously, right? Cross-reference the eclectic amount of information that you got, not just one Olmec head, not just the Boma Park murals, not just the Mendoza codexes, the other images of what they're showing, like even the Timacoan statue that's in Florida, right? Even the emblem of America images. Like, it's just too much, bro. It's just too much. It's not just one image. You can't sit there and debunk every goddamn image that they showing people who look like us. And you're talking about, well, did they do our DNA? Well, if these people, where do these people go that look like this? Where do they go? They just vanish? So would they not be the descendants of some of our people? Or if not all of our people? See, these are critical questions that these clowns don't ask themselves, because these niggas are not taught to think for themselves. They're taught to let people control their narrative and control because this person did. You gotta be one of the most idiotic individual to make that claim, because this person didn't agree with what we're saying, and because this person been propped up as some type of great scholar or some scientific anomaly, right? When it comes to this research, right, he has to come in and give us his explanation, and then that's what forms our explanation. And with forming our explanation, no longer what we see, what we already came up or concluded that these are Negroes. Now that the white man or the white woman that came, or some of these mongoloids and mestizos that came and kind of use educational false logic to make you change your stance or change your understanding to what you're saying. Like, come on, bro, we gotta, like, it's just too much. It's just too much. This brother you've been building for at least about 5-10 minutes, well, longer than that, just showing images. And these clowns is talking about, okay, the Olmecs and Naya and Luzia. When I got at least about 4 or 5 other articles of them finding human remains in which they saying there had to be either Africans, Australians, or South Pacific Islanders, like, you're gonna just, but go ahead.
No. You cook because yeah. It just shows how elementary they are when it comes to this information. If you still talking about Omex, Lucy, and Naya, that's like that's 101. You know what I'm saying? Like that's I told Sean P. That's the tip of the iceberg.
But what they say, all of these articles has been debunked. That's their theory, right? But the images itself, then when you look at, that's this looker ship. So look, this looker ship doesn't have no connection to what we already presented. It does. So this doesn't connect nothing, right?
That's what I'm saying though. But they just shot themselves in the foot because they just used looker ship in the same video that he then turns around. Then turns around and says, "Oh, it's looker ship to look at the Olmec heads and say that they're Negro or as they want to say African." Like you contradict yourself. But that's kind of that mentality of I'm white and I say so because they know that their ideology is backed by $1 billion, if not $1 trillion industry that's controlled by their zaddy, who they get all the information from. So, yeah.
All right, so look, just on the stance of even the Luzia article, right? Let me show something real quick.
Yeah.
So just on that understanding, right? And this is all old shit that I've been showing. Like, let me see something real quick. All right, so bear with me and let me know if you can hear me because this shit is be going in and out. All right, so look,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go all the way back. All right. So these are on top of that, what you get showed. Let me see something. Let me go down. Let me see something real quick. Let me just run real quick, bro. I was gonna run something real quick.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Let me I'm just gonna let me see something. Let me start from here. All right, hold up. I think it's this. Let me see. It's not. Hold up. All right, so I'm just gonna run through a couple of sources real quick, just to run through some shit, right? All right, so this is what book is this? Oh, this is Myths of the North American Indians by Spencer Lewis, right? So it's in the Muskogee population at the period of the first contact with whites have been estimated at some 50,000 souls. In 1905, they numbered rather more, but this estimate including about 15,000 freemen of Negro blood, right? Now, go figure that, right? Just to kind of get you into some things. Let me see. Just dealing with, just giving you some. I want to be here. Nope. Hold up. I'm back. You can hear me, Jay?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I cut out for a minute. All right. Let me see something. Nah, I just, you know what I want to get into? Let's see. I don't want to go here. Let me show you. All right, let me go back. Hold up. My bad, y'all, because I'm kind of like. All right, I'm sorry, man. Hold up. All right, so this is Samuel Rothenquay research, right? Now, this is what he said. There was formerly in America, as now, tribes of all complexion.
My bad, bro. Not to cut you off. Were you trying to share?
I'm not sharing. Hold up. Oh shit! I thought I was sharing the whole time. Hold up. I got kicked out. My bad. Damn. I'm glad you on.
Yeah, no, I got you.
All right, so this is just to start with a bunch of sources or a bunch of people who making the same observation, the same claims we making. So to show that, you know, it's too many people that they will have to go back and undo everybody who says that it was Negroes in America, which is going to be literally impossible at this point in time. So they have to make these foolish claims, right? So this is Rothenquay. So he said there was formerly in America, as now, tribes of all complexions as elsewhere, yellowish, olive. Now, but you want to know is all of these colors are actually Negro colors. Yellowish, right? What they call light-skinned niggas, yellow niggas, right? Olive, which you know olives is green, brown, and black, right? Coppery. We know what coppery is. We know the synonyms for copper is brown, burnish, yellowish brown, dark brown, chestnut, etc., right? Tawny. We know what tawny means. Red and brown, right? Now, incarcerate or white, that's something that we gotta just put. We're gonna put that over there, but we only stick it to the images that pretty much conclude what our people looked like that was here, right? It said, and even blackened or Negro-like, which Negroes would be yellowish, olive, coppery, tawny, reddish brown as well, right? So that's Rothenquay and what he was saying, right? So also he says American anthropology, American anthropology graphics will teach that there was no men of all sizes, etc. It's saying features and complexions in the hemisphere before 1492, notwithstanding the false assertions of many writers who took one nation for the whole American group, right? Now he gets into it. He says the Spaniards, 50 sons, whatever. He said many tribes of charcoal, Menespus. It's saying whereas black as Negroes and other shades of brown, tawny, and coppery were scattered everywhere. Okay. Now that's just the observation of that, right? So hold up, this one right here. It said a tradition preserved indicates a colony of Negroes or men painting black from South America. They might have been black Negroes, it said, mentioned by Don Laria or some other American Negro nations, of which there are many. Okay. It says, see my accounts on ancient black nations of America. Now, Uncle and them would say that these writings or these people that saying this is pseudo, right? This is Patrick Maines. This is Cherokee, slavery in the Cherokee Nation. Let me see something real quick. I'm gonna see if we get to the other part. Let me see. Okay, all right, boom. So these are just people that's concluding that it was black people here, right? Which he pulled up one book, Unexpected Faces of America, or Unexpected Faces, right? So it's saying they're possible the relationship between, now listen, this is just from his observation. Patrick means slavery in the Cherokee Nation, right? It said, and this book is pretty much telling you how they found Negro Indians and how all these Indians got Negro ancestry, right? That's what it pretty much concluding to. That's why in the beginning of the book, he's making a claim and putting evidence showing you that it was already black people in America. This is the beginning of the book. This book is about slavery in the Cherokee Nation, right? So it is possible that the relationship between Africans, now just because he's saying Africans, you already know. We already proved that it was already Negroes here. Now, contemporary science or history is going to say there was Africans. We know that they wasn't Africans, right? Okay, it's saying a Native American stretch much further back than many historians are willing to acknowledge, though it's highly a controversial topic. Why is it controversial? It seems possible that the first contact between African and Indians did not occur in the 18th century. Oh no, it said the early 16th century, as commonly assumed. This probably has been underscored by the discovery in Brazil of the Negroid skeletons dating back 11,500 years ago. Lucia, as she's been called, could transform the thinking about the people of the Americas. We can no longer say that the first colonizers of America came from north of Asia, as previous models has proposed. Dr. Walter Neves, the discoverer of the skull, right? Now, this is the reason why they have to kind of go back and try to refute or put these confusing claims to make people think that these experts were wrong about the findings of Negroes in America, right? Now, he concludes with this page, well, not concludes, but he goes further with more evidence of Negro contact, right? Now, it says long before Columbus, Africans may have been used in the favorable sea currents, which we know that they're not Africans. They're only saying that upon observation of finding black people here. Then now they're equating them with being Africans, right? So it said long before Columbus, Africans have been used in small boats to come to America. One of the reasons Columbus was sent return voyage to the New World was a report of Indians in Espanola who said that there had came to Espanola from the south and southeast a black people who had the tops of their spears made of metal, which is called gonum gold. It said a canary current. Well, that's something different right there, right? But he also goes into the Olmec heads, right? It said there are other indications of pre-Columbian contact with Africans, in which the variety of setting in America. The megalithic heads carved by the ancient Olmecs bear distinctive African facial features, similarities between African pyramids and the reed boats and their counterparts in America. And similarities between Northern Africans and the Native American culture are often evidence to support the idea that ancient contact upon observing the Olmec sculptures in Mexico in 1869. Dr. Jose Melgar Serrano reported, as a work of art is without exaggeration and magnificent sculpture, but what astonished me was the Egyptian type representative. It said, I reflect that there had undoubtedly been Negroes in this country. Okay. Now it's saying William Bartram. It's saying early botanist who spent time in the southeastern Indians with the southeastern Indians noted that the great pyramids, right, and mounds of the earth, the tarragons, it's saying the cubic yards, James Adair, the early traders among the Creek and Cherokee described state houses and temples as the following. Okay, so like there's so much evidence, right? Now look, now I think the person who made that book, you still with me, right, Jay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. The book, Unexpected Faces, is Leo Weiner. I think that's his book, right? So it's saying Leo Weiner proposed that African traders. Now listen to this. This is just them proposing, and this is just a concept and a hypothesis. This is not factual. Remember, they're trying to give you an explanation why you finding black people in America, and they're trying to call them Africans, to say that these are not indigenous or autochtons of this continent, which they don't have no actual evidence of. That's what. So don't think when they say Africans, I'm in agreement. No, I know that they're not Africans. They're trying to make an explanation to why you finding black people in America, which is the whole explanation of why we've been classified colored, Negro, black, and not African Americans. But let's get with it, right? Listen to this. So he's saying, wait, Dr. Leo Weiner has proposed that African traders, now listen, African traders from Guinea founded a colony near Mexico City from which they exerted a cultural and commerce influence. Now listen, a cultural and commerce influence extending north to Canada. Okay? Now, the Micmacs are coming from, what's the region in Canada? Oh my God, I can't think of the name of it right now. Halifax, up in the Halifax area of Canada, right, where the Micmacs at. But that culture comes all the way down into Virginia with the what's the writings? What's the writings that they find in the cave? Nevertheless, though, they saying that African traders from Guinea founded a colony in Mexico City, which when you go in Mexico City is where Tenochtitlan was at. Okay? Where Tenochtitlan was at. Okay? So they saying that exerted cultural and commercial influence extending north to China and south to Peru. Now, you really believe some Africans could come here and have that much power to have a fucking cultural trade from Canada to south to Peru, where we found more niggas and we found the chinchilla mummies that goes back over 8,000 years ago? He also suggests that indigenous cultures, including the Mayan, the Aztec, and Inca civilization, were strongly influenced with the contact with African civilization. Now, we know that they're not African civilization. They're just saying that because they're trying to make an explanation of the black people that they found here. Historians and scientists, Augustus Lepongien in the 19th century to Barry Fells in the later half and 13th century, has asserted that possible African contact with ancient America. He said, whatever the truth is, it is certain that along the coastal rim of the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. Now, listen, understand it. Now we're going to get into some other shit. Okay, now remember that. The Caribbean coast and the Gulf of Mexico, which they're saying that these are areas where they're saying that it was black people at. Now remember, Florida is the Gulf of Mexico too, or the Gulf, or what they call the crescent area, right? Hold up.
Lepongien was the one who wrote Queen Mu in the Egyptian Sphinx, right?
Yeah, exactly. He was definitely the one that wrote that. But check it out, because we're gonna rock out to about 3 now. So I'll give you some more time to go over what you want.
I got some more stuff. So.
All right. So look. So now I'm gonna go into some other shit. Hold on. Now these are just hypotheses, okay? So I just want you guys to understand that. What's this? Children of Moon. Where's the Children of Moon? All right, hold up. I'm just going to be running through a few things, and I just want you guys to know. You know what? I don't even use that no more. All right, so this is one of the scientific articles, and this is by Walter A. Neves, Mark Hebe, and Gonzalo Carrera. or whatever. And this is the human skeleton remains from Sabana de Bogota, Colombia. It's in the case of Paleo-American morphology, late survival in South America, right? And this is dated back in 2007, okay? All right, so now look. Let me see. All right, so it is known that the cranial morphology of the first humans who entered the continent was very different from the pattern prevalent in later times and current in America and East Asia. These findings suggest that the new world may have been colonized by two different biological populations, both coming from Asia. One exhibiting a cranial morphology more similar to that of the first modern humans and still maintained in Africa, Australia, and Melanesia today. Okay? It's saying in the other exhibiting a very different morphology known as the Mongoloids. Okay? Now it's telling you right then and there, okay, the first and modern humans that still maintain Africa and Australia and Melanesia. Now remember, when they telling you that, they're only telling you that, let me see. They're only telling you that because these people are melanated. That's why they saying that. Now remember, these are the people of Melanesia. Okay, this is the person New Guinea, which is in Melanesia, right? And this is what a Melanesian person look like. These are other. This is Papua New Guinea, Melanesian Islands, right? These are Solomon, Melanesian Islands. These are some more Melanesian people. Okay. Now see, understand this. And I keep saying this, like I have to constantly put emphasis on this, right? The only reason they're saying African and Melanesia because they know that they're Negroids. They're not saying that they came from there. They say they resemble these people. Because if they say, oh, they resemble African Americans, then that would be letting the cat really out the fucking bag. So they gotta kind of take it away and say, oh, they look like Africans and look like Melanesian people. All right, well, the first Americans who was here look like these people. And like I said, this is basically the standard of understanding your genealogy and not getting yourself confused with you thinking you are a Mongoloid or your descendants came from Mongoloid, by understanding that it was people here who look like this already. And we can prove this in so many different ways. There's too many different ways we can prove this. Too many different ways. Okay? More Melanesian, look. More Melanesian, look at this sister. Look like my aunt. Look like my aunt, bro. So the people here who look like, and brother Unc, so the people here who look like this, who was here, the skeletons looked like that. And then you're going to use science or a science agent to say, oh no, well, we redid the head and this is what's going on. No, Walter Neves was clear. They ran so many different sequences in that so-called order to where they had to say that these are not Mongoloids, these are Negroids.
That's multiple skulls at that.
Multiple skulls, right? So look, so that's one article. Like I said, this is old work, right? I've been showing this shit for years, but since, like I said, you guys don't hear from me on a regular basis, we doing the build just to kind of show these Pan-Africans are fucking fools and liars, man. You understand? So this is another one, the Lapa whatever, I can't pronounce that. But this is also done by Walter A. Neves, Joseph F. Powers, etc. Right? So this is the abstract. So it's saying, let me put my glasses back. I'm trying to take them off because I don't want to get too used to wearing glasses. Well, it says several studies concerning the extra-continental morphology affinities with Paleo-Indian skeletons carried out independently in South and North America have indicated that America was first occupied by non-Mongoloids that made their way to the New World through the Bering Strait in ancient times. The first South Americans show a clear resemblance to modern South Pacific and African populations. Okay? And African populations. Okay? So that's one, that's another article. Like I said, you can't debunk all this shit. Like, it's impossible. If you think you can just go back and say, all right, well, all of this stuff is not real, you can't do all that. Okay, and it also say, so the ones he was talking about, I don't even need this right here, but I can definitely show that. I don't even need to use that. Let me see. So this is a continuation of a different article, right? Let me see if it continues from the other page. Yeah, it does. All right, so it continues from this right here, right? So it said, we have demonstrated that the cranial morphologies of the earliest South American cannot be classified as a typical Mongoloid, and that, in fact, it closely resembled the craniofacial morphology typically seen in modern South Pacific populations and in Africa. In the several comparisons, the multivariate statistical analysis has demonstrated a strong morphology similarities between the oldest Americans and modern Australians. It said, and only a slightly weaker morphology similar to modern Africans. Okay, so however it's being said, the studies is saying that the first people here was Negro, right? Now he go another. This is R.B. Dixon book, Race and Something, right? But you know, even in this book, right, he tells you that in Connecticut they found proto-Negro skulls. Okay, matter of fact, hold up, no, that's something different. No, that was the Paradise Found. That was a different book. All right, so hold up. Let's go into Sun Notes real quick. And like even this. Okay. Nah, we don't need to go into that. But this is Unexpected Faces. And that's, hold up. That's made by Leo Weiner. I think this one right here. So this is Dr. James Chatter, okay? And this is from his excavation of Naya, right? And I keep telling you, like, even like not a coincidence, these niggas is retards, bro. Because an expert, right? An expert is coming out saying that the skeletons that they found, experts that coming out saying that the skeletons that they found are Negroes, not some niggas sitting there behind a desk that's using other experts to kind of debunk another expert. So I love to use this, man. Shout out to my brother who sent this, who sent that bill to me. Let me see something. Let me go back out. Hold up.
Yeah, they're just gonna go with whatever confirms their bias, confirmation bias. So
Yeah, and that's they just go with whoever, right? They just go with whatever, right? I'm not gonna be too much long. I'm just gonna run through this real quick and show you.
Yeah, no.
So this is from that actual book, Unexpected Faces, right? And these are some of the figurines and images that they found. Okay, look, it's one of them right there, right? They go some more. And see, even from observation, that these niggas is so brainwashed with trying to fit into European science and using all of these pseudoscientists, right? Because they're the pseudoscientists that's teaching other people to become pseudo. right? That you can't use your observation and cross-reference this with other information. Okay? So these are other images that they found within that region, right? Let's check this out. Other images. I think this is a pipe or whatever. And this look like some of you Negroes. Some of you Negroes look like this too. Like, you know, we got different looks to us and shit. Like, we don't just all look like the Olmec. You know what I'm saying? Some of these other images, some niggas I know I know a nigga who look like this. You know what I'm saying? I know a nigga who look like this. Look. Hold up. Hold on. Let me go back out. Look, I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me go back out real quick. Let me go back here. Let me know if you guys can see that image I just showed, right? Let me know if you guys can see this image right here. Press 1 for me if you know a nigga who look like this right here. This image right here. Press 1 for me if you know a nigga who look like that. Press 2 for me if you don't know a nigga who look like that. See, all the niggas don't have to look like the Olmecs. But we can use the Olmecs to say, yeah, well, I know a lot of niggas look like that too. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, this is observation. This is fucking science. This ain't called lookership. And the fact that a nigga who's supposed to be so proficient in science will tell you that observation is lookership, meaning that he's disingenuous and he's not using the steps that the scientific method actually allows you to use by calling something lookership. Okay? I know some niggas from the side who look like this too. You understand what I'm saying? Like, look, we know some niggas who look like this. So you can't say that these no other type of people. We know some niggas from the side. You looking at a nigga from the side like, damn, y'all done seen a nigga who looked like this before. You understand? So I know a nigga who look like this.
All day.
Do you know any niggas who look like this?
Sure do.
You understand what I'm saying? Look, and see, the remarkable thing about this shit is that you ain't seeing no long hair. You're not seeing no hair that's coming down, like, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, whatever hairstyle they got is up under them so-called helmets or up under this so-called fez or whatever, tar bush or whatever you want to call it, right? You understand? So even this right here, right? I know some niggas, some women who look like this.
And see, they might try to say that might be more of a mongoloid phenotype, but we carry those sort of features as well. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, my dude.
We got plenty of genetic diversity.
I've seen women who look like this. Sorry. I've seen women who look like this. See, I've seen women who look like this.
That's not definitely.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, come on, bro. Like these niggas is doing pseudoscience, right? Look at the hair. Why are they going out their way to make sure that you could see the curls and shit within the hair? Why would they go out their way to show this? Why? Olmecs, as you know what I'm saying? I know this nigga look like YK right here too. Look, he look like YK. You're Rodin. This is your Rodin right here. You're Rodin Kalu. Right?
I see a little John Holman in that one.
Hey, I just got a face like Maxwell. Look.
Yeah.
And they got a face like Maxwell and shit, right?
Yeah, he look like him, yeah.
Look, man, come on, man. So it's like we got different features, right?
Yeah,
so
look at all those.
Yeah, to go along with what you showed to go along with the evidence of what they saying to people who was in these regions and what they look like. It's just too much evidence, bro. It's just too much evidence that will make these people look stupid. You can sit here and say, well, I got a scientific journal right here by some white racists that don't want you to know that this is your land, right? Who don't want you to know that this is your land, and who's the person who really the ventriloquist? Look at this nigga. Nigga, wait up. Look. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Look at this nigga. Look, that's a nigga. Oh no,
no way.
This is looker shit. Like, shame on you, brother Onk, and you and Sassy P or Sean P. You will never debate me on none of this shit, bro. You will never, because I got evidence for days on this. I'm only showing you a snippet of what I got. I got evidence for days on. I got sources. I can do this. I can do this for 24 hours straight. Trust me. Trust me. I can do this for 24 hours straight. Just on this alone right here. I just, like I said, that's why once I get riding downhill, once I get downhill riding and shit, I'm just cruising at this point in time. Once I get comfortable again with doing a build, or I do a build or whatever, a lot of time I don't want to end them because we showing so much evidence and so much information to where, like, I'm not doing nothing today. So we are pretty good today, right? And like I said, this only enforces your genealogy. Only enforces it. Only enforces it. Right? Look at this. Oh, and look, check this out. Let me show you something else, right? I'm gonna show you something else.
That's Queen Ty, I think.
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna show you some other things that enforces this shit, right? Let me see. Hold up. I'm about to give it back to you in a minute, bro. You got me.
No. Yeah, leave it in, right?
You got me going now. You already know once I get going.
Yeah, it's giving me flashbacks.
What happened? Man, this shit. Look. So look. Even if you say, look, oh, this nigga never came to America, and this is a Masonic symbol picture. I don't know why the fuck it ain't quick. Let me see. So you see the Negro right there. And this is all old shit right here. This is nothing new right here. This is old shit. Like I said, the opposite. And we can go into all different types of bags when it comes to this. It's not just showing, oh, these are just images. These are just images. Nah, nigga, these images are valued. Like, this is real shit, bro. There's no way that you can refute all of this evidence, brother. There's no way you can refute it. There's no way. You would be a fool.
And in reality, none of this exists. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we have nothing, if we have nothing to do with America, we shouldn't have not one Olmec king, let alone all of the rest of this evidence. You know what I'm saying?
But these niggas will take it and try to challenge everything step by step. Look, they would try to challenge everything. Oh no, that's lookership, and then try to, like I said, oh, this is one thing is lookership, and then nah, brother, this is called scholarship, nigga.
Yeah.
That's what this is called. Because I'm not just backing it up by images. I'm showing you other people who agree with what the fuck we saying. Look, this is one of my favorite pictures right here. Look, one of my favorite pictures, and this is in North America. Look. But they want you, oh, these are slaves. So why this motherfucker who look like the slaves dressed up like an Indian?
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You good? Go ahead.
No. I was gonna say, I think this is from the American book, the Alex Martinez.
Yeah, it definitely is.
That's actually supposed to be a god, because they say that
they giant. Some people said it was a giant. Well, some people said it's a giant.
They would say that they would depict the gods as like much larger than the people.
Well, we know that we did find giants here too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So we can't throw that out, right? We know that you did find giant shit, right?
Yeah. I got write-ups on, you know, we were gonna do the and I was gonna read something from what I was gonna present there too, but we were gonna do that New York Northeast Indian bill, and I got write-ups about giants they found in mounds in New York. You know,
Give me like 5 to 10 more minutes, and I'm about to toss them out the alley-oop it back to you.
Yeah. No doubt.
So besides the images that we got, right? We got drawings that's showing you like this. They made a mistake and made this nigga this dark. You know what I'm saying? And plus to go along, look, and this is like what I said, man, how I killed a lot of niggas who saying that Indians wasn't Moors. You know, I don't even want to get all into that because I don't want to, go into that. This is how I killed a lot of people, even with that conversation. Like a lot of people they don't want to agree with that. It's cool. All right, so let me see something. So I think it was there. Okay, so look. Let me see. But I didn't go through all the articles. I only went through a few. Oh, this one right here. This is the one I brought to the community that a lot of people be using this shit today, right? This right here, right? So this is Sean P. I know you listening. Somebody go tag Sean P.
He's in the bushes. You know he's in the bushes.
Yeah. So this is the monthly record of anthropological science, and this is published under directly of Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland. This is dated at April 1939, and this is the original articles. And this is dealing with Brixton, Trevor, and Julian, right? So this talks about, okay, hold up. Say implications that underformed Negro physical type inhabited the Virgin Islands in pre-Columbian times. Okay? Pre-Columbian times, before Columbus got here. Not less do we got Central and South America, but we also got articles stating that it was Negroes already in the fucking Virgin Islands, man, which is all the Caribbean islands, pretty much. Okay. So it says, and this, like I said, a lot of this shit is old. This is all old work. Like I said, when I actually do presentations to people or whatever, the first thing is to establish that it was black people already here before I paint the picture that your people are Indians. So once you understand that your people Indians, you're no longer looking at the Mongoloids. That's where the whole thing where the black slave owners go into, to show you that people in your area was running these towns, even at the point of time. And then we can go back and show that a lot of people that's in them books and a lot of their surnames go back to a lot of Indian nations. I mean, I can do it. I just ain't like, I don't be trying to get all intricate with all that all the time. I just try to keep it to where, the person with the simplest understanding can catch on to what we're doing here. You know what I'm saying? So this is another article. I don't even need to read it. We already went over this, right? Okay. And this is from, let me see. Oh, no, this is, hold on. This is the next page. This is 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro by J. Rogers, right? So in number 16, he says, on the presence of the Negro in America before Columbus, Carlo Chavez Marquez says the Negro type is seen in most ancient Mexican sculptures. So everybody is agreeing that these sculptures that they find in Mexico are Negroes, except stupid ass Ankh and Sean P. And the rest of these niggas who don't want to claim that their ancestry was already in America, who want to be slaves.
And he said most ancient, by the way, most ancient.
Most ancient. And I got the book, and I had to translate it from Spanish to English, and I got the book. I think I'm gonna probably pass the source somewhere along the lines. All right. So boom, check this out. So okay, so he says this is number 16. This is J.A. Rogers, the 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro, right? So it says on the president of Negro in America before Columbus, Carlos Chavez Marquez says the Negro type is seen in the most ancient Mexican sculptures. The Negro frequently in most remote traditions of some American Pablos. Now listen to this. This is what he concludes because Johnny Aborigine made a meme out of this, right? It is to this race doubtingly belongs to the most ancient skeletons. Now, this book that Carlos Chavez Marquez wrote was written in the early 1900s, if not the late 1800s. So they was already talking about this shit before. So it is to this race doubtingly belongs to the most ancient skeletons, the very distinctive structures of two of the red American races, which has been found in various places from Bolivia to Mexico. Okay, and then he doubled down and said it's likely America was a Negro continent, right? And the name of his book is The Studies of, I think that's Anthropology and Ethnographic or whatever. That's how it's translated in English, right? So then check this out. Look at this. These niggas say they don't never find nothing in North America, right? So now it says, this is Professor R.B. Dixon, Racial History of Mankind, pages 400, which I got the pages already. I got the whole book. 400, 401, 409, 441, and 449. Dixon emphasizes, okay, the fact that there was early Negro strand in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Central American Indians. Okay, so now look. Rhode Island and Massachusetts. What tribes do we got there? The Nassagaret, the Wapanaki, the Pequot. When we see them people, do we not still see black people in them tribes? Yes. So the fact that these niggas is sitting here in China, like I said, man, look, outside of all of the other, like the things that's more integral when it comes to people genealogy and how they finding black Europeans who descendants come from America, not from over there to over here, but from over here to over there. The people who got these surnames left from here and went over there. That's why you see so many people in England and London with these surnames that we got. Because it didn't come vice versa. It came from here to there. And most of them people kept records that they had ancestry in the Americas. But people is getting even that wrong. Right? So this is a book right here. This is R.B. Dixon book, right? So it says the suggestion that the Mediterranean or Proto-Negro type, for example, are to be found in America is indeed revolutionary. Okay? Is indeed revolutionary. Okay? And he said, only keep in mind that the statement does not mean that the actual Negro or people from the Mediterranean shores are supposed to have migrated to the New World. But why is he using the Mediterranean? What do we see? What did I tell you? The Algonquin conquest tell you the conquest of the Mediterranean 11,500 years ago. So this is R.B. Dixon book. And he also say, look, he said the reader has doubtly shared the surprise, not unmixed with horror and audacity of the statement of Mediterranean and Caspian and Proto-Australian and Proto-Negro type was found among the American Indians. Okay? So, let me see something real quick. So he pretty much, and this book, I gotta go back and see. This book was written in the early, but even when you get to proto first, especially from which similar things developed. So when they say proto Negroes, they say first, especially from which similar things is developed. Now look, check this out. Here go your other connection, because he mentioned the Mediterranean, right? To the Algonquin conquest of the Mediterranean, right? It said, contrast these more easterly Algonquin tribes are knowledge of those of New England and woolly derived from the cranial, since the pure blood Indian of greater proportion of this area has been long extinct. Right, it's in a larger number of cranians are from the site of central and eastern Massachusetts and Rhode Island, and shows on analysis that the dominant element in this area is most unexpectedly Proto-Negro. Are we still live? You still with me, Jay?
Yeah, no, I'm listening. You cooking? You good? You hear me?
Yeah. So Sean P and Brother Ankh, okay, if I may say, right? We already know, bro, at this point in time, bro, we got too much evidence. You can't go back and redo all this evidence. And if you do, we know that you have a fucking agenda. There's no way you can go back and undo all this evidence. Hold on, let me cook a little bit longer. Since you got me in my bag, since because I don't know when the next time I'm gonna do a build.
Yeah, this is like like back in the day,
Man,
like
listen.
a whippersnapper, listening to A1 go in, you know what I mean?
This is Carlos Chavez Marquez. Thank you, brother. This Carlos Chavez Marquez book of what we just read from J.A. Rogers. And like I said, I had to translate it. I don't need to get into it because we already did it. I'm trying to skip past some of the stuff to try to condense it. But I got all the sources. And this is, look, and check this out. Look at this. This is a news paper. And this is from 1828. Nigga. This is the 4 letters of the American history by Professor Roffinquay, which I read earlier about the Negro races of America, right? I read that earlier, right? This is actually a news clipping of what he found, right? Let me see something. It's this part right here. All right, so look. And then the news clipping, right? Now look. He says, the advice that the result in a single but striking point, doubtly to this day, by superficial inquiries, is sufficient to mention that there were in America before Columbus came nations of tribes of the following complexion: coppery, tawny, olive, dusky, dark brown, and black. Okay, now look, it said all of these complexions are found in Asia, in the Polynesian, and in Africa. The Native American Negroes or Black Indians have been seen in Brazil, Guyana. Come on, bro. Like, look, man, like you niggas, are you kidding me, bro? Like, yo, you not fucking with one of these clowns out here, my dude. Now look, it says in New California latitude 32 called the Esteros, I guess that's how you pronounce it, right? And the Hottentots, right? It's saying and many other Nigerian tribes. It's saying not black but dark brown, yet complete Negroes with thick lips, broad noses, and he called it very ugly, and with hair crisp or curly. Okay. So what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? And listen. This news journal right here, this is called, I had to find this shit right here, right? I found this years ago. The Saturday Evening Post, Philadelphia, Saturday, June 7th, 1828. Nigga, what are we talking about here? Okay? Just to start your new year off, right? We don't need to go into no more of that. But this is also some more R.B. Dixon. I got it kind of sorted out. Now, in this, it says the Proto-Negro largely outnumbers the Proto-Australianoid, at least in two of the most important series. It's saying those from Lagata Santa in Brazil and Paltalcala in Ecuador. Right now, these are some of the areas when Carlos Chavez Marquez says from I forgot to Brazil or to Mexico, whatever. The Negro is largely frequent, whatever. That's what made him come up with the conclusion that American was a Negro continent. Okay, we went over that already. What's this? America's before. Now look,
this is gonna be a lot for them to refute, bro. This might be overkill.
It is. Look, this is another book. This is called, I got it at the top. It's called America Before Columbus, right? And it kind of talks about the mound builders and all this, right? But it says right here, there was tall but extremely thin, with members well proportioned and in color resembling a Negro more than a red-skinned Indian. Okay, and this is an example from that book, right? And hold up, let me see something. It says the fact that the Christian Europeans is needed today to lift up the Redskins of America, as well as the Negroes of Africa, and that a similar fact took place of old appears from the ancient traditions of our Aborigines. Okay. And he kind of like in this book, he kind of like I don't think I have all the pages, or I might have them all together. Let me see something. I think it's this one right here. Nonetheless, though, we already pulled our point. We don't like this shit is at this point in time, this shit, like you just said, is overkill.
What was that? It said Moors the Indian?
Yeah, that's some, I got a bunch of sources up here. Let me see something. With Negro faces. Another source right here, and this is from Atlantis and Lost Lemuria. Okay. This is the story of Atlantis and Lemuria. Right. And I can go into that too and tell you that even among Church Ward, he said that the way that Negroes got into Africa was through South and Central America and crossed over and went into Africa. You know what I'm saying? So it's so much different. Like we can't substantiate everything. But what we can substantiate is too much sources and too much evidence of Negroes already being in America. Okay? It said many of the monuments of Central America decorated with Negro faces, and some of the idols found there are clearly intended to represent Negroes with small skulls, short woolly hair, and thick lips. The first home of the Guatemalan race says that black and white men together, which I don't agree with that. But like I said, if they saying white people, you have to ask yourself, where did the white people come from? Were they created in America? Because the Papa Boo talks also about the experiments that was done here. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, what are we talking about here? But oh no, you wouldn't believe that your people you wouldn't believe that your people was responsible for that type of shit. You know, you wouldn't believe it. You just wouldn't believe it. I don't need to go further into this shit, man. This is so much shit that kind of, you know, denotes this. Hold up. All right, hold up. This is the part we're losing right here. Oh, all right. This is what we was talking about the other day with me and Cosmos, right? So it says the set of bones from the skeletons of the Brazilian prehistory made up of 42 men and 39 women, with the age estimated between the date of 7,500 and 11,000 years ago. Challenged the most accepted theory about the first inhabitants of the New World. The skulls from the region, the Minas Gerais, indicates that the original discoverers of America had like Lusian features that recall those of present-day Aborigines of Australia and blacks of Africa. Okay? So it's a lot of stuff, man. It's just a lot. We don't need to get into everything. Also, like, you know, matter of fact, you know what the fuck? So even this right here, this is what we touched on before. This is a 1860 census. Okay, instructions to the marshals. Okay, and this tells you about the free inhabitants, right? And these niggas that do everything. 5 Indians. Indians are not taxed and not to be enumerated. The family of Indians who have renounced their tribal rule and who are living under state and territory laws, exercise the rights of citizens, are to be enumerated, meaning to be added in the census, right? It's in all cases, right? IND opposite their name in column 6 under heading colored. Okay? Classifying these people as colored people. We already know America, the Native America originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper color races found here by Europeans, but now applied to descendants of Americans born in America. Europeans born in America. We got the synonym for copper colored: burnish, chestnut, copper, rustic, rust, tan, burnish, metallic brown, reddish tan. All right. I think, let me see something. Oh, I went over this. That's R.B. Dixon. And this is Professor Ralph-Quay, what I just read from, right? Let's see something. All right, so look, check this out. So this is from the Children of Mu, right? And this is what Church Ward says in his book, right? This is what he says in the book, that's something that is very interesting, right? Now it says the ancient Amazon route. Now remember in his book, he shows the map of Amazon, and he's saying there was a sea. It was a sea before it became a swampland and before we genetically made it into a rainforest. You know that the Amazon is a man-made rainforest, nigga. I mean, just like the Mediterranean is a man-made what's the name? Landmass, right? Meaning that this is what the gods was doing. While these niggas is claiming that they're Africans and the Africans are leaving from Africa, coming to other places to go get the technology that the gods, right, which is us, created. The gods, nigga. We're the gods. So then listen to this, right? And mind you, a lot of niggas doubt this nigga work. But when you look at the sources, he got actual sources. The nigga who decoded the Mayan what's name actually found. He actually has him sourced. The nigga who decoded the Mayan language, I forgot the nigga name, but it was done in the 1800s. He actually got him as one of the sources, as well as a bunch of other fucking sources to go along with it. Now, some of the stuff, I'm not sitting up here telling you I agree with everything. I don't agree with everything. But I can agree with the stuff that sounds logical and the stuff that I have references or research to cross-reference it, right? Listen to this. The ancient Amazon route. Two of the most puzzling questions I've ever had to be slightest bit satisfied with my work was to tell how Negroes got to Atlantis and how Negroes got to Africa. Okay, now look, he said two facts must be face fact. One, all the people of the earth was people from Mu or the motherland, right? He said fact two, the home of the Negro in the motherland was the south corner of Mu, etc., right? But just, and check it out, he's saying, now listen, he said the corner of the southwest corner of Mu, which is now represented by various clusters of the islands called Melanesian. And here today are Negroes' descendants and those who were saved when Mu was engulfed. Now, it's so funny that we find even when they do these skulls that they say, oh, well, yeah, well, these people resemble Melanesians and resemble Africans and et cetera, right? But then, like I said, we're finding so much evidence that even them people that's in Melanesian that I showed you earlier, right? Let's see. I think I went past it. Let me see something. No, that's not this. I don't want to go back here. Oh, man, I might have a picture up here. Oh, right here. Right here. Saying that these people did not come from Africa. But Ankh and them would say that these people got African DNA. And so if you did their DNA, would their DNA come back as Asians? Or would they not have? Like I said, even with the DNA thing, this goes to show how stupid these niggas is. Because all DNA similarities will all pop up in the in so-called African DNA. So everybody who got coarse hair, melanin, and who has a certain chemical is what make your nose wide. That will come up in your DNA. That will make the complexion of your skin. That will make your hair coarse. All of that shit will be genetic markers within your DNA. So the fact that other dark-skinned people is not having DNA that's supposed to come from Africa, meaning that the shit is pseudoscience, bro. Pseudoscience. Because it will all have, if all people came from Africa, right? They saying all, Jay, you with me?
Okay.
They saying all people came from Africa. White people DNA will have African markers. Asian people will have every person that they test on the fucking planet will have African fucking markers in it, bro. Because they are descendants of them. Now, the fact that they don't mean the fact that they're either they're fabricating these DNA samples to they probably just created DNA just for us.
That's definitely what they created for. That's what I was gonna say. But yeah, go ahead.
Just so we won't say that we're Africans, bro. They probably created it just for that. You understand what I'm saying? So like I said, man, it's so much evidence. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Because other than actual Africans, we're the only other group that, I mean, I guess in the Americas, the melanated people in America are the only people that test back to Africa. But then they don't when they test Africans, they don't test, like, their results don't show up over here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they're kind of just making up the results they want based on their ideology and the agenda they want to push, which is us being all from slave boats from Africa. You know what I mean? It's really like a thing where, yeah, my bad, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you good. I ain't mean to cut you off because you kind of.
No. I was gonna say it's really more like a thing. All right, now go ahead.
All right, check this out. So look, this say archaeology evidence further suggests that the Creek Indians were Negroes. Now this is from a book called Life Among the Texas Indians. It's in a WPA narrative of David Lavar. This is page 73 through 74. The Pittsburgh County with permission, which caused some trouble between the Choctaw and the Creek Indians, is all probability of the Comanche Indians at their usual hunting season camp at the particular place. The human skulls and skeleton shows that probably he was of Negro Indian type and indicate that he was shot with a bow and arrow, and the arrow being the type of that the Comanche Jews, right? Now, this is also shown, right? So look, it says beads and other ornaments found with the skeletons show that the type that the Creek Negro Indians wore in them days. Okay, so they got more sources. It's just like I said, at this point in time, you can't refute all this shit, and if the fact that you're trying to refute all of it only shows how stupid you really are, and only shows that you niggas are not doing real research. You're not definitely doing real research. So I don't need to kind of go into everything, but it's pretty much at this point in time straightforward. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's just too much, man. It's just too much information. It's just at this point in time, it's just too much shit, bro. You know, I think I'll leave it alone right there. Let me see something. Nah, we don't need. Oh, matter of fact, let me see what this is. I ain't see this in a long time. Oh, this is what's the name? This is General Assembly. Nah, y'all ain't ready for this right here, man. You gotta meet people with it. You gotta meet people where they at, man.
I was looking at it.
See it, right? You see it, right? You see it. I ain't like, I ain't even trying to give it to you like that today.
This is a 101 class. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I said, we be teaching these Pan-Africans, man. We be teaching them, despite the fact that they kind of like, you know, rebellious and thick-headed. I mean, because that's due to the helmets that they will wear. So, you know, I would definitely like to nominate Brother Ankh and Sean P for the Slow Bus Shorty of 2024. The award. Can somebody please present these niggas the golden helmet? The golden helmet. And we're going to place your picture on the bus, at the back of the bus and shit with the helmet on, banging your head against the goddamn wall.
Like, I just want to see how they're going to handle all this. Like, you know what I mean?
They're going to dispute it as always.
Yeah, but how? How is the question?
How? With their imagination. These niggas got a real creative imagination, man. Real creative imagination. So, you know what I'm saying?
They talking about braids and feathers and
bro. We just went through so much different shit, bro. Like, this shit is pathetic at this point in time, my dude. And it's like, even when you really look into it, my dude, it's just, this shit is pathetic. These niggas are pathetic. Yeah, man. These niggas are beyond pathetic with a lot of this asinine shit that they saying, man. And like I said, I don't know. We've been rocking out. I've been rocking out 5 hours. We've been rocking out 5 hours, man. If you want to definitely donate towards the channel so I can get motivation, I'm already motivated at this point in time to do some more bills. But if you like to donate, man, the Cash App is at the bottom or whatever. But definitely, we've been rocking out 5 hours. God damn.
Yeah. Definitely support. Definitely support the big brother. I mean, if anything, just for all the work he's done over the years. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, I mean it ain't even mandatory at this point in time. It's up to whether or not you feel as though if you feel as though this is valuable to you or something that you definitely appreciate. And even if you don't, you can appreciate it without even donating. So it's you know what I'm saying. It's pretty much up to the individual. But at this point in time,
at least hit the like. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, hit that like button. Definitely hit the like button. But yeah, man, like I said, see this type of information, like I said, is an eclectic collective amount of information. And this information reinforces the fact that your grandmother said you was an Indian, okay, and not of the Mongoloid type, because you never seen no Mongoloids in your family. Never seen them. Never seen a Mongoloid. Never said, oh, no Mongoloid here. Never seen a Mongoloid. So somebody tell you that your family are Mongoloids or give you that impression, you know, that's something that you got to kind of deal with. But we reinforcing this information and giving you a collective amount of information for you to be able to run with. So I don't know. We could definitely say something for another day, man. 'Cause I know you got a bunch of shit. I definitely want.
I don't have that much left, to be honest with you. I was gonna, it was just gonna be a couple more artifacts, and then I was gonna show a quick clip or whatever, like 6 minutes. I was saying before.
Go ahead. Sure. Shout out to my sister Kay Glover, my brother Chubb Jack for the donations. Thank you. Shout out to Kay Glover. Peace to the goddess. Hopefully you in good spirits. My sister, my more sister, and all of y'all are my more brothers and sisters, but you guys just don't acknowledge it. So at this point in time, you're just a Tonktons or Aborigines, which are you still my brothers and sisters, man. I definitely appreciate all the brothers sisters, man. But go ahead. Hold on, I'm gonna mute up. Go ahead. You wanna go on there?
Well, nah, it's just because they were saying that we never show anything in North America. So I just wanted to at least show a couple of those artifacts before we ended it. Well, this is actually in the British Museum on display. This is from the Haida people at what's now British Columbia, all the way on the west coast of Canada, right by the Pacific Ocean. So this mask actually looks a lot like one of those like racial caricatures. You know what I mean? Like, so that's pretty interesting. Yeah. This is actually from Costa Rica. This is another sex or a sensual sort of figurine, and clearly a Negro phenotype there. This is the Barracott Gallery actually in London, and this is an artifact that's from like I said, Costa Rica. So again, clearly Negro phenotype. This is another one from Costa Rica from the Barracott Gallery. And again, you just keep the way that the colors they choose and everything. It kind of tells you what the people look like. You know what I'm saying? So, this is an Aztec artifact. This is from the Doubleton Oaks Museum in Washington, D.C. And this looks like a light-skinned Negro right there, clearly. So I got that. This is an Olmec artifact from the Doubleton Oaks. in Washington, D.C. See the stereotypical thick lips and all that. You know, it's pretty evident what you're looking at there. Okay, so here's some North American artifacts. This is from Cahokia, from the Cahokia Mounds in Missouri. So you can see here. I think this is actually a female, if I'm not mistaken. But you can see the features, the nose, the lips, and they use flint clay in a lot of these Mississippian artifacts. This is a Mississippian artifact. They use the flint clay again because it kind of demonstrates, to me, it would kind of demonstrate the color of the people. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. This is another Mississippian artifact. The Berger figurine is called. I believe this is also from, yeah, this is from Koki as well, from Missouri. So again, brown flint clay, dark brown color, and what you would definitely call Negro features and phenotype. You know what I mean? All right, and this is the Earth Woman effigy pipe. This was found in the Spiral Mounds in Oklahoma. So again, you can see the nose, the lips. So there you go. This is another one found in the Spiral Mounds, and this looks like an elder. Clearly, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I know you. A lot of you got elders that might look just like that. You know what I'm saying. So got a couple more. This is another one from Spyro, the Spiral Mounds of Oklahoma. As you can see, you got a haircut, you got a hairline, and then look at the features. You know what I'm saying? Human effigy made of wood and copper. All right. This is another Mississippian artifact, Spiral Mounds, Oklahoma. These are all Mississippian culture artifacts, North America. And again, you can see he's got a haircut, a hairline. You just look at the features, you know what I'm saying? Let's see what else. This is another one from Spyro, from Oklahoma. The red horn figure, Morning Star. And look at that, detailed, what you would call Negro artifacts, lips, nose, everything. Look at that. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. Just wanted to, just give a whole Molotov cocktail of, everything from artifacts to depictions to descriptions, and just overwhelming them, with sources, to where there's no way they could really refute. And then so, just to kind of cap it off, because we have been going for a little while, and Big Bro A1's been going in for sure. Oh, you know what? Actually, there's a couple more. There's a couple more artifacts. These are a couple artifacts from a excavation site called El Peru, from Guatemala, and these are some Mayan artifacts. All right, so I mean, look at that. You can't really refute that. You know what I'm saying? Just look at the facial features. You ain't gonna tell me that's a Native American. All right. This is another one. Just know you can't refute that. You know what I'm saying? And then lastly, let me see. There's another one. These are all Mayan artifacts. Right. So, so in that regard, because they obviously were showing artifacts, and like I said, they pick and choose when they want to use so-called lookership or observation. So they'll point out the mongoloid looking artifacts, but some of those, there could be more to some of those mongoloid artifacts than that meets the eye. So I wanted to just play this clip real quick to kind of end it off. This is from my man UBTV. I'm sure a lot of you know this brother. He's another one of the goats. I've dealt with him a little bit behind the scenes. Really, really cool dude. And in one of his recent America is Egypt videos, which you should definitely check out, titled "The Hidden Hand," he went in and basically put a face to, because we've all suspected that there's a lot of what you would call forged artifacts, a lot of forged artifacts that have been distributed, and they basically have got us thinking that a lot of these artifacts with mongoloid features or Eurasian features are actually authentic. So I just wanted to play this clip so he can he's gonna put a face to some of the fraudulent activities that goes on behind the scenes in this anthropological industry, and how they will even back up the fraudulent artifacts with actual dates. They'll stamp them with dates going back to BC and AD times. You know what I mean? So let's check this out real quick.
Charlatan's Web, Brigito Lara. Brigito Lara is a Mexican artist and ex-forger of pre-Columbian antiques. Lara claims to have created perhaps as many as 40,000 pieces of forged pre-Columbian pottery. Brigito Lara began to create forgeries in the 1950s and 60s. He created many items in the style of Mayans, Aztecs, and especially the lesser-known Totonacs. In fact, to such an extent that the majority of purported Totonac artifacts may actually be of his creation. He worked in a museum where he was acquainted with both original artifacts and potential customers. Lara sold his work as genuine Mexican antiquities. Buyers did not ask many questions because they were buying contraband. Taking antiquities out of Mexico is illegal. Some of the works were sold by the Morton D. May collection at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, dated 400 to 700, and attributed to the Ramajotas culture in Veracruz. In 1971, the Los Angeles County Museum of Natural History presented a large exhibition entitled Ancient Art of Veracruz. Lara later recognized many exhibits as his work. In July 74, Mexican police arrested a group of what appeared to be antique smugglers, with Brigito Lara among them. An antiquities expert declared Lara's forgeries genuine. While serving his prison sentence, Lara requested fresh clay to prove his innocence and created just the items he was accused of smuggling. The same antique expert declared them genuine as well. Lara was released in January 1975. Okay, that's a cool story. They're like, listen, man, you are arrested for stealing this contraband. You can't steal this contraband out of Mexico. It's like, man, no, that shit is fake. And then they go to the dealer, they go to the charlatan, they're like, no, this is genuine. This is genuine. That nigga was like, yo, give me some fucking clay, bro. This fool done made the same shit that the old dude said was genuine, and then he said the new shit was genuine too. They was like, you know what? We're gonna go ahead and let you get up out of here, bro. The Museo de Antropologia de Jalapa later hired Lara as a restorer and to recognize forgeries. In 1987, Lara told his story to two journalists from Connoisseur magazine. Through them, the St. Louis Art Museum heard that their Morton D. May collection contained his forgeries. Through them, the St. Louis Art Museum heard that their Morton D. May collection contained his forgeries. The Dallas Museum of Art and the Metropolitan Museum of Art also recognized they had Lara forgeries in their collections, though they initially claimed that there was no proof. In 1999, he was featured in the documentary film Ruins, directed by Jesse Lerner. The film screened at the Sundance Film Festival and in many museums around the world, giving him further exposure. Lara continues to sculpt in ancient styles, but now signs his work and is a licensed maker of replicas. He calls his previous forgeries his originals or his original interpretations. End quote, Charlatan's Web. That's a charlatan for the web right there, bro. This dude created an entire history. And what did the charlatans do? They put his work in museums and called them genuine and dated them 1,000 years old. So this guy sculpted something 20 years ago, and then they actually say that his sculptures are older than the entire Mississippian civilization. Just to put that bullshit into perspective. That should let you know that the chronology attached to most of these findings is bullshit. That should also let you know radiocarbon dating is bullshit, which we've discussed ad nauseum in The Smartest Beast in the Field. He created entire civilizations of fake artifacts. There's one report that says that it could be up to 80% of these new so-called artifacts are actually forgeries. So yeah, he's the hidden hand creating forgeries, but who is the hidden hand saying that those forgeries are legit? So we know that there's a hidden hand that's keeping legitimate artifacts from ever seeing the light of day. Because a nigga could make something in 1985 and they say that shit's from 1985 BC. And then they hang it in the fucking museum. And we just take their word for it. And all the yuppies at the wine mixer stand around a piece of shit made 20 years ago and talk about how ancient it was. Don't give me a forgery that looks like everything that's not forged. Because they had a specific look and design, he was keen on forging things to look like certain things. If you're going to give me a forgery, give me a good forgery. So you can tell that even the curators at the museum, he knew exactly who his customers were. He was looking for yuppies. And he played them.
You're
play the yuppies.
So look, okay, so now you got evidence that these niggas been hijacking a lot of stuff like we already thought, right? So now they got evidence right there, like even when these niggas be doubting what we be talking about, right? Even when they doubt what the fuck we be talking about, the evidence right there tells you that they was the same thing with what's the shit called? Is it hold up, is it fake or something? It's a book that they made in the 1970s of all of the sculptures of all of these artifacts that they found in Rome, and kind of find out the shit was just created that year. All of them images they show you Julius Caesar, white, the fucking sculpture or the artifact is so clean. You understand what I'm saying? All of these artifacts ain't no chips on it, nothing, right? Mm-hmm. All of these artifacts that they created. These people was going around creating fake artifacts to pretty much disprove that black people or Negroes or melanated people or copper colored people was on every continent, including yours truly, the Americas. And they ain't limited to doing it here. They doing it everywhere. Everywhere. So, and they doing it basically. Look, you see what their whole standpoint and why they doing it. They doing it to put themselves in the history. That's why I'm trying to tell you, like, if Europeans really in the reality of it doesn't have a history, then what history do we know them for? Where did they come from? If you ain't invent nothing and you ain't do none of this stuff, then where the fuck did you come from? And how long have you actually been on this fucking planet? You know what I'm saying? How long have you been on the planet? The same thing with the mosquitoes. Same thing with them. How long have they actually been here? Because all of the evidence is pointing that you guys are doing the switcheroo on everything. Everything that we're finding, even in Mexico. And see, these idiots, they would now the same white lady who Sean P showed what the fuck is her name? Let me see something. I got a name up there somewhere. Hold up. Let me see. I think this is her book. What's the author? Hold on. Let me see something.
Are you trying to share your screen?
No. I'm trying to look for her name. He mentioned her the other day. I got a book up here right here. This shit. It's called Olmec Colossus. Colossus Master Work of Ancient Mexico. Let me see something.
Is that how he was trying to refute the braids? Is that the source for refuting the braids? As they, you know.
Yup. Let me see something. I had a name right here.
Hold on, I think I could pull it up real quick. Because I think he posted it in his community post or whatever. So,
but how we go, right? All of these images that they out here creating are all pseudo, and these niggas swear up and down like they don't know the difference between now. So these images he's showing right here are all the shit that they went back and did the remix single on, right?
In the video you're talking about?
Yeah, continue playing the video. I mean, my bad.
It was almost done. It was almost done anyway. It was about a couple seconds left. So, but yeah, but you and a lot of those like a lot of those. Hold up, this is the video. Oh, here we go. Like these artifacts right here, he's showing. I've seen these. Like people are still like displaying these as if they're authentic in certain galleries. Like I literally see these when I look for artifacts. I've seen this very one right here. You know what I'm saying?
And he took the same hat, the image, the one you showed. That's the same type of hat or whatever headwear that the one you showed had on.
And you know what's crazy? He made them all look like him. Like they look like some Eurasian phenotype people. You know what I'm saying?
All they doing is finding Negroes, and they're trying to write. They also try to write themselves into history.
For sure.
You know,
that's what I'm saying. They're inserting. They viewed all of the Negro artifacts, and then they're just recreating them basically. You know what I'm saying? And with a different phenotype and inserting them in. And then they're keeping the Negro ones back in private collections and in Smithsonian vaults and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of the artifacts I showed, a lot of them are from private collections that are being auctioned off that you wouldn't even know about if you didn't look it up. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So they, you know, they got a lot they got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this is you know, of course, dealing with the god of Hanu El, this is a masterclass as per usual. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, sorry to have to do it to you like that, but you know, they got they got a lot on their hands. I don't see how they even. I don't even know if they're going to respond. To be honest with you, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, we really don't even really need them to respond at the end of the day. But as long as like we can see like the whole thing of always disproving these clowns. And we ain't sit up here and lie and sit up here and speculate nothing. No, we using common sense, we using observation, and then we also using other people who have the same observation and the same understanding of what we're talking about. Now, if you want to go back and redo all these people who claim and said this shit, even Professor Raffinquay, that article from 1828, you want to go back and try to redo all this, then be my guest. But that's only going to prove to you, at some point in time, you got to concede and say, you got to act with, say, you know what, there was Negroes here already.
Right.
Or at least, even if you don't understand that they was Negroes and you don't want to agree that they was Negro, at least you'll say, well, all right, it was individuals here who resemble us. And there's just too much evidence that concludes that. You can't just redo all of this history, man. But go ahead, keep building. You got build probably for about another 5-10 minutes and we out.
No, I mean that was pretty much it. I mean, I could read one more source just to kind of distinguish. Let me see. Yeah, I could read one more source. I mean, because I pretty much showed all the artifacts I wanted to show, and that was pretty much the end of the video. Clip. So, let me see. I guess we could end with this, just to kind of piggyback on, you know, because you went through, you know, a big, you know, a catalog of sources there, you know, to prove at the very least the Negro presence in the Americas. So this is a book called Aboriginal Occupation of the Lower Genesee Country, which is, you know, upstate New York. And this is by George H. Harris. So there's just one little excerpt I wanted to read from here. And it's basically just you know, coincides with everything that A1 presented, to show that there, at the very least, people know just from studying the Americas that there clearly were distinguished sets of people here. You know what I'm saying? So meaning that, you know, because the mainstream narrative obviously, oh, there were just Native Americans here. But anyone who truly studies the Americas knows at the very least there was another group of people that preceded the people that's called, you know, referred to as Native Americans, and that they were the advanced culture. All right. So right here it says, in the second paragraph here on this page, it says, we speak of the race of men found in possession of this continent at the time of its discovery by Europeans in the 15th century as the Aborigines of America, and long usage has rendered the term in the sense in which it is applied to the Indians. Now, here's the thing. Well, let me finish it. So, which is applied to the Indians, peculiarly fitting, though incorrect. So in this instance, they're referring to the Indians as the people we know as the Native Americans, because we know, all right, a lot of people are going to say, yeah, the term Indian was naturally applied to us originally, which it was, but then at a certain point they did begin to call the Native Americans Indians, and then at a point they got changed from Indians to Native Americans in the 1900s. You know what I'm saying? So in this particular writing, when they say Indians, they're referring to the Native Americans. So then it says, they were natives of America, but not its original inhabitants. All right. I mean, that's profound. What else needs to be said? They were natives. So they're distinguishing the Aborigines and the Indians or natives. And they were saying that the people that they referred to as Indians, which they're referring to the Mongoloid or Eurasian Native Americans, they were natives of America, but not its original inhabitants. There are proofs of the presence here of people who lived at so early a period of time that no authoritative reference to them has ever been found in written history. And that would denote to the term autochthonous. Shout out to A1. You know what I'm saying? They're basically saying that the Aboriginal people here, there's not even really a time frame that you could put them in, because they've been here. We've been here since time immemorial. All right. We know of their existence and occupation of the land only through discovery of remains of a character suggestive of the term mound builders, which has become their historical designation. for the history of time and events back of the red man and the mound builder. So there you go. The red man, is a term that they typically use to describe Native Americans, though. In reality, you could look at yourself as red, but we know that they use red man to describe the Native Americans. And they're distinguishing the red man from the mound builder, which is the ancient people, the Aborigines, the builders of the civilization of the Americas. And mind you, we're talking about North America here too, since they say we don't talk about North America. We've shown artifacts and different sources, accounts that A1, was reading and here as well, because this is obviously in New York. So, so it says, we know of their existence and occupation of the land only through discovery of remains of a character suggestive of the term mound builders, which has become their historical designation. For the history of time and events back of the red man and the mound builder, we must penetrate the earth itself, and from the evidentiary material discovered, trace or reason out of parallelism with existing forms and conditions, basing our conclusions entirely upon the principle that from the beginning of time, nature has worked upon the same plan with like forces and results at present. So there you go. Just wanted to read that real quick, just to reiterate that there have not only are you have so many scholars claiming that there was a obvious Negro presence here, but it also distinguishing from the Aborigines and what we now call modern day Native Americans. And that's pretty much it. I mean, there's really no way that, like I said, that thing is overkill at this point. So there's really no way that they can really refute this. So I want to see. I want to see what they personally, I want to see what they come up with. So but otherwise, it's been another dope live stream with Big Bro.
Yeah, man.
And I think we can end on that note. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt. Like I said, I mean, a lot of this stuff we doing for us, and these niggas just happen to just be in a chat room trolling. So a lot of stuff we actually doing for us. We're not even doing for these people to acknowledge nothing, or whether we really don't give a fuck about what their response is to it. As long as we know who we are. The same way they running around here thinking they Africans and their people came here on a slave ship, and they're enforcing this ridiculous history. They're enforcing this shit. They're telling people emphatically that this is who you are, a fucking slave. And the fact that you pushing this on the children, you pushing this on our people, and you using the European narrative and you using the European explanation for everything that you see, everything. That's a real slave. That's a slave of a mental death, my dude. When you gotta sit here and you need everybody to give you an understanding and you can't depict nothing on your own, then you are a slave of a mental death. Period. There's no other way. There's nothing else that we can say, because you're not a sentient being. You need everybody to pretty much tell you what to do. You worse than a robot. And when my man be talking about so-called cyborg, we talking about these people. Because these people need somebody to insert their reality, right? Mm-hmm. They have to create their reality. Their reality is inserted from someone who doesn't have the same opinion, right? Who want to make it hard for us. Like I said earlier, we already got enough obstacles to climb over for us to claim who we are. We got a Bureau of Indian Affairs. You got other Native Americans that's telling you this. When you go to the powwows, you see motherfuckers dressed up looking ridiculous, like shit that you ain't never seen your people wear. So when it come to us, we the gods. That's why it's so important for them to keep deceiving us, for them to pump drugs into our community, for them to keep putting this foolery in and show the rest of the primitive people around the world, right? So the rest of the people around the world, they come here and they look down on us, right? Because a lot of them know who we are, but then a lot of them don't, because they're so misinformed from the Europeans. They think the Europeans is the one that is responsible for everything, but in reality, we're the one responsible for everything. And like I said, even when you get to Thomas Jefferson, right? He was working up alongside of Louis Latimer. Louis Latimer was the man, and Thomas Jefferson was the peon.
Yep.
But they want to make it seem like, oh, he stole his invention, waited for him to die, and then stole the man's invention, stole the C.R. Patterson invention, the car, stole Ed Hardy invention of the so-called hot rod, not what the fuck is the motorcycle that oh my God, I can't. The chopper, right? The chopper. And then Harley Davidson stole it and didn't really, he only changed the name a little bit because the name was Ed Hardy, and then he changed it to Harley.
Harley. Yep. See
Harley.
that?
You know what I'm saying? So these people are masters. These people will mimic you. They mimic you just like everybody else. Just like how we talk about this whole culture of how the Latinos and how I'm not saying all Latinos, because a lot of Latinos recognize hip hop as being the Moreno style. Like Lord Jamal said, they had to learn the Moreno style.
Right.
Right. A lot of them acknowledge who we are. But it's some of the gatekeepers like, listen, Fat Joe, you know, your people really wasn't doing what we was doing. And it's okay. Nobody's saying that whatever culture we created, we not just allowed, but we accept everybody who engage in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when you see motherfuckers like, you see a white boy who dressed cool, we embrace him. You know what I'm saying? We embrace him. We don't sit there and be like, oh, you trying to be black. So, you know, some people do it, but in the grand scheme of things,
but we usually only address them if we see they're trying to, like, you know, exploit and you know, exploit the culture. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know, if it's somebody who's embracing, you know, the culture and you know, just and who's basically just showing admiration, then yeah, we always big them up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh. And that's the thing with all this stuff. And see, the thing of it is, that's why I let off with reading Boldly, Oklahoma, to show you the capabilities and what our people was doing. Okay, and now we didn't touch on it. I touched on it a couple of times, right? But the capabilities to what our people was doing, right? Gable. You said, what is our culture? Our culture is the culture that proceeds the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even when I showed you Romney, right? I wasn't using him like he the standard of excellence. No offense. I got Indian friends, but India is a real shithole. And these people supposed to be so educated, but they can't fix their own home. But they can come here and they act like they come from such great royalty. No, you only could do that because the European gave you the science.
Right.
If you was able to do this on your own, you wouldn't need to go to European institutions.
Right. And you damn sure wouldn't have to set up shop over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The European, he is the one that helped all of these different ethnicity groups to keep it away from us.
Right. Because what he does is he uses them to undermine us. So, you know, so he brings them in to do his bidding. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they come here and they uphold his system to keep us, like you said, that's the best way to describe it. Keep away. They're just trying to keep us away from what's ours, what's rightfully ours. And they're using these other so-called buffer classes to do their bidding. You know what I'm saying? Because they know, because they can be easily controlled. And that's just what it boils down to, you know?
And keep us occupied with all this foolery, with sports, with this hip hop system,
mm-hmm.
and this whole gang shit. and all of this shit that's counterproductive to us.
Right. It participation in the system in general, like, that's really the thing. If we withdraw from the system, you know what I'm saying, the whole system will collapse, because we are the fuel that keeps it going, that fuels the beast. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So yeah, that's what I was saying before. Really, the key to it all is non-participation. You know what I'm saying? As long as we participate, we take the system serious. We take paying bills serious, as if they're not just a made up hardship for no reason. We take money serious, as if it's not a made up fiat currency. Like, as long as we take going to work serious, you know what I'm saying? And just playing along with the script, because we know that this is the Matrix, and we know it's a scripted reality. So, but people still take it as, like, at face value. They don't really see what's actually going on behind the scenes. So as long as you're doing that, you're still living according to what the media dictates to you. Then you're going to be your energy is going to be completely entangled within the system, and it's going to be able to control you, and it's going to basically lead you to a path of destruction. You know what I'm saying? So,
yep. And we being subjugated to a lot of this stuff. They ran you out your house. You ran out the back door and ran in the front door of their house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And like, even when you look at all these other countries, like, so these people, right? The United States, they gave the Indians like computer technician, right? That's a trade that they took over there, and because it's a communist, right? Because it's communism over there, this is something that most Indians get into that field of study. You look, like I said, look at an Indian. Right? Look at most Indians. Most Indians ain't got no swag, or not swag, but swag. That means secretly we are gay, right? That's what swag means. But what you call that coolness and everything.
Wow, I never heard it. Wow, okay.
Swag means secretly we are gay. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to take that out the vocabulary. But yeah, go ahead. My bad.
That's where it came from, right? So look, that was a saying in the gay community in the 1960s to 1970s, right? Swag. Yeah. So they use these people. These people only become cool when they're around us. See, our energy is captivating. It captivates people. You understand what I'm saying? It captivates people. It makes people want to, like, even like I said, even if you're not engaging entirely into our culture, right? You'll still wear some Jordans, right? You'll still try to, get a nice haircut. Before, these people wasn't worrying about no goddamn haircut. These people looking like goddamn animals, right? Yeah. But now you want to keep blue, you want to look neat. You want to present yourself a certain way, right? Because even that comes from us. Presenting yourself a certain way. You could tell even by a person, he may not wear all the stuff you wear. And even, remember, even on their down days, they wear it. You know what I'm saying? I've seen a nigga find me with some Jordans on or whatever. You know what I'm saying? On their down days, they will wear certain things that look like what we wear, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, like I said, right? All of these people, when they brush or they come here, when in America, do as Americans do.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Even to the point where what's her name? The actor chick, Mindy, her brother came in and used our identity, cut his hair, groomed himself to look like a so-called Black American Aborigine to get into a prestigious school. You know what I mean?
Oh,
so,
and look at that. Look at that. You see what I'm saying? So,
cosplaying, that's truly a tether.
That should have been
fraud right there.
That should have, like, the fact that he admitted it, they should have went back. But see, like you said, they don't. With these other groups of people, they allow them to do all this criminal shit. Just like I told you, just like in my parking lot where I parked my truck, I parked my van across the street, right? I had a conversation with the lady cop, right? There's a lady cop over there. So me and I was talking one day, and I asked her, I said, why y'all don't give these people tickets for loitering? I said, if these is black people hanging here, you would have locked them up. Yes. Oh, because they got fake names and they don't have ID. Well, the fact that they don't have identification is a problem. If we don't have identification, you're going to lock us up, or you're going to go detain us and fingerprint us, or make sure we're the people who we saying we are. But with them, you got to set a different set of rules for them.
Yeah, that's what it's. That's crazy,
bro. Unfucking believe. Oh, we can't.
You're breaking the law right there. So
yeah. Oh, we can't do nothing to them because they just gonna give us a fake name. And the same thing they do even when they come over here through the app. They come over here through the app, and what happens is they allow them to come over here until their court date is heard. A lot of them go to court and never come back. And then like they're living, and like I said, they're working for some of these companies, because even some of these companies, right? These motherfucking construction companies, these niggas ain't officially on the books. You got one motherfucker who may have some paperwork, bring a bunch of immigrants there, and then as long as he got a name, they pay them cash. So they don't never really got to do it. Really no vetting process. Just the fact that a lot of them know a lot, like, and it really, all of them don't know construction. They're just one person, and he's speaking to the rest of them, and they ain't nothing but helpers.
Right.
So they done went around all of the local unions, right? Like the labor union, the iron worker, sheet metal, carpentry, brick mason, all of these different construction unions, right? They done went around them, right? And now they bring these people in for cheaper labor. Because even when JD Vance was saying, the lady was like, well, who's going to do these construction jobs? Last I checked, construction was a good work. A construction worker made money. They try to make it seem like that's some peon job. That ain't no fucking peon job.
Oh, no. They get paid well. You know what I'm saying?
They get paid. And the fact that, you know what I'm saying, now you see all these construction companies, all Mexicans. And see, even that, niggas, if niggas were smart, niggas would be suing these people. You'll be suing when these people say you need to speak bilingual, you'll be suing them for discrimination. I don't have to speak nothing. And the fact that this is an English-speaking country, and you trying to come to some motherfuckers who ain't from here.
That's discrimination. That's discrimination. But yeah, like you said, you're catering to foreigners at that point. You know what I'm saying?
And that's when you gotta start.
And that's all done off of our backs. You know what I'm saying? Because they wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for us.
Well, not necessarily. Don't say that, because that's the. Let me just elaborate on that. That's the misconception. They bring these people here to outsources. Think of it like this. When the Civil Rights Act was being passed and people was trying to integrate with these people, because a lot of people who was among them and living in some of these cities and shit was people who was forced out the South. So now that they're here, now they want equal rights. Right? Now they want equal rights, right? So they said, all right, well, we got a trick for them. We're gonna bring other people who look like them, and then we're going to be able to control. Because think of it like this: even around the civil rights era, right? A lot of black people was boycotted. So now, if you bring other people here who are basically once these people get that so-called what's that shit called? The United States citizenship, right? Once you get citizenship, right? These people come here, and these people are willing to do anything. They're willing to do anything, and that's why I'm kind of glad. Like, regardless of what people may think of Trump, I'm glad that Trump got the balls and he got the gall to say that a lot of these jobs need to go to Americans first. Period. And people think that's racism. Oh, y'all stole this country. Cool. Okay, but they're in power.
That wouldn't even be a question in other countries. You know what I'm saying? Like that, there would be no question about whether jobs should go to immigrants or to the people of the land. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's because they done made America into some free fall. They done turned our grandmother land into a whore. You know what I'm saying? Like the welfare capital of the world. You know what I'm saying? Like anyone could come here, just get their rocks off and use America for what they need to use it for and just leave, you know, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's it's just terrible. But because they've had us looking at Africa for so long now and not really caring about what goes on here, it's like, you know, they've been able to pull the okey doke on us, you know what I mean? And just you know, bring all these people in here, and then we you know, again, because of pan-africanism, we thinking we getting all these allies and stuff, and no, these people is a lot of them hate you more than the so-called Caucasian. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them come from, especially these Hispanics, they come from Avanza La Raza and Mejor La Raza and Blanqueamento. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of them is even worse because you know, I mean, here at least a lot of the Caucasians they want to mix with you because you know, I know there was this clip going around, you know, the last few years of this chick saying that she would rather, you know, mate with melanated men because that's the only way her people can survive is with melanin. You know what I'm saying? Um, so a lot of them know that, you know, that extracting that fixed pigmentation is the only thing that can really keep their bloodlines going, you know. So at the end of the day, you're gonna have no choice but to mix. But some of them would rather just, you know, they fill with so much hate, they, you know, and not really saying that. I mean, because we really shouldn't be mixing. I mean, I don't really believe, because I believe there's natural order to everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a toucan wouldn't mix with a raven. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's order to everything. There's a natural order to everything, and I think that mixing really has been our downfall, if anything. And why we got imploded, as you were saying earlier, from the inside out, was from mixing and you know, letting foreigners into the royal bloodlines, which then once they got into power, they were able to introduce laws and things of that nature to go against the original people, you know. And you know, that's pretty much what it is. So yeah.
And that's exactly how they got there, how they pretty much control us from the inside out. And people thinking the story of people coming over here and just being able to take land and just go. No, that's what the Civil War was about. The Civil War was pretty much about freeing the white Slavs. And then once they freed them, a lot of, when they tell you Western expansion, the reason they was going west because we told them that you couldn't have no land where we was at. You could have anything out west of the Mississippi. All that shit is desert land.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? West of the Mississippi. And then the ones that who stayed on our plantations was part of the Knights of Golden Circle and the Ku Klux Klan. And they was the ones wearing masks and coming. And they knew our whole game plan and our whole outline because they worked for us. And they lived on our land.
Right.
So that's how they was able to do what
Which
they
would make sense why they would have to cover their faces. You know what I mean?
Why are they covering their faces? We already know white people were so racist and they was the ones that was the oppressor. Why the fuck would they cover their face? They wasn't covering their faces when they tell you stories of how they was raping women. And that shit is even that shit is something that happened during the late 1800s into the 1900s, when you start hearing women start getting raped and shit like that. That shit wasn't happening in the 1600s through the Civil War timeline.
Yeah, a lot of that is propaganda to create the boogeyman. You know what I mean? Along with the slave narrative story, you know, of how they just handled you any old way. You know what I'm saying?
And it worked.
Yeah, because it subconsciously it creates an inferiority complex, and it honestly makes a lot of people fearful of the so-called white man, which is why people feel like they can't do anything because they feel like no matter what, they're just, they're just kept down. You know what I mean? There's no way we could really build anything because whenever we do something, they're just going to tear it down. But in reality, though, that's only because we keep trying to build within the system. So, and I just, like I said, as long as you're doing that, I don't really see a way to. I mean, there's only so much you're going to be able to prosper in a system that was designed to keep you at the bottom, which is why your label is black. Color caste system. So
they keep changing everything. Keep changing all of your classifications. They don't want you to know that this is your land because they if you find out this is your, like I said, and they keep the niggas like Ankh and these Pan-Africans. They keep them niggas as the forefront. These niggas they're not how do you want to say they're Boule members, right? But they're not official Boule members. They're just carrying out the agenda of the Boule.
They're the flunky.
Mm-hmm.
They're the luggage carriers of the Boule. Yeah.
And they use so much like how do you say shaming tactics. They learned how to shame us by saying we couldn't read, and now that you can read, right? Now that you can read, they want to say, well, okay, everything you read, you think is real. There's things that's real that you can substantiate, right? And there's other things that you can't substantiate. And when you read this shit from these people are clearly telling you that they don't really know. They don't really know, but because these people are the ones that's doing all the experiments and they're doing the experiments and they're conducting false conclusions, right? Or they're not conducting false conclusions, but they're coming up with false conclusions, which people think that the research is emphatic and the research is already complete, which is not. We're complete in the research. When this idiot Sean P said that the so-called Olmec head, the back of the Olmec head was feathers or whatever, and you're sitting up in here and you're not even using your mind saying, well, they could be feathers or they could be braids. You're just clearly saying that they're feathers because a white lady told you that. The white lady has no way.
And it agrees with their agenda. You know what I mean? Like, so they're not gonna want to refute it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not honest. They're disingenuous, and they're just gonna go whatever confirms their bias. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah. And at the end of the day, like I said, they not using their observation to their strengths. They're using their observation to their weaknesses because it's like if you observe something and someone comes along and give you an explanation and you believe their explanation because this person coming to you telling you because they read a bunch of bullshit and now you think that they're proficient with what they're saying to you. No, absolutely not. And the fact that we have to go and I have to do a 6-hour build to pretty much clear up these fallacies that these niggas is saying goes to show you how far we behind in the game. You know what I'm saying?
How far behind they are.
Well, how far they are behind, but the fact that we all ain't in agreement to this shit, it shows divide and conquer tactics. So, that's about it, man. We at 6:03, man. I'm going to end it right now. Shout out to everybody that came through the build, man. Shout out Happy New Year's to everybody. That's right. Shout out to everybody who believe that this is their new year, which this is their fiscal new year, right? And like I said, man, like a lot of this information, it starts with understanding that your people or people who look like you was already here. So now you have to be the evaluator to say, well, where do these people go? And why are these people trying so hard to reclassify us and keep on changing who we are? So with that being said, man, peace to God, peace to the goddesses. Shout out to my brother King of America, man. Thanks for coming through. Shout out to everybody who's been rocking for 6 hours, man. Like I said, man. So with that being said, man, till the next time, man, till the energies or the ancestors reach me to where I want to do another 6-hour build, you know, I think, you know, this is the best we can do for now. Shout out to everybody, man. With that being said, man, peace of the gods, peace of the goddesses, peace of the Tauntauns, the Aborigines, the Indians, the Moors, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. It's your brother Hanu Kiel with my brother King of America. And with that being said, we are out. Peace of the gods.
Peace of the gods.
Yo, good.